What if Jon Snow conquered all 7 kingdoms before his 16th Nameday riding 3 dragons? A game of theories. What if Fanfiction Chapter 1. The letter, the cache. The hatching 293 AC. Winterfell. The day Jon Snow learned he was not Jon Snow was a day of small, cold rain. The kind that fell in the north not because the sky had any business with sorrow, but because the sky in the north never quite stopped weeping when winter was somewhere on the wind. He was 10 years old. He had spent the morning at the practice yard, where Sir Roderick had cracked his knuckles twice and praised the angle of his wrist once, and he had spent the afternoon at the kitchen stealing a heel of bread, because the kitchens were warm, and the kitchens were also where his half-sister Arya had hidden a wooden sword she was not supposed to own. He returned to the keep with the bread half-eaten, and the world still small enough to hold in his 2 hands. Ned Stark was waiting for him in the Lord's Solar. The Solar was a small stone room on the 3rd level of the great keep, with a narrow window that looked out over the inner courtyard and a hearth that smelled, always and forever, of pine and old smoke. Ned did not sit at his writing table. He stood by the window and he had his hands folded behind his back, and he did not turn when Jon entered. "Close the door, lad." Jon closed the door. He felt the air in the room change. He felt, though he was 10 years old and would not have used these words, the precise tonal weight of his father's silence, the way a man's quiet can be heavier than a man's shouting. His father had not shouted at him in his life. His father had not, in fact, raised his voice to him ever, not in praise and not in chastisement, and yet there was no one in Winterfell whose approval Jon measured himself against more carefully. Even at 10 he understood this. Even at 10 he understood that to love a man who never told you he loved you was to learn a language in which praise was the absence of frowning and frowns were the absence of explanations. "Sit down." Jon sat. The chair was high-backed and oak and made for a man twice his size, and Jon's feet did not quite reach the rushes. Ned turned from the window. In one hand he was holding a small object, a ring Jon saw, a ring of dark gold with a stone set into it the color of a forge's deepest coal, and in the other hand he was holding a folded square of parchment sealed with red wax. The wax bore an impression Jon had never seen before, a 3-headed dragon. Jon looked at the dragon for a long time before he looked at his father's face. "Father, you are 10 years old today." "Yes, father. I made a promise the day your mother died. I made it to her, and I made it again to myself, and I have kept it for 10 years. I will keep it for 1 more hour. After that hour you will know what your mother wanted you to know, and after that hour you will need to decide what to do with the knowing. I cannot decide for you. I have decided not to decide for you. That was the 2nd promise I made to your mother and to myself." Jon's hands had gone very cold. He pressed them under his thighs. "My mother. Yes. My mother was—" "Listen, Jon. Listen carefully. There is a thing I have been telling people for 10 years, and the telling has cost me my honor, and it has cost me my wife's love in measure I cannot count, and it has cost you, you specifically and most of all, 10 years of being a bastard in a hall where you should not have been any such thing. The thing I have been telling people is that you are my son. You are not my son. You are my sister's son. Your mother was Lyanna of Winterfell, and she died on a stone tower in Dorne with your blood on her thighs and your name half-spoken. And the last thing she did before her eyes went was put this ring in my hand and this letter on my chest. And the last thing she asked me was to promise to give them to you when you turned 10 years of age." Jon did not move. He did not, in fact, breathe. "Father. I am still your father, Jon. I am still that, but I am not the man who fathered you." "Then who?" "That is what the letter is for." He held them out, the ring in one hand, the letter in the other, and Jon, 10 years old, took them both. The ring was heavier than it looked. The letter was lighter than it looked. The stone in the ring, when he tilted it toward the window's small gray light, was not coal at all. It was a stone like a tiny pane of polished night, and inside it, deep inside it, there was a glint of red that flickered when the light moved, and that did not look like reflection. It looked like something burning. "Open the letter, Jon." Jon broke the wax with his thumb. The wax cracked in 3 pieces. He unfolded the parchment. The hand inside was not Ned's hand. It was a woman's hand, but a young woman's, written in haste, the ink uneven and the parchment in 2 places creased where tears had dried. He read it. He read it twice. When he had finished reading it the second time, he set it down on the writing table and he put both his hands flat on the wood as if he needed the wood to be there, and he said, in a voice that was very quiet and very ordinary, "I would like to be alone, Father. Of course. And then I would like to ask you some questions. Of course. And then I would like to ride south. Tomorrow. To Castle Black. Yes. To Maester Aemon. Yes. You knew. I knew. You knew for 10 years. I knew for 10 years. And you kept your promise. I kept my promise." Jon was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Father, I love you." Ned Stark, who had not wept in front of his children since the day the boy who was now sitting in the chair before him had been laid on his chest in a Dornish tower, wept then, briefly, soundlessly, and was done with it before Jon had looked up. "Read the letter again, son. Read it until the words are not new. Then we will talk about the cash. The letter, brother, if you are reading this beside my son, it means the gods were kind enough to me to let him live 10 years, and it means you have been better than any brother had a right to be. I will not thank you in writing, because thanks across this distance is air, and you deserve more than air. I will thank you in dreams when I find you in them, and I will not be a ghost about it. The boy is Aegon Targaryen. He is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, the true-born son, born of a marriage made in the sight of the old gods on the Isle of Faces. Rhaegar and I were not stolen, and we were not lustful, and we were not foolish, though the world will go on saying we were all 3 until the world ends. We were trying to do a thing the world will not understand for a long while. I will not explain the thing in this letter. Aemon will explain it. Aemon will explain everything. Brother, listen now. There is a prophecy. Rhaegar believed it, I believed it. Aemon believes it. Aemon believes it more than any man living because Aemon has lived to be very old, and Aemon was a Targaryen prince long before any of us were children. The prophecy is this. Aegon, 6th of his name, must conquer all 7 kingdoms before his 16th Nameday, riding 3 dragons, or the long night will swallow all that survive the tower. I write that down because I do not want you to remember it wrong. I do not understand what every word of it means. I know that the tower is the tower where I am dying. I know the long night is the thing that comes from the cold beyond the wall, and that came once before in stories and is coming again. I know that 16 is 6 years from when this letter will be opened. I know that 3 dragons is a thing my son will need and that he cannot make for himself. That is what the ring is for. The ring is the key to a cache Aemon hid in the north 50 years before any of us were born. He was a Targaryen prince. He was a boy. He was sent north to the wall as a man, but before that he made a journey, and he hid a thing in the north in a place no one could find without this ring. The cache contains 3 dragon eggs. They are old, brother. They are very old. Aemon will explain how to wake them. Aemon will explain everything. Send my son to Aemon at Castle Black, or send the letter to Aemon and Aemon's words to my son. But do not let the prophecy go untaught. I have been a woman of the wolf blood and of the dragon blood for so brief a time that I do not believe I had time to be either properly. My son will have both. My son will have 6 years to be the dragon that the prophecy asks for and the wolf that the north asks for. And if he is both, and if he is in time, the realm will survive. If he is not, then nothing survives. Not Winterfell, not your children, not your wife, not the snow, not even the gods. I am tired, brother. I will not write a long farewell. Tell him I would have loved him. Tell him I have loved him already in the small way a dying woman can love a son she has held only twice. Tell him not to be afraid of either of his bloods. Tell him to ride. Lyanna, after the letter, Jon sat with the letter for a long time, and then he asked his questions. He asked them quietly in the order he had thought about them, and Ned answered each one before Jon asked the next. Did my mother love my father, Rhaegar? Yes. Did he love her? Yes. Did Robert know? Robert believed she was stolen. That is what Robert needed to believe to do what he did. I have never told a man otherwise. Did Lady Catelyn know? Did anyone know? Howland Reed. Maester Aemon by letter after the fact. Now you. Does Rob know? Should I tell him? Yes, when you are ready he will not love you less. Are you sure of that? Yes, father, yes, son. I do not want to be a Targaryen. You are a Targaryen, you are also a Stark. You do not have to want it, you only have to know it. What you do with the knowing is for you. The prophecy. Yes, you believe it. I believe in the long night. I have not believed in any other prophecy in my life. This one, Aemon's letters this past year have been particular. He has been writing to me for 10 years on the chance that you would be sent to him at 10. He has been writing for 10 years to prepare me to send you. He believes. And the cold beyond the wall has been heavier this past winter than the Maesters can explain. So I believe enough to send you. I do not believe enough to tell you to do this. You will tell yourself to do this. I will simply not stop you. Jon nodded. He folded the letter very carefully, and he tucked it into the breast of his jerkin. He slid the ring onto his middle finger. It fit, which it should not have, because it had been sized for a woman's hand. The cache, father. The cache is in the crypts, the heartstone in the deepest level. There is a place where the wall steps back. You will need the ring to open it. I have not opened it. I have not gone down past the 3rd level since your Aunt Lyanna was laid there. You will go alone. Tonight, if you wish, I wish. Take a torch and a sword, not ice, take your own. Yes, father. He stood. He moved to the door. He paused with his hand on the wood, and he said, without turning around, was she beautiful, my mother? Ned did not answer for a moment. Then he said she was, but that is not what I remember about her. What I remember is that she was the wildest of us. She rode a horse the way a hawk takes wing. She used to laugh in a way that startled the crows out of the broken tower. She would not have been a quiet woman if she had lived. She would have been the kind of woman who breaks a man's heart by being too much herself for the world to hold her. I think you have her smile when you laugh. You do not laugh often. You should. She would want you to. Jon nodded once. He left. The crypt he went down at the hour of the wolf, when the keep was still and even the dogs had stopped pacing in the kennels. He took a torch from the bracket by the great oak doors. He took the iron-hilted dagger Robb had given him on his 8th Nameday, the only weapon he owned that was truly his. He took the ring on his finger and the letter in his jerkin. He did not take a cloak. The crypts would be colder than the courtyard. A cloak would only flap and tangle on the steps. The crypts of Winterfell were the spine of the keep, and the spine of the keep was the spine of the north. They went down deeper than any other thing in the castle, deeper than the wells, deeper than the Godswood pool. The kings of winter were laid in stone galleries that branched and branched again as the dead piled up in the long generations of the Starks. And the deepest level was the oldest, and the oldest level had a heart of black stone older than the kings buried in it. It was said the first men had laid the heartstone before they had laid the keep, and it was said the keep had been laid where it was laid because of the heartstone. Jon did not believe most of the things that were said. He believed the heartstone because he had touched it once with his palm flat, the way a child puts his palm flat on a horse's flank to feel the breathing, and the heartstone, when he had touched it, had been warm. The galleries echoed. His footfall echoed. The torch flame guttered when he passed under the 3rd level vault, where the air came in from a fissure, no Maester had ever been able to seal. And Jon went on down past the kings whose names he knew, and the kings whose names he had forgotten, and the kings whose names no living person remembered. And at the bottom of the bottom of the bottom, he came to the chamber of the Heartstone. The Heartstone was a slab. It was as long as a man and as wide as a man's outstretched arms, and it was black, and it had veins in it that were not black. The veins were red. Jon set the torch in a bracket and put his palm to the Heartstone. It was warm. He had not believed his own memory of it, and now he believed his memory of it. The stone was warmer than the air around it. The stone, in fact, was the only warm thing in the chamber. He let his palm rest there a long moment, and he listened for what he could not have said, and he heard faintly, like a sound from very deep underground, a slow pulse. Not loud, not steady even, but a pulse. He turned. The wall behind him was undressed stone. He held the torch up and walked along the wall, palm out, ring out, until the ring on his finger went hot. It went hot at a place where the wall seemed only wall. He pressed the ring against the stone, and the stone breathed inward, just inward, and a seam he had not seen split open on either side of the place he had pressed, and a door of dressed black stone swung open on hinges of black iron. There was a chamber beyond. There was a small chamber beyond, no larger than the Lord's solar, and in the middle of it, on a low stone plinth, were 3 eggs. The eggs, they were the size of melons. They were heavy. He did not need to lift one to know they were heavy. He could see the way the plinth had bowed faintly under them in the years they had rested there. One was black. One was the color of cream. One was a deep, mottled green that, when the torch moved, showed flickers of bronze in its scales. He sat down beside the plinth. He sat for a long time. He did not touch them. He thought about his mother. He thought about a young Targaryen prince, a boy whose name had been Aemon, riding north 50 years before Jon's grandfather had been born, with 3 eggs in a saddlebag and a vision in his head, hiding them in a place only his nephew's son's daughter could open with a ring he had left behind. He thought about the slow patience that took. He thought about how a man's whole life could be a single, careful act of waiting. He thought about the prophecy. 6 years. He did the arithmetic. He had always been good at arithmetic. He was 10 now. He would be 11 in a year. He would be 12 in 2. 16 in 6. In 6 years he would have to have conquered 7 kingdoms, by which the letter could only mean the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, the North, the Iron Islands, the Stormlands, the Reach, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, and Dorne, which, Jon noted with the distant, careful part of his mind that had not yet quite caught up to the rest of him, was actually 8 if you counted the Crownlands separately from the Iron Throne, but 7 if you used the old reckoning that lumped the Crownlands in with the throne itself. 7, then. 7 kingdoms in 6 years. 3 dragons that did not yet exist as dragons. They existed at present as eggs. He had read enough conquest histories at his maester's elbow to know that Aegon I had taken the 7 kingdoms with 3 dragons in 2 years, and that the Targaryens after Aegon had taken centuries to lose what he had built. He had read enough conquest histories to know that Aegon had not so much conquered as terrified, and that terror was a renewable resource if you managed it, and that the Targaryens who had lost the 7 kingdoms had always done so because they had run out of either dragons or terror or both. He had 3 dragons. He had no terror. He had 6 years. It would be enough. He looked at the eggs. Aemon, he said aloud to the stone, tell me how. Aemon, he did not need to ride to Castle Black. The Lord Commander, when informed by Raven that the boy who had been sent to him for 10 years, tutoring by correspondence, had at last been given the letter, sent his apprentice down on a courier horse with a satchel of new letters, which Aemon had been writing for the past 3 years with the apprentice's hand because his own hands no longer obeyed him. The satchel came through the courtyard at noon 4 days after Jon had stood in the crypt with the eggs. Aemon's letters were dense. They were written. The apprentice apologized in the apprentice's hand, but the words were Aemon's. The apprentice had only translated Aemon's whispered Valyrian into the common tongue, and even the translation had sometimes failed him. The first letter, the long letter, the one that mattered, Jon read in the godswood beneath the weirwood tree, with the heart tree's eyes watching him. Nephew, for so I may now call you and shall until you tell me otherwise. The boy who calls a man uncle pays him a kindness. The man called uncle pays a kindness back by remembering, every day for the rest of his life, that the boy is his nephew. I am very old. I will remember. I will not waste a letter telling you that I am sorry I could not be there when you were told. I am old, and the cold of the wall does not let me travel, and I would not have been useful if I had come. Useful is the word I will live by in what little time I have. I will be useful to you. I have been preparing for you for a long while. Here is what you need to know. I will give it to you as plainly as I can. 1. The eggs are old. They are not the eggs of any dragon you will find in the books. They are older. They were laid in the years before the doom of Valyria, and they were stolen by a younger son of the line, whose name I will not write because his blood is in mine, and I do not wish to disturb his bones, and they were carried into the west when the freehold burned. I came into possession of them as a boy. I did not understand what I had. I understood only that I was a Targaryen and that there were 3 eggs that did not hatch in Dragonstone's nursery, and I took them, when I was sent north to my own destiny, and I hid them at the Heartstone because I had been told that the Heartstone was a place where the old fires of the world had once burned, and dragons, nephew, are nothing but the old fires of the world in a shape that breathes. 2. They will not hatch by fire alone. Targaryens have tried for centuries to hatch dormant eggs by fire alone. It does not work because fire alone is not the question. The question is fire and blood and song. You will provide the fire. A normal hearth fire is sufficient. Do not light a pyre, do not be theatrical, and you will provide the blood, your blood, a single cut on the palm, and you will provide the song which I will teach you. The song is in Old Valyrian. You will learn Old Valyrian in the next year. I have sent you the primers. The apprentice has them in the satchel. 3. You must hatch them at the Heartstone. The Heartstone is the cradle. The Heartstone is, I believe, and I am old enough to be allowed to believe, the place where the first weirwood and the first dragon were the same thing. I have no proof of this. I have only the warmth of the stone which you have felt, and the patience of the gods who have arranged for a boy of Stark and Targaryen blood to be standing on the Heartstone with 3 eggs in his hand. The gods are not subtle. We pretend they are. 4. They will be small at first. They will not be useful for 2 years. In 2 years they will be the size of large hounds. In 3 years they will be the size of horses. In 4 years they will be the size of small ships. In 5 years they will be the size of large ships. In 6 years they will be enough. 5. You will need to feed them. I have sent you a list of what to feed them. They will eat the slaughter offal of the Winterfell kitchens for the first 6 months. After that they will need more, and I have written to your father about that, and he has agreed to arrange the additional cattle. He has not been told the why. He has been told only that I have a Meister's experiment in the crypts that requires meat. He will not ask further. He is your father in all the ways that matter, and he will keep your secret because keeping secrets is what he does best. 6. You will not show the dragons to anyone but your father, your brother, and Howland Reed for the first 3 years. After 3 years it will not matter. After 3 years they will be large enough that secrecy is not the question. The question, after 3 years, will be how to use them. I will write you a great deal more about how to use them. I have spent 50 years thinking about it. 7. You will learn Old Valyrian. You will learn common tongue politics. You will learn the geography of Westeros to the level of a Meister. You will learn the histories of every great house. You will learn the histories of every minor house adjacent to a great house. You will learn the riverways and the kingsroads and the harbors and the depths and the seasons of the winds. You will learn to ride. You will learn to fight with a sword and a spear and a bow and a knife. You will learn to fight on horseback. You will learn to fight on dragonback. You will learn diplomacy. You will learn lies. You will learn when to use the truth as a weapon. You will be tutored by letter and by quiet visitor in every one of these arts. I have arranged it. Your father has agreed to it. You will sleep in the next 6 years less than you have slept in any year of your life. You will not be unhappy. The work of becoming what you must become will make you, in some respects, the happiest you have ever been. 8. Aegon, 6th of his name. That is your name. You will not use it for some time. You will be Jon Snow for several years yet. When you take the name, you will know. The name is heavy. Carry it lightly until you must carry it heavily. Now, go to the Hearthstone. Take a torch, a knife, the song I have included in the second sheet of this letter. Light a fire on the Hearthstone. I have asked your father to leave a small brazier there. You will find it. Bleed onto each egg. Sing the song over each egg and wait. The hatching is not slow. They will know you. Welcome to the work, nephew. Aegon Targaryen, Maester of the Night's Watch, and your great-great-uncle, however that is reckoned. The hatching. It was the first day of the new year, 294 AC, and the snow was falling on Winterfell in the slow, heavy flakes that meant the snow meant business. Jon went down at the hour of the wolf again, because the hour of the wolf was the only hour he had now learned to trust for the doing of impossible things. He took a torch. He took the dagger. He took the song. The brazier was where Aemon had said it would be. Ned had left it. Ned had set a small bag of dry kindling beside it and a flint and steel, and Ned had set beside that a tin cup of milk and a heel of bread, as though he were leaving offerings to a son going on a long journey at dawn. Jon picked up the bread and ate it. He drank the milk. He thought in a way that 10-year-old boys do not usually think, and that he had only begun to think in the last 4 months. My father loves me. My father is letting me go. He laid the fire. He struck the flint. The kindling caught. He set the eggs in a triangle around the brazier. He cut his palm. He let the blood drip onto each of them in turn, the black egg first, then the cream, then the green and bronze. The blood ran on the shells and did not pool. The shells drank it. He had not expected the shells to drink it. The shells went, for a moment, slightly warmer to the touch. He read the song. He read it badly the first time because he was 10 and his Valyrian was 4 months old, and he stumbled on the 3rd line and had to begin again. He began again. The second time he did not stumble. The third time he sang it. He sang it because Aemon's letter had said sing, and Aemon's letter had been right about everything else. He sang it in a voice that was unsteady and high, and that broke twice. The hearthstone under his knees grew warmer. The flame in the brazier grew taller. The flame went green at the tips. The flame went, after a long moment, gold. The black egg cracked first. Cracked the way ice cracks on a deep lake in spring, first a line, then a starburst of lines, then a slow, terrible heaving of the whole surface. A claw came through. The claw was the color of soot, and it had 4 toes, and the toes had hooks on them like the hooks of a hawk's foot, but larger and more careful. The claw scraped at the shell. The shell broke open. A head came through. The head was small. The head was the size of a kitten's head. The eyes were the color of molten brass. They opened. They looked at Jon Snow. They saw him. Jon Snow looked at the small black dragon, and he did not move, because he had been told by Aemon's letter that the first sight was the important sight, and that he was not to flinch from it, and he did not flinch. He held the dragon's eye. The dragon held his. After a long moment, the small black dragon hissed, a small hiss, a kitten hiss, and crawled out of the egg the rest of the way and climbed, on its 4 small clawed feet and its small folded wings, into the front of Jon's jerkin and curled itself against the warm hollow of his throat and made, against his skin, a sound that was not a purr but was nearer a purr than anything else. The cream egg cracked next. The cream dragon came out smaller and slower and shyer. It took 3 blinks of its eyes before it would crawl, and then it crawled to Jon's hand and butted its nose against his thumb and would not be moved. The green and bronze egg took the longest. Jon thought for a moment that it was not going to hatch. He sang the song a 4th time, low, just for that one. The shell heaved. A claw came through. A long head came out. The dragon was a fierce thing, smaller bodied than the black one but with a longer neck and a wider jaw. And when it had cracked itself free, it stood on the hearthstone and shook itself the way a dog shakes water out of its coat. And it spread its wings. The wings were not yet large enough to lift it. And it opened its mouth and made, against the stone of the crypt, a small sharp sound that was not quite a roar but was the shape of a roar, and a thin tongue of orange flame, no larger than a candle flame, came out of its mouth and went up and out and gone. Jon Snow laughed. It was the first time in nearly 5 months that he had laughed. He laughed in the crypts of his fathers, beneath the hearthstone of his fathers, with a black dragon at his throat and a cream dragon on his hand and a green and bronze dragon on the hearthstone before him, and he laughed. He thought, when the laughter had run out, they will need names. He sat with them for an hour. He watched them. He named them slowly after he had watched them. The black one was Visenya, because she was already the boldest, and the boldest of Aegon the First's sisters had been Visenya. And Jon was, he allowed himself the thought, not without a sense of irony. The cream one was Rhaenys, because she was the shyest, and Rhaenys had been the shyest, and because Rhaenys had been the one Aegon the First had loved best, and Jon already loved the cream dragon best, and would for as long as he lived. The green and bronze one was Balerion, because she was fierce, because she was the color of old bronze in firelight, because the name was the largest name a dragon could carry, and because Jon's last act before laughing had been to think, I will need a Balerion. He had read enough conquest histories. He knew now what they were for. He carried them up the steps of the crypts at dawn in the front of his jerkin. He went to his father. He showed his father. Ned Stark looked at the 3 dragons in his nephew's lap, and he sat down slowly in a chair he had not meant to sit in, and he said, Gods preserve us. Father, Jon said, they are very small. They will be 6 years before they are large enough to ride. We have time. Time for what? To make the plan, Father. To make the plan that will end with me on the Iron Throne 6 years from now. Aemon and I will make the plan. You will help me. I will need you to help me. I cannot do this without you. And Ned looked at his nephew. His nephew was 10 years old. His nephew's eyes were gray, the gray of all the Starks, but his nephew was holding 3 baby dragons in his lap, and they were nuzzling his hands, and the youngest one was eating, with delicate care, the heel of bread Ned had left in the crypt. Ned Stark, in the way of a man who has known for 10 years that this day was coming and who has, for 10 years, been pretending he did not know, said, Yes, son, I will help you. Tell me what you need. I need, Jon said, to learn everything. I need you not to tell anyone. I need Howland Reed brought up from the neck. I need Robb told when I am ready to tell him. I need to be left alone with the dragons in the Wolfswood when they are large enough to fly. I need the Meister's library and a Valyrian primer and someone to teach me to fight. I need 6 years. You have 6 years. Then I have everything I need. The black dragon Visenya yawned. Her teeth were the size of needles. They were already very sharp. Outside the Lord Solar, the snow went on falling. Inside it, a boy of 10 with 3 dragons on his knees began, very quietly, to plan a war. Chapter 2. The Wolfswood years 294 AC. Late spring the dragons grew the way all dragons grow, which is to say in lurches and in spasms and with appetite. The first 6 months they slept in a hidden alcove in the deepest level of the crypts, an alcove Ned had walled off with a curtain of black wool, and a door fitted with a lock to which only 3 keys existed. Jon's, Ned's, and one that hung on a thong around the neck of Howland Reed, who had come up from the neck in the 3rd week of the new year, and taken up apartments in the East Tower as the new northern envoy to the Lord of Winterfell, which Catelyn Stark had found odd, and which she had not pursued because there was no reasonable answer to be given. Jon Snow learned in his 11th year what he had not realized he had been waiting to learn his whole life, that he had an aptitude. Aptitude is a word the world misuses. Most people, when they say a child has an aptitude, mean only that the child does the thing easily. Jon's aptitude was not that everything came easily. Most things did not come easily. Old Valyrian was a fortress of cases and moods that he had to take by siege every morning before breakfast. The trick of stamping his weight onto his left foot when he cut on the off-line was a thing Sir Roderick had to teach him 300 times before his body learned it. The mathematics of feeding a clutch of dragons, the daily caloric cost, the cost curve over the first year, the projected cost curve in years 3 through 6, was a thing Aemon had to write out for him in 4 separate letters with diagrams before Jon understood it as something he could plan around. Things did not come easily. The aptitude was the staying. Jon Snow, at 11 years of age, could decide to do a thing. Could decide, for instance, to memorize the entire list of the 17 petty lords of the Western Riverlands, their seats, their household strengths, and their relations to House Frey, and then go and do that thing on a given evening between supper and the hour of the wolf, and then go to bed at the hour of the wolf and rise at the hour of the wolf as if he had slept a full night, and then go and do it again the next day with the 17 petty lords of the Eastern Riverlands. He could stay on a thing. He could stay on a thing past the point where staying was pleasant, past the point where staying was useful, past the point where any sane boy of 11 would have closed the book and gone outside to throw snowballs at his sister. He had not loved staying before he had been given a thing to stay on. Now he had a thing. He stayed on it. The thing was, he had 6 years to make himself the man who could conquer Westeros, and he had only the materials of 1 boy, 3 baby dragons, 1 elderly maester at the wall, 1 careful father, 1 inscrutable cranogman, and the libraries of 2 castles, Winterfell's and by Raven, Castle Black, S. He drew up in his 11th year what he called the ledger. He drew it up on 3 sheets of vellum that he had purchased from a wandering merchant with money Ned had given him under the table, and he kept it locked in a small iron box under a flagstone in the crypt where the dragons slept, and he updated it weekly. The ledger had 3 columns. The first column was things I must know. The second column was things I must be able to do. The third column was things I must arrange. By summer of 294, the ledger read in part like this: things I must know, the geography of all 7 kingdoms, to the level of every market town with a population over 5,000, the shipping routes of the Narrow Sea, the Sunset Sea, and the Stepstones, the succession lines of all 25 named great houses and the next-tier vassals beneath each, the grain yields of the Reach and the Riverlands broken out by district, the military strengths broken down by category, heavy horse, light horse, longbow, crossbow, levy infantry, foot retainers of all 25 named great houses, Old Valyrian, reading, writing, speaking 3 dialects, High Valyrian, reading, Andal, reading, the history of every major rebellion of the past 300 years, broken down by cause-effect, with the named participants and their kinships, the biographies of the current heads and heirs of every great house. By biographies I mean, what does the man fear, what does he love, what does he want, who has slighted him, who has helped him, who is his confessor, who is his lover, who is his enemy. Things I must be able to do: ride a horse at the gallop, no hands, in full mail. Ride a dragon. Not yet possible, by 296 perhaps. Fight with a long sword, a bastard sword, a war spear, a horseman's spear, a bow, a crossbow, a knife, a dagger, an arming sword in my hands. Speak in court to lords without trembling. Speak in court to lords without hesitating. Lie convincingly. Tell the truth convincingly when telling the truth is the harder choice. Read a battlefield from the rear of a column. Order men into their deaths without flinching, and then sleep that night, and then do it again the next day. Forgive myself for the men I will kill who do not deserve it. Things I must arrange, a network of letters, Aemon's voice in my ear at all times. A network of agents, Howland Reed in the neck, Ned in the north, eventually friends in every kingdom. The right kind of marriage offers held in reserve for the right kingdoms. A name for myself that will not be heard in the south until I want it heard. The dragons fed, the dragons groan, the dragons taught. The thing the prophecy says will come after the long night, read about and planned against. I cannot win 7 kingdoms only to lose the world in the 8th year. Howland Reed read the ledger one evening in the Lord's Solar. Ned had given him permission to read it, and he sat for a long time without speaking. And then he said, in the small, dry voice of a man who has been a cranogman for 40 years and is unlikely to say anything large, "It is a fair list. But you have left out the most important thing." "What thing?" "The thing on the list of every conqueror who is remembered. The list of which men by name will I ask to follow me, and what will I owe each one of them when they say yes?" Jon thought about this. He thought about it for a week. He added the column. He kept adding to it for 6 years. It would become, eventually, the column that mattered most. The dragons growing by autumn of 294. The dragons were the size of large hounds, as Aemon had predicted, and Ned could no longer keep them in the crypts without the kitchen scullions noticing the amount of offal that was disappearing nightly. Ned had a long conversation with Jon in the Godswood. The conversation ended with the dragons being moved. There was, in the Wolfswood west of Winterfell, an old shepherd's stead called Grayborough that had been abandoned in the long winter 40 years before, when its last family had died of the cough. It stood on a rise above a frozen stream, sheltered on 3 sides by pines so old they looked like cathedrals. It had a stone and turf longhouse, a stone byre with a stone roof, uncommon and useful, and a deep root cellar that ran back into the side of the rise. It had been kept up in a fashion by a forester named Halder Long, who had been Ned's man since Ned was a boy and who would say, when asked, only that the stead was used for storage of game. Ned gave Grayborough to Jon. Ned told Catelyn that he had given the boy the stead because the boy needed a place to ride to be away from the keep, to be a man on his own land in his own quiet for a little while. And Catelyn, who had spent 10 years asking Ned in 1,000 small ways to give the boy a thing of his own that did not belong to her sons, said only, "Good," and turned her face away because the truth was that she had begun, in the last year, to feel guilt about Jon Snow that she did not know how to name. And the easing of that guilt was a thing she had hoped for without daring to wish. Jon moved into Grayborough in the autumn of 294. He moved the dragons in by night, 3 nights in a row, carried each in a wicker basket lined with wool and packed with embers. The dragons hated cold and would not bear being carried by anyone but Jon, and he set them up in the root cellar, which he widened over the following months with the help of Halder Long and 3 of Halder's sons, all sworn to silence, and all paid in silver from a small chest Ned had given Jon for the purpose. By the spring of 295, the dragons were the size of small horses, and the root cellar was no longer big enough, and Jon moved them up to the stone byre, which he reinforced with extra stone and mortar, and a roof of slate that Halder's eldest son carted in from a quarry near White Harbor. The byre fit them for another year. By the spring of 296, when Jon was 13, The byre also was not big enough, and Jon had begun to fly Visenya, the black dragon, the largest, at night briefly, low over the trees of the wolfswood, getting the feel of her in the air, getting the feel of his own balance in the saddle. He had had a saddle made. He had sketched the design himself and had had a Tyroshi saddler in White Harbor build it from a paper plan that did not name the animal it was for. The first time Jon flew, he was 12 years old and Visenya was the size of a draft horse, and the takeoff broke a hawthorn at the edge of the clearing, and the landing broke Jon's left wrist. He set the wrist himself. He did not tell his father about the wrist. He told Sir Roderick 2 weeks later that he had taken a fall in a private practice with a Quinton, and Sir Roderick, who was not a stupid man and who had been informed by Ned that some of the boys' questions in the practice yard would be best not asked, said only, "Set well, lad, heels well, be more careful." By the time Jon was 13 and a half, late autumn of 296, he had flown all three. Rhaenys, the cream one, was the smallest and the fastest. Balerion, the green and bronze one, was the meanest and the most willing to scorch. Visenya was the largest, the steadiest, and the one who, when Jon laid his palm on her flank in the dark of the byre after a flight, would lower her head until her muzzle was at the same height as Jon's face, and would close her eyes when he scratched behind the soft scales of her jaw. He did not love the dragons equally. No man ever loves three of anything equally. He loved Rhaenys most. He had named her after the gentlest of Aegon the First's queens, and she had been the gentlest of his dragons, and she had remained the gentlest, and he could not help it. She would land on his shoulder when she was small. She would land beside him when she was large. She would, when he was tired, fold a wing partly over him as he sat against her side reading, and the heat under her wing was the heat of a furnace. And Jon, in his 13th year, took some of the best naps of his life under Rhaenys' wing in the byre at Grayborough. He told Robb on the eve of Robb's 15th Nameday. Robb was tall by then, taller than Jon, taller than Ned, with the auburn hair of his mother and the long-jawed gravity of his father, and he had spent the past year being trained for the lordship he would one day inherit. He was a serious boy. He had not always been. The seriousness had grown on him like a beard, slowly, year by year, and Jon had watched it grow with something between pride and a small grief, because the brother who had once dueled him with wooden swords until both were sweat-blind and laughing had become, by degrees, a young man who carried himself like a man. The night before his 15th Nameday, Robb took Jon out into the godswood at moonrise and put a small carved wolf in his hand. The wolf was the size of a thimble, carved out of weirwood, and Jon recognized it at once as the small wooden wolf that had been their mother. That is, Ned's wife that had been a wedding gift to Catelyn from her dying mother years ago, and that had been used as a teething piece by every Stark child since. And Robb said, "Father gave me mother's wolf to give to you. He said it was time. He said I should give it to you tonight. I don't know what he meant." Jon looked at the wolf in his palm. He said, "I have something to tell you." He told Robb in the godswood with the weirwood watching, in a voice that did not shake more than twice. He told him the letter. He told him the ring. He told him the prophecy. He told him the dragons. He took Robb to Grayborough that same night. They rode hard, two on one horse, Robb's arms around Jon's waist, and Jon brought him into the byre, and Visenya lifted her head from her foreleg and looked at Robb Stark, and Robb did not flinch, and Visenya, after a long moment, lowered her head again, which was a permission, and Robb walked forward and put his hand on Visenya's neck, and Visenya allowed it. They sat under Rhaenys' wing for an hour. Robb did not speak. Then he said, 6 years. 3 years left, brother. I am 13. I will move in 297. And I am your brother. You are my brother. You will always be my brother. Cousin is a word in a book. Brother is the thing we are. Robb nodded slowly. He was looking at the cream dragon. He was looking at the dragon's eye, and the eye was looking at him, and something passed between them that Jon could not quite see, not a recognition exactly, but a measurement. Rhaenys was measuring Robb. Robb was, in his quiet northern way, measuring her back. "Jon," Robb said finally, "I have a question. May I ask it?" "Yes. When you take the throne, when you are Aegon VI and sitting in King's Landing, what am I?" Jon did not answer immediately. He had thought about this. He had thought about this so much in the small dark hours that he had answers ranked in order of preference and could deploy any of them, depending on what Robb most wanted to hear. He did not deploy any. He said the true one. "You are the king in the north." Robb's head came up. "Father is the warden of the north under the Iron Throne. You will be warden of the north when father is too old." That is the Iron Throne's relation to the north. But the north was a kingdom before there was an Iron Throne, brother, and the north is a kingdom in its bones. I am Targaryen and Stark. The Stark in me knows what the north needs. The north needs to be a kingdom. I cannot rule the north from a throne 900 leagues south. I cannot ask the north to swear to a king who sits in Meager's holdfast and rides a dragon over the bones of first men. I am not so much of a Targaryen that I will do that to the north. I will be king of 6 kingdoms. The 7th kingdom will be yours. Robb stared at him. You are giving me the north." "I am giving the north to the north. You are the north's heir. I am Aegon." Aegon will sit in King's Landing. Robb will sit in Winterfell. The Stark cloak will be longer than the Targaryen cloak in this realm, because in this realm the Stark cloak will be a king's. We swear oaths to each other. We bind the 2 kingdoms together by oath and by blood. We never call it conquest. We call it the pact of ice and fire after the song our father once sang us. We make it the founding pact of the realm. The Meisters write it down. The small folk learn it. The north never bends a knee to a Targaryen again. The Targaryen kneels first to the Stark in the founding ceremony, and the Stark stands. That will be the order. That will be the picture. The small folk will remember the picture, not the words. Robb stared at him for a long, long moment. Then Robb did a thing Jon had not expected. Robb laughed. Robb laughed the way Robb had laughed when they had been small boys in the practice yard knocking each other into the mud. A free, full laugh, surprised, glad. The laugh of a young man who has just realized that his half-brother, whom he has loved without entirely understanding for 15 years, is not only a Targaryen and a dragon rider and a prophesied conqueror, but is also still, underneath it, the boy who used to share his porridge. "Brother," Robb said, "you are mad." "Yes." "And the north will be a kingdom." "Yes." "And I will be king." "Yes." "And we will swear oaths to each other and sing songs of it." "Yes." "And you in King's Landing will keep my back, and I in Winterfell will keep yours." "Yes." "Then I am with you, brother. I knew you would be. You did not. I did not, I hoped. And if I had said no, I would have given you the dragons and left. And gone where? Anywhere. Lies, Tyrosh, the free cities. I would have grown the dragons and forgotten the prophecy and left the long night to find me when it found me. I am not ready to be a king of men who do not love me. I am not the kind of man who can be king without his brother." Robb looked at him a long while. Robb said, "You are the kind of man, Jon, who has always been the kind of man who can do anything he sets himself to do, and the only thing that has held you back is that you did not know it. You know it now. You will be Aegon VI. You will conquer the 7 kingdoms. I will be king in the north. We will hold the realm together, and our sons will hold it after us. I am with you. To the wall and back, brother." He gripped Jon's shoulder. They sat under Rhaenys' wing in silence for a long while after that, and the dragon's flank was warm against their backs, and somewhere very far above the trees, the first owl of the night went hunting. Aemon's lessons. The letters from Castle Black came every week. Aemon's apprentice was a man named Samwell, called Sam, who had come to the wall in the autumn of 295, and who had taken to Aemon as Aemon had taken to him. Sam was a fat boy of Hornhill, sent to the wall by a father who had not loved him, and Sam had been a frightened thing when he arrived, but Aemon had put him to work, and the work had been the keeping of Aemon's letters, and Sam had risen to it in the way some men rise to the thing that is asked of them when nothing has ever been asked of them. Sam did not know, at first, who he was writing to in Winterfell. Aemon had told him only that the apprentice was a maester's apprentice in the north who was preparing to take his vows. It was 3 years before Aemon told Sam who Jon really was. By that time Sam was 20, and Sam had read so many of Aemon's letters that he had absorbed, by osmosis, the entire conquest curriculum that Aemon was sending south. When Aemon finally told him, his voice failing, his hands no longer obedient at all, his blind eyes closed, that the boy he had been writing to for 3 years was Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, hidden at Winterfell by Ned Stark. Sam sat for a long time and then said only, "I think I knew. I think I have known for a long time." And then Sam wept, and the weeping was of relief, because the boy he had been corresponding with through Aemon's voice was a boy he had come to love through letters, and the knowing of who the boy was made the love of him a thing the world might one day approve of, which was, for Sam, a very great relief. But that came later, in 295 and 296 and the first half of 297. Sam was simply the hand that wrote down Aemon's voice, and Aemon's voice came to Jon in the following subjects, week by week: the conquest of Aegon I, the actual mechanics, the failures, the close calls, the things Aegon got lucky on, the things that could have gone otherwise. Aemon was firm on this point. Do not study Aegon as a hero. Study him as a man who succeeded by a thin margin, and tally up the points at which he might have failed. There you will find the lessons. The riding of dragons. Aemon had never himself ridden one, but Aemon had been raised at court, and Aemon's brother and his cousins had ridden, and Aemon had committed to memory every word he had ever heard a dragon rider say about the art. He wrote it all down. He wrote about the seat in the saddle. He wrote about the weight shift through the hips. He wrote about the cues, voice, knee, hand on the neck scales just behind the jaw. He wrote about how a dragon will refuse a rider it has not bonded with, and how the bonding is done in early youth, and how Jon had done it correctly because Jon had been the first warmth the dragons had felt, and the first voice they had heard, and the first hand that had held the meat. The 1,000 small political facts of the great houses. Lord Mace Tyrell will not act without his mother's approval. Lord Hoster Tully is bedridden and will not survive the year. When you go to the Riverlands, go through the brother, the Blackfish, who has more honor than any other Tully but is at present out of favor. Lord Tywin Lannister has not laughed in 20 years. Lord Tywin's son, Sir Jaime, is the great unknown of your campaign. Jaime is the most loyal son Tywin has, but Jaime knew Rhaegar, and Jaime carried Rhaegar's armor as a boy, and Jaime will, I believe, recognize you when he sees you. Plan on this. Plan on this even though you cannot rely on this. Lord Doran Martell hates House Targaryen for the killing of his sister Elia and her children, but Doran also wants peace. Doran also remembers that Rhaegar's love was for Lyanna, not against Elia. There is a thread to pull there. I will write you more about Doran. The art of speaking to lords. Lords are men who have been told all their lives that they matter. You will tell them that they matter. You will tell them in particular ways. To one lord you will say it as a son speaks to a father. To another you will say it as a soldier speaks to his captain. To another, as a horse speaks to its master, which is to say silently and with respect for the bit. The trick is to know which lord wants which voice. The trick is studied, not native. Study. The art of single combat. This Aemon could not teach by letter except in theory. He wrote out the theory, the lines of attack, the angles, the foot positions, the principles. The practical teaching was done by Sir Roderick in the yard at Winterfell, and more dangerously, by Sir Arthur Dane. Sir Arthur, the thing about Sir Arthur Dane was that he was not dead. This Jon did not know until the autumn of 295. Howland Reed had taken Jon aside one evening. Jon had been 12.5 then, and Howland had become a quiet presence at Winterfell who taught Jon the keeping of marshes, the reading of weather, the lore of the green seers, and Howland had said, "I have something to tell you, lad. Your father knows. We have not told you because we wanted to wait until you were old enough not to be foolish about it. You are old enough now. Tell me, Sir Arthur Dane is alive." Jon's mouth had gone slightly open. He had read the histories. He had read of the Sword of the Morning, the Kingsguard who had stood at the Tower of Joy, the man who had been killed there by Ned Stark's hand. The histories agreed. The accounts agreed. Ned himself in private had said nothing to confirm or deny. Howland had said, "Your father did not kill him. He took a wound to the shoulder that should have killed him, and he was tended by the spear wives of Dorne, who did not love the Tower of Joy any more than they loved anything that took a Dornish woman away from Dorne, but who knew the Sword of the Morning was a Dornishman and could not be left to die. They tended him. He lived. He was not seen again. He took up a hermit's life on the western coast of Dorne, in a small stone hut above the cliffs at Salt Shore, and he has lived there for 13 years. He has spoken to perhaps 8 people in those 13 years. He speaks to me when I visit him because I am a Cranogman and he is a Dornishman, and we share the love of small places. I have told him about you. He has agreed to come north, to Winterfell, number to Greyborough. He cannot be seen at Winterfell. He cannot be known to be alive. He will come north in the spring of 296 and stay at Greyborough with you for 1 year, and he will teach you to fight." Jon had stared. Howland, Sir Arthur Dane, yes, will teach me to fight, yes, with a sword, yes, for a year, yes. Howland, the Sword of the Morning, was the greatest swordsman of his age. He still is, I think. He is 45 years old now and has not lifted a blade in earnest for 13 years, but he is still, I think, the greatest swordsman of his age. You will be the second greatest by the time he is done with you. I will not. You will. You will not be the first. He will not let you be the first. He will not consent to be surpassed by a boy of 14, but he will make you the second. It happened that way. Sir Arthur Dane came north in the spring of 296 with a hood pulled low, and a name that was not his name, and a sword wrapped in oilcloth that he did not draw the first 3 days. He was thinner than the histories had remembered him. He was grayer at the temples. He was a tall, lean, very quiet man, and Jon Snow, who had not been able to sleep the night before he arrived, found him, when they finally met in the cold of the Greyborough longhouse, to be a man who made silence a thing one wanted to be inside. Arthur Dane looked at Jon. Arthur Dane had been told by Howland who the boy was. Arthur Dane knew before he had been told because he had looked at Jon's face, and Jon's face was Lyanna's face, and Lyanna's face was a thing Arthur Dane had not been able to forget. He said, "Boy, I have a question." "Ask it, sir." "Are you Rhaegar's son?" "Yes, sir." "You have his eyes, you have her jaw." "I do not need to ask further. Will you teach me, sir?" "I will teach you. I will teach you because your father, your true father, was a man I loved well, and your mother was a woman I would have died for, and your uncle who killed me did not in fact kill me, which has left me a debt to a Stark that I cannot any longer repay to the Stark in question, but can perhaps repay to the boy who is half Stark and half Targaryen, and has the gall, at 12 years of age, to plan the conquest of 7 kingdoms. I will teach you. I will teach you for 1 year. You will be a different boy at the end of the year than you are at its beginning. You may not like the boy you become. I will not apologize for him. Jon had said, "Thank you, sir," and Arthur Dayne had said, "Don't thank me yet, lad. Thank me when you have killed your first man. That is the test. We will see what kind of man you are when you have killed one." And Arthur Dayne had unwrapped the oilcloth. The sword was Dawn. Jon had drawn breath sharply. "Dawn is not for you, lad. Dawn goes back to Starfall when I die and not before. But Dawn is what we train with. Dawn does not break, and Dawn cuts true, and Dawn will not let me indulge you. I will not strike you with Dawn, but I will let you see Dawn so that you understand what you are looking at when a man wields a Valyrian blade against you. There will be such a man in your future. There may be 3. I will teach you to fight them all." That year, 296, Jon's 13th year, the year between his 12th and his 14th namedays, was the year Jon Snow became Aegon Targaryen in the body. He did not become it in the mind that year. That was a slower process and took the next 2. But the body changed. He had been a lean boy. He became a lean man. He had been quick. He became quick the way wolves are quick, which is the kind of quickness that does not look quick until it has happened. He had been a passable swordsman by the standards of the Winterfell yard. He became, by the end of the year, a swordsman who Sir Arthur Dayne said, with the closest thing to a smile that Arthur Dayne ever showed, "I would not wish to fight you in earnest, lad. I would win, but I would not wish to." He learned the bow that year and the spear. He learned the horseman's lance. He learned a Dornish form of knife fighting that was, Arthur Dayne said, the only thing in the world worth knowing if you ever found yourself unarmed in a tent with the wrong companion. He learned to fight on foot, on horse, on a slope, in mud, in snow, in the dark of a starless night. He learned also that year to be afraid and to keep going. This was Arthur Dayne's chief gift to him. Fear is the thing that protects you, lad. If you do not feel fear before a fight, you will die in your second fight. You feel fear and you keep moving. The killing of fear is the killing of the man. You do not kill your fear. You teach it to obey you. He also, that year, told Jon things about Rhaegar that no one else living could have told him. Rhaegar had played the harp. Rhaegar had not loved being a prince exactly, but had loved being the man who would be the kind of prince who saved the realm. Rhaegar had loved Lyanna in the way men love women, who are not their first loves but their last, without illusion, with a fatigue that made the love deeper. Rhaegar had believed in the prophecy more than anyone alive but Aemon, and Rhaegar had been wrong about who the prophecy referred to, had thought it referred to his son by Elia, the first Aegon, and had only realized, on the road south to the Trident, that it might refer to a son he had not yet had, that Lyanna had been pregnant when he left her in the tower, that the prophecy had perhaps been waiting on a half-Stark child the whole time. He died on the Trident with the song unfinished, lad. The song was his life's work. The song was you. I will not lie to you. He loved you before you were born. He would have loved you very greatly if he had lived. You should know this. Jon had said, "Thank you, sir," and Arthur Dayne had nodded once, and they had returned to the drills. The end of 296. By the end of 296, Jon's 13th year ending, his 14th nameday 2 months away, he had 3 dragons large enough to bear his weight in flight, 2 of which would also bear another rider's weight. Visenya could carry Jon and a passenger. Balerion would carry only Jon. Rhaenys could carry Jon and a passenger but disliked it. A working knowledge of Old Valyrian and a passable spoken command of it. A reading knowledge of High Valyrian. A complete mental map of the 7 kingdoms, including all market towns and military strengths. A full ledger of biographies of every great house lord and his heirs. A relationship with Maester Aemon that was, by way of Sam's hand, the closest thing to a grandfather Jon had ever had. A relationship with Howland Reed that was, in its quiet way, the closest thing to an Uncle Jon had ever had. A relationship with Robb that was unchanged, which was to say, It was the one relationship in his life that did not need to be redesigned. A relationship with Ned Stark that was a son's love and a lord's loyalty and a conspirator's debt all wound up into a single, complicated, unspoken weight. A sword, not Valyrian. A good northern sword forged by Mikken balanced for him with a wolf's head pommel. He had named it Snow, a plan. The plan was on 3 sheets of vellum in a small iron box under a flagstone at Greybarrow. The plan was, in summary, this: 297 AC, reveal himself to the north. Have the north swear, be crowned in the godswood, hold the title quietly. Move the dragons to the wolfswood north of Winterfell, where they would be visible to no one except the men he trusted. Early 298, Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy was the easiest of the lords in the sense that Balon would not kneel and Balon's not kneeling would make the example. Burn Pike. Install Theon. Move on. Mid-298, Stormlands. Robert was dead in this timeline, had died in a boar hunt in 297, and Renly was 18 years old and ruled Storm's End. Renly would kneel for a lord paramountcy. Late 298, The Reach. Olenna would not kneel for nothing. Olenna would kneel for the lord paramountcy in perpetuity. The negotiation would be the campaign. Early 299, the Westerlands. Tywin would not kneel. Tywin would die. Jaime would, Jon believed, recognize him. Jaime would kneel. Jaime would be hanged. Mid-299, the Riverlands. Walder Frey would not kneel. The twins would burn. The Tullys would inherit with a Frey marriage tucked into the inheritance so that the lesser Freys had some honor at the table. Late 299, King's Landing. Joffrey on the throne, Joffrey whom no one would mourn, and Cersei in the shadows and the mountain at the gates. Aegon would kill the mountain. The city would open. 300 AC, his 16th Nameday, Dorne. Aegon would kneel to Doran. Doran would accept. Dorne would not be conquered. Dorne would be invited home. Then the long night. Then, if the prophecy was right, survival. The ledger went into the box. The box went under the flagstone. Jon mounted Visenya in the dark of the byre and flew her, low and silent, around the long curve of the wolfswood, and on the way back he passed over a small lake that had iced over in the first frost, and the moon was full, and the ice showed back to him the shape of a black dragon and a small figure on its back, and Jon thought, I am 13. I have 3 years left. He was not afraid. He had been taught not to be afraid. Fear was a thing he had been taught to make obey him, and fear on that flight obeyed. Below him in the silent forest, an owl took a hare, and a wolf, somewhere very far to the west, sang one slow note to the moon and was quiet. The dragon rider went home to Winterfell. Chapter 3. The North bends its knee. 297 AC. The spring thaw. The thaw came early to Winterfell that year, which was the first sign in retrospect that things were going to move faster than they had moved in the planning. The southern slopes of the Kingsroad below the Long Lake ran clear of snow in the first week of the 3rd month, and the hares came up out of their burrows blinking, and the rivers broke their ice with the sound of cracking glass, and by the equinox the Godswood Pond was running clear under the weirwood, and there were green shoots in the kitchen garden that should not have been there for another month. Jon Snow turned 14 in the 2nd week of the 3rd month. He had been planning the year for 2 years. He had not slept the night before his birthday. He had risen at the hour of the wolf and gone down into the crypts and stood for a long time by the place where his Aunt Lyanna lay. My mother, he said to himself, slowly, my mother lies here. And he said it 3 times because he had learned that words took root only when repeated. And then he had gone up again and bathed in the bathhouse and dressed in the clothes he had set out the night before. The clothes were plain, wool breeches, a gray wool tunic, a leather belt with no buckle of any particular distinction, a black cloak, the ring on his left middle finger where it had ridden for 4 years now without ever once being taken off, the wolf's head sword Snow at his hip. He had told Ned the night before that he would do it that morning. Ned had not asked, "Are you sure?" Ned had been past asking that question for a year. Ned had only said, "I will assemble the household at noon in the great hall. I will tell Catelyn beforehand, I owe her that, the rest will hear it together." How will Catelyn take it? Badly at first, better after. She has loved you more in the last 2 years than she will have words for in the first hour. The words will come. Give her the hour. Yes, father, you are doing this in the right order, family first, vassals second, coronation last. Yes, father, you have been a son to me for 14 years. You will be a king to me after today. I will manage both. Father, don't, son. Not yet, not before noon. I will weep if you start, and I do not want to weep before Catelyn. Let me have my dignity for a few hours longer, then come and find me. I will weep then with you. Catelyn Ned had told Catelyn at dawn in their solar, with the door closed and the fire built up and a flagon of summer wine open on the table between them, because some conversations require summer wine even at dawn. He had told her in order. The marriage on the Isle of Faces. Lyanna had been Rhaegar's wife. The annulment of Elia. Catelyn had stared at this. Annulled. He had told her about the annulment, about the High Septon at the Isle of Faces who had been bought, about the old god's right that had been honored. Catelyn had not believed him at first. Catelyn had said, "Ned, I knew you for an honorable man. I knew you for a man who could not lie. How could you have lied to me about this?" He had answered, "I promised her. I promised her at the hour of her death. I have broken my honor on a promise I made to a dying woman, and I will not unmake it. I had the choice. Her honor or mine. I chose hers. I have lived with the choice for 14 years. I will live with it for the rest of my life. I am sorry, Cat. I am sorry I could not tell you. I am sorry I let you think I had lain with a woman not my wife. I am sorry I asked you to live with a son not yours. I am sorry. I am very sorry." Catelyn had wept. Catelyn had wept for a long time, and Ned had let her, and Ned had not touched her until she reached out and took his hand, and then he had held her hand, and they had sat in silence for a long while, and at the end of the silence Catelyn had said, in a voice that was unsteady, but that was her own voice and not the voice of grief, all these years, and the boy is Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name. 6th. The 5th was murdered as an infant in King's Landing by the mountain. The 5th was Rhaegar's son by Elia. The 6th is Rhaegar's son by Lyanna. Aemon has confirmed the reckoning. And he has 3 dragons. Ned, he is a child. He is 14 today, Cat. He has been planning this for 4 years. He has been tutored by Aemon for 4 years. He has been trained by Cat. I'm about to tell you something that no one outside this room can ever know. By Arthur Dayne. Catelyn had stared. "Ned, you killed Arthur Dayne." "I did not. I was a young man. And I let it be said that I had killed him because the alternative was to admit my sister had been taken to a tower in Dorne by a man who was not raping her. And because the alternative was to admit that the man who guarded her was the greatest swordsman of his age, and that he had not been an obstacle to me but a partner in the keeping of her." He stepped aside, Cat. Arthur Dayne stepped aside and let me into her, and she put her son into my arms, and he was wounded by other men, by Howland, by chance, and we both believed he would die. He did not. The Dornish kept him. He has lived a hermit's life in Dorne, and he came north last year to teach Jon. He is gone again now. I tell you this because in 3 hours our son, our nephew, will rise from this castle and conquer Westeros, and you should know who taught him to lift a sword. Catelyn was silent for a very long time. Then she said, "Ned, I have spent 14 years being unkind to that boy. I have not been actively cruel, I think. I have not allowed myself that, but I have been unkind in the small ways a woman is unkind to a boy whose existence reminds her of a wrong. I have been petty. I have been cold. I have not been a mother to him. I have not, gods preserve me, I have not even been a kind aunt to him. And he was my own husband's blood nephew the whole time, and he was royal, and he was the son of a woman I would have loved as a sister if I had ever met her, and he was a child. Cat, Ned, I want to talk to him. Before noon, before he is a king, while he is still a boy in this house. I want to apologize to him. He will not require an apology. I will require to give one." Ned looked at his wife. He had not loved her in the first year of their marriage. He had been polite to her, and dutiful and faithful, and his heart had been with a dead sister in a Dornish tower. He had grown to love her in the years after that, slowly, the way snow accumulates on a roof, and on this morning, with her face wet and her hands knotted in her lap, he loved her with a particular completeness that he had not, until now, known he had room for. "I will send him to you. Drink your wine first. He is in the godswood. He goes there in the morning. I will go down and tell him you wish to speak with him. He will come." She drank. He went. Jon came up to the Lord Solar at the 7th hour with his cloak still smelling of pine. Catelyn was standing at the window. She had washed her face. She turned when he came in, and she did not hesitate. "Jon, Lady Stark. That is the wrong name. There are several wrong names. I do not know what the right name is yet. I am going to use the only name I know, Jon, and you may correct me when we know each other better." "Jon will do, Lady Stark. Catelyn will do for me. I will not be called Lady Stark by you any longer. Catelyn, or Cat if you like, though you have not earned that yet, and it is fair that you have not." He stood very still. "Catelyn, Jon," she drew breath. "I have wronged you. I have wronged you in small ways for 14 years. I have wronged you in ways I cannot redo. I am sorry. I am sorry I was unkind to a child. I am sorry I held against you a thing that was not your doing. I am sorry I made my husband choose day after day between his honor to a dead sister and his marriage to a living wife. I am sorry I made the choice cost him. I am sorry I made you small in this hall when you ought to have been at the high table. I am sorry. I will spend the rest of my life apologizing. I do not ask your forgiveness. I ask only that you let me try. I would like to be your aunt. I cannot be your mother. You have a mother, and she is in the crypt below us, and I will not stand on her bones. But I can be your aunt. May I, Jon? May I try?" Jon, who had practiced in the godswood at dawn, every speech he could think of for every conversation he expected to have in the next year, had not practiced this one. He had not believed it was coming. He stood for a moment in the middle of the Lord Solar with his hand still on the door, and then he closed the door behind him, and he crossed the room, and he took Catelyn Stark's hands in his own, and he said, "You may, Aunt Catelyn. I am sorry too. I have not been a kind nephew. I have been cold to you in ways I see, now that I look back, were not fair. We will start over." She made a small sound. It was not quite a sob. He did something then that he had not planned. He stepped forward and embraced her. He held her against his chest. She was shorter than him now. He had had a growth spurt in the autumn, and her hair smelled of lavender and wood smoke and something else that was simply Catelyn Stark. And she shook against him for a long, quiet moment, and then she stepped back, and she put her hand on his cheek the way a mother does, and she said, "You are very like her. My mother. Lyanna. I never met her, but I have seen the portrait in the crypt. You are very like her in the eyes. I should have seen it years ago. I did not look. Forgive me for not having looked. There is nothing to forgive, Aunt. There is everything to forgive, but we will not list it now. Go and tell the others. I will be at the high table at noon. I will sit at my husband's left as I always do, and you will sit at his right, where you have never sat, and Robb will sit at your right, and we will eat dinner like a family that has finally remembered itself." He left her and went down. He found Sansa in the practice yard, watching Arya pretend to lose a sword fight with one of the kennel boys, and he went to Sansa first because Sansa was the one who would be the hardest to tell. The children Sansa was 12. Sansa loved songs. Sansa had loved the songs about Rhaegar and Lyanna in the wrong way for years, the lustful prince and stolen maiden version, the ballad version, the one the singers sang in the great hall when they came through with their lutes. Jon had heard those songs all his life. He had hated them. He had hated them because they made his father out to be a coward and his mother out to be a victim and his blood father out to be a villain. He had said nothing. He went to Sansa. "Sansa, may I speak with you?" "With me?" She blinked. Jon did not, as a rule, ask to speak with her. They were not unfriendly, but they were not close. She set down her embroidery. She had been embroidering a falcon onto a kerchief and rose. "Of course." He took her into the small library off the Lord Solar. He sat her down. He told her slowly and in plain words what she was about to be told at noon. He told her because Sansa was 12 and Sansa would be the most likely to make a scene at noon if she heard it cold, and Jon did not want a scene at noon. She listened. Her eyes were very wide. She did not interrupt. When he had finished, she said in a small voice, "Then the song was wrong." "Which song?" "The prince who loved a wolf. The song they sing about Lyanna. The song says she was stolen. The song says he forced her. The song was wrong. They loved each other. They loved each other. They were wed. I am their son. I am not a bastard. I am a Targaryen prince. I am also Lyanna's son, and so I am in a way that even father would call true your cousin. We are not less family than we were. We are differently family. Sansa, do you understand?" She nodded. Her mouth was trembling. "Sansa, are you going to cry?" "I am going to cry, but not for the reason you think. I am going to cry because I loved that song. I loved it because it was sad. I loved it because Lyanna was a wolf maiden who died for a prince who had lost his way. And now you are telling me that they did not lose their way, that they loved each other, that they made a son, that they made you, and that the song was a lie that everyone in the realm has been singing for 14 years. And I am sad, Jon, because I have been singing a wrong song for years and not known, and now I have to learn a new song. You will learn it. You will be the one who teaches the realm to sing it correctly. You will be the queen of singers in this realm if you wish to be. I will give you that if you want it. I will give you the patronage. I will give you the songbooks. I will hire the singers. Whatever you want, Sansa." She looked at him. She was no longer trembling. Said, "I would like that. I would like to be the queen of singers." She paused. "Jon, you are going to be the king." "Yes. Of all of it, yes. Of King's Landing and the Iron Throne and all of it. Yes. With 3 dragons, yes. And you are 14, yes." She looked at him for a long moment. "I will pray for you, Jon. I will pray to the 7. I will pray to the old gods also. I will pray to anyone listening. You will not be alone. Do you hear me? You will not be alone." He nodded. He did not at that moment trust his voice. He told Arya next. Arya was 9. Arya told that her half-brother was actually her cousin and was about to conquer the realm with 3 dragons, hit him in the arm hard because she had been practicing, and said, "Take me with you. Eventually, not at first. I will be your master of horse. You will be my master of horse when you are old enough to terrify a knight. Until then you will be my secret weapon. You will go around the realm pretending to be no one, and you will tell me what the small folk say about me. I cannot trust my lords for that. I can only trust a girl who looks like no one and listens. Will you do that?" "Yes." "Promise me you will not get yourself killed." "I promise." "Promise me you will tell father where you are at all times." "I promise, mostly." "Arya, mostly, that is the best I can do." He told Bran last in Bran's room. Bran was 8. Bran was the one Jon was most worried about because Bran was a dreamer and dreamers heard too much, but Bran was matter of fact. Bran said, "I know, you know, I knew last year, I had a dream. The 3-eyed crow showed me. He showed me you on the Hearthstone with 3 eggs. He showed me the eggs hatching. He showed me you on a black dragon. He has been showing me for a year. I thought it was a dream the way other dreams are. I see now it was not." Jon looked at his small cousin brother. Bran was sitting cross-legged on his bed with a wooden hawk in his hand, the way he sometimes did when he was thinking, and Bran's eyes, which were the tully blue of Catelyn's eyes, were looking at Jon with a depth that Jon had not seen before. "Bran." "Yes, Jon, you see things. I see things. You should not tell anyone you see things, not yet. We will talk about it later, after the conquest. There will be a time I will need you for the long night. The three-eyed crow, does the three-eyed crow have a name? He is called Bloodraven. Jon was silent. Brynden Rivers, the bastard half-uncle of Aemon, the hand of the king who had vanished beyond the wall in 252 AC and was reckoned dead by every history. Bran, Bloodraven is not dead. Bloodraven is not dead. He is in a tree past the wall. He is calling me. I am to go to him when I am older. He says you will need me when the long night comes. Jon set his hand on his small brother's shoulder. He said, Bran, you will go when you are older, not before. I will not have you go beyond the wall while you are still a boy. I will not, promise me. I promise not before 15. Promise me 13. I have my own conquest to worry about. 13 at the soonest. Tell the three-eyed crow we have time. Tell him to wait. I will. Bran, I love you. I love you, Jon. He kissed his small brother on the brow and went down to the great hall to be a king. Noon, the great hall of Winterfell at noon was a long stone room with 8 tables set out, and the household, the knights, the bannermen visiting, the household guards, the household stewards, the kitchens, the maesters, the children, the wives, assembled to dine. On any given day of the year, 120 people sat down at the great hall at noon. On this day there were 150, because Ned had quietly summoned 4 of his closest bannermen to be present without telling them why. Galbart Glover, Robert Glover, his brother, Meege Mormont, the great Jon Umber. Ned stood up before the food was served. He did not call for silence. The hall fell silent of its own accord because Ned Stark standing up before the food was served was not a thing that happened on any common day. My friends, my family, houseguests, knights kin. His voice carried. He had a voice that carried when he wanted it to. I have a thing to say to you all. It is a thing I have known for 14 years and have not told. I will tell it now. After I have told it, my nephew will speak. After he has spoken, you will be free to leave this hall, to stay in this hall, to speak with him, or not, as you wish. None of you will be compelled. I want that to be clear at the outset. None of you today is being compelled to swear an oath, to give a word, to do a thing. You will hear what I have to say and what he has to say, and you will go from this hall thinking on it, and you will come back tomorrow at midday and tell me, each of you, what you have decided. That is the structure. Now I will speak. He spoke for 10 minutes. He did not speak well. He was not a speech giver, but he spoke truly. He told them about the Tower of Joy. He told them about Lyanna. He told them about Rhaegar. He told them about the marriage on the Isle of Faces. He told them about the boy he had carried out of Dorne in his cloak and the promise he had made. He told them about the letter. He told them about the cash. He told them, after a moment of hesitation, about the dragons. When he said the word dragons, the hall went still in a way that was different from the stillness it had been in. He told them about Aemon and about the prophecy and about the long night. He did not embellish. He told them finally that his nephew was sitting at his right hand at the high table, and that his nephew was Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, and that his nephew had 3 dragons of riding age in the Wolfswood, and that his nephew intended in the next 3 years to conquer the 7 kingdoms before his 16th Nameday, because if he did not, the long night would swallow them all. This is the truth. This is the whole of the truth. The boy will speak now. He sat down. Jon stood up. He had been told by Aemon, by letter, how to do this. He had practiced for 2 years. He had practiced in the Godswood with the wind for an audience. He spoke now in a voice that was not loud. Aemon had said, do not be loud, never be loud. Loud is the trick of small men. You have dragons. You have no need to be loud, but that carried in the way only a voice that does not strain carries. He said, my lords, my family, my friends, I will not waste your noon. I will not promise you that I am not asking you for a thing. I am asking you for a thing. I am asking you for your knees. I am asking you for them because I need them and because the realm needs them, and not because I am a stranger come to take them from you. I am asking you for them because I am your blood. The Stark of Winterfell sits at my left. The Stark of Winterfell raised me as his son. I am his nephew. I am his sister's son. The blood that runs in my veins is half the blood of Lyanna, and Lyanna was a Stark of Winterfell, and Lyanna was your kin and your liege's blood kin, and so I am also your kin and your liege's kin. I have been raised in this hall. I have eaten the bread of this hall for 14 years. I have learned the steel of the north on the practice ground of this hall. I have prayed at the heart tree of this hall. I am of you. I am not a stranger. I am, in the only blood that the north reckons in the old way, a son of Winterfell. He paused. He let it sit. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen. I will not pretend otherwise. He was a man who has been called many things in this hall, and most of what he has been called he did not deserve, and some of what he did not deserve I will not list, because lists at noon are tedious. I will say only what is fair to say. He loved my mother, she loved him, they were wed, I am their son. I have not known him. I will not pretend to a piety toward him I do not feel. He died when I was unborn. I do not call him father. The man who has raised me is my father. He sits at my left. I love him. I will not change my way of saying that even after today. But my father was also Rhaegar Targaryen, and that means I am Aegon, sixth of my name, and that means I have a thing to do that no Stark could be asked to do. I have a kingdom to win in 3 years, and I have 3 dragons to win it with, and I have a prophecy to fulfill, and after the prophecy I have a long night to end. The long night is coming. Maester Aemon has confirmed it. The cold north of the wall has been heavier these last 3 winters than the Maesters can explain. The others walk again. The dead walk again. I will not stand in this hall and tell you the children's stories you know already. You have heard them at hearth since you were small. The children's stories were true. They have been true the whole time. We forgot. We are about to be reminded. I cannot end the long night with the north alone. I cannot end the long night with 7 kingdoms divided. I have to bring them together. I have to bring them together fast because the long night will come in 3 to 4 years' time, and I am 14, and I have until I am 16 to have done it. The prophecy is firm on this. If I have not united the realm by 16, the long night will swallow us. If I have, we will live. Those are the terms. I did not write them. I am only the boy who has to fulfill them. I am asking the north first. The north is mine first. The north is mine first because I am Ned Stark's blood, and Ned Stark's blood is the only blood that has ever made a Stark of Winterfell. I will not be king of the north in the southern way. I will not sit in Winterfell and tax you. The north will remain a kingdom. The north will have its own king. The north's king will be Robb. He has agreed to it. We have sworn to each other in private. We will swear in public today if you will witness us. The north will be the kingdom that stands beside the Iron Throne, not under it. There will be no Lord Paramount of the north. There will be a king in the north, and there will be a king in King's Landing, and the 2 kings will be brothers in fact and in oath. We will write the pact and have the Maesters keep it. We will sing it. We will bind ourselves to each other in front of the heart tree, and you will be witnesses, and you will tell your children, and your children will tell their children, and the realm will know that the north was the kingdom that bent its knee not to a Targaryen but to a brother. I am asking the north for this. I am asking the lords of the north for their oaths to me, and to Robb both. I am asking the great Jon, who has the loudest voice in this hall, for the first oath, because if the great Jon swears, you will all swear. Great Jon Umber, will you hear me? The great Jon stood up. Great Jon Umber was a man as wide as a small horse, and as tall as a tall door, and as loud, in any hall, as the wind off the Bay of Seals in autumn. He had heard the speech in silence, which was not his usual habit, and his face, which was the face of a man who had been making decisions out loud since boyhood, was for a moment unreadable. He said in a voice that filled the hall to the rafters, "Boy, King, I have a question. Ask, Lord. You ride a black dragon. I ride 3 dragons. The black is the largest. You ride the black dragon over my keep, and you do not burn my keep. I will not burn your keep. I will not burn any keep of any lord of the north. I am of the north. I will treat the north as the north has always been treated by a Stark, as the kindred of the king. And you will let me call your brother king in the north. I will let you call him so, and I will call him so myself, and I will swear it on iron and on heart tree. Then I have a second question. Ask, will you ride your dragon south? Yes, Lord. Will you ride your dragon over Pike? Yes, Lord, when I am ready. And Storm's End? Yes, Lord. And Highgarden? Yes, Lord. And Casterly Rock? Yes, Lord. I will ride my dragons over every keep that does not bend the knee, and over none that do. I will ride them over Pike, because Pike will not kneel. I will ride them over Casterly Rock, because Tywin will not kneel. I will not ride them over Highgarden, because Olenna will kneel, and I will not ride them over Storm's End, because Renly will kneel. The kingdoms that kneel will be spared. The kingdoms that do not will burn. I will not lie to you about this. I will burn what must be burnt. I will hold what does not need burning. That is the way. The great Jon laughed. He laughed the long, rolling laugh of a man who has heard a thing that pleases him, and the laugh shook the rafters, and 3 of the dogs in the hall barked because the rafters rang, and the great Jon laughed louder. Boy, he said, and the boy he was calling boy did not flinch. I have waited for a king worth kneeling for 40 years. The North has waited. The North bent its knee to Aegon the First and has regretted it for 300 years. The North bent its knee to Baelor the Blessed and regretted that in a week. The North is done bending its knee to strangers, but the North will kneel to kin. I hear you. I hear the pact. I hear the king in the North. I hear the brother on the Iron Throne. The North will kneel to both of you together, and only to both of you together, and that is a kneeling I will do today and tomorrow and 20 years hence without a single regret. Say the words, boy. Say the words, and I will say them after you. Jon Snow, 14 years old, half Stark and half Targaryen, drew breath. He said the words. He said them in the form Aemon had drafted, the form he had memorized 2 years ago, the form that was half the old First Men's Oath and half the Targaryen Accession Oath and half the wedding oath of 2 great houses joining. It was, in fact, no oath that had ever been sworn in Westeros before, because no kingdom had ever been founded the way Jon was founding this one. The great Jon repeated them. Then Midge Mormont stood up and repeated them. Then both Glovers. Then, one by one, every man of standing in the great hall stood up and repeated them. Catelyn watched from the high table with her hands folded in her lap and her face quiet. Ned watched at her side and did not speak. Robb watched at Jon's side, and his face was pale because Robb had been told by Jon that he would be made king in the North, and Robb had agreed to it in the abstract. And now, watching the lords of the North swear it, he was being made king in the North in fact, and the weight of the fact was settling on him in real time. When the last man had spoken, it was a hedge knight called Sir Wendell Manderly, who had wept the entire time. The great Jon stepped forward and said, "Now the heart tree. Now we do it before the heart tree. The hall is for the lords, the heart tree is for the gods, both must witness." They went out to the godswood. The godswood at Winterfell was 3 acres of ancient pine and ironwood and oak, with the great white weirwood at its center, the heart tree's red leaves bright as fresh blood against the snow that still lingered in the deep shadows. The household followed. The household guard formed a loose ring around the clearing. Catelyn brought from the keep the small wooden wolf, her mother's wolf, the teething piece, the wedding gift, and gave it to Jon, and Jon held it in his left hand. In his right hand he held a small carved dragon. Maester Aemon had sent it years ago, carved out of dragon bone by an old craftsman of Pentos, the size of a man's thumb, and he held both, dragon and wolf, against his chest as he knelt before the weirwood. He spoke. He spoke in two tongues, first in the common tongue, then in Old Valyrian, and the speaking was a thing the singers would later make a song out of. Although the song would not get the words quite right, and Sansa would, when she grew older, spend 3 years correcting them. He said, "I am Aegon Targaryen, 6th of my name, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. I am also Jon Snow, fostered son of Eddard Stark, raised in this hall, taught by these stones, blooded in this snow. I take up the dragon. I do not put down the wolf. I will be king of 7 kingdoms and king of none of them more than the north, because the north raised me, and the north is my mother's bone. I swear before the heart tree, and before the lords of the north, and before my brother Robb, who will be king in the north after this day, that I will hold the realm together and I will hold the north apart, and that the apartness of the north is the strength of the realm. I swear that I will not tax the north. I swear that I will not call upon the north's swords except in war against the dead. I swear that I will not marry into the north against the north's wish. I swear that the king in King's Landing will kneel to the king in the north once a year at the feast of the harvest moon, as the king in the north will kneel to the king in King's Landing once a year at the feast of the new year, and that the 2 kneelings will be the 2 halves of a single oath, and that the song of the 2 kings will be sung by my house and his house as long as my house and his house endure." He stood. He turned to Robb. He drew snow and laid it across his palms and held it out. "Brother, kneel." Robb knelt. Jon laid the flat of snow on Robb's left shoulder, then his right, then his left. "Robb Stark, son of Eddard, blood of Winterfell, kin of mine, rise, rise as king in the north." Robb rose. He drew his own sword, a long sword called Wolfsong, the sword Ned had given him at his 15th Nameday, and he laid it across his palms. "Brother, kneel." Jon knelt. Robb laid the flat of Wolfsong on Jon's left shoulder, then his right, then his left. "Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, blood of Winterfell on your mother's side, kin of mine, rise, rise as king of the 6 southern kingdoms when the day comes, and our brother forever." Jon rose. The 2 kings, one 15 and one 14, one auburn-haired and one dark, one a Tully Stark and one a Targaryen, embraced. The great Jon let out a roar that the singers later said had been heard in White Harbor. The other lords took it up. The household guard, the kitchens behind the wall. Then, very distinctly, from a great height somewhere above the Wolfswood 3 miles to the west, a black dragon, Visenya, answered with a roar that the singers later said had been heard at the wall. It had not been heard at the wall. It had been heard at the wall. It was true, and the wall heard it, and Maester Aemon in his cell at Castle Black set down his cup of warm broth and smiled. The north had its king. It had 2 kings. The pact of ice and fire was sworn beneath a heart tree under a midday sun in the spring of 297 AC, and the first kingdom in Aegon's 6th 6-year conquest had been won without a single sword being drawn. It would be the last kingdom won that way. Jon Snow knew it. He had 3 years left, and the next kingdom was the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands would not kneel. The Iron Islands, Jon thought as he walked back to Winterfell at Robb's side with Catelyn at Ned's, would burn. Chapter 4. Pike falls in an afternoon early 298 AC. The crossing from White Harbor to Pike took, by ship, the better part of a fortnight in fair weather. The crossing by dragon took 2 days, and the second day was only 2 days because Jon Snow had stopped to sleep on the headland at Bear Island and to take counsel with Midge Mormont in her hall. He had brought Visenya for the burning and Rhaenys for the swiftness. He had left Balerion at Greybarrow under the care of Halder Long and his sons, because 3 dragons over the Iron Islands would have been a fleet, and Jon did not yet want the realm to see a fleet. He wanted the realm to see a boy on a black dragon, a boy who left Pike in ruins in an afternoon. There is a kind of terror that costs nothing, and a kind of terror that costs everything. Aegon I had used the cheap kind. He had burnt Harrenhal because Harren had given him no choice, and the 7 kingdoms had taken it as a sign and bent, and the burning of Harrenhal had cost Aegon I very little in conscience, because Harren was a tyrant whom no one in his own kingdom had loved. Jon Snow understood the principle. Jon Snow understood that the next 2 years of his life would be the careful management of terror, and that terror managed well was a thing that could conquer kingdoms without the killing of more than 100 men. Terror managed poorly was a thing that turned 6 kingdoms against you in a season. Balon Greyjoy was, in Jon's judgment, the Harren of the age. Balon had rebelled against Robert Baratheon 9 years ago, and lost 2 sons and the larger half of his fleet in the process. Balon had retreated to his rock and brooded for 9 years. Balon hated the Iron Throne and would not kneel to anyone wearing its crown. Balon was, by every account Jon had read, a hard, sour, joyless man who beat his daughter, and ignored his last living son, and prayed daily to a drowned god that wanted blood. Burning Pike would cost Jon Snow very little in the eyes of any kingdom that mattered. The Reach would not weep, the Westerlands would not weep, the Stormlands would not weep, the Riverlands would in fact cheer. The North would shrug, Dorne would shrug, the Crownlands would whisper for a fortnight and then settle to the new order. The Iron Islands themselves would weep, but the Iron Islands themselves would, after the weeping, be governed by someone who was not Balon, and the Iron Islands had not been well governed by anyone since the Conqueror. Theon Grey, age 17, had been hostage at Winterfell for 9 years. Theon Greyjoy had grown up at Jon's side. Theon Greyjoy had laughed at Jon and with Jon and against Jon, had ridden with Jon and gotten drunk with Jon, and chased after the same kitchen maid as Jon. Jon had let him win that one, and had been, in the slow accretion of small loyalties that the foster-son arrangement was supposed to produce, the closest thing to an older brother Jon had had besides Robb. Theon's loyalty to his father was a brittle thing. Theon had been 7 when he was taken from Pike. He had hated Balon for not ransoming him. He had hated Balon for not writing. He had hated Balon for the long silence that the Lord of Pike had used as his only paternal instrument. Theon, by the time he was 17, had been Ned Stark's child more than Balon's, and Ned Stark's child had grown up watching Robb Stark grow up, and the watching had been a kind of education in what a father could be when the father was not Balon. Jon had spoken to Theon in the 2nd week of the 3rd month, in private, in Greyborough, where Theon had been brought blindfolded. Theon had been a hostage, after all, and had not been allowed near the dragons until the dragons were a fact Theon could not unsee. Theon had looked at the dragons and had laughed once, sharply, the way men laugh when they realize they had been living in a smaller world than they thought, and then he had sat down on a hay bale and said, "Snow, Stark, what are you going to do?" "I am going to fly to Pike. I am going to ask your father to bend the knee. He will not. I am going to burn Pike. I am going to make you lord of the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands will swear to me through you. I will fly back north. You will go south to Pike and take up your seat. That is the plan. I want you in on it. I want you to know it before it happens. I want, if you will give it to me, your word that when Pike is in ash and your father is dead, you will go down to the islands and govern them in my name, and that you will govern them well. I want also your word that if you say no, you say no now. I will not have you in the Wolfswood for the next week if you are going to fly south after me and warn your father. I will lock you in Greyborough until it is over." Theon had been silent. "You're going to kill my father. He will not kneel. He will fight. He will lose. He will die in the fighting. I am not going to kill him in cold blood. I am going to give him the same choice I will give every lord of Westeros. He will choose wrong. The choosing wrong will be his choice. I will not pretend it is mine. And my brothers. Your brothers are dead. Robert killed them 9 years ago. My sister. Asha will be at sea by my reed. I have a friend who runs the docks at Lordsport. He has agreed to send a coded raven to White Harbor when a Sha next puts in. If a Sha is not on Pike when I burn it, a Sha lives, and a Sha will inherit Pike if you do not want it. Do you want it, Theon? Theon stared at the hay bale. You are asking me to choose between my father and you. I am asking you to choose between the father who left you to rot in Winterfell for 9 years, and the brother who shared his bed warmer with you at 13. I am asking you to choose between the man who never sent a single letter and the boy who is offering you a lord paramountcy at 17. I am asking you to choose between an old man's bitterness and a young man's kingdom. I am asking, Theon. I am only asking. If the answer is no, I will respect it. I will lock you up for 10 days, and I will fly south and burn Pike without you, and I will then either crown a Sha or hold the islands myself, and the islands will be poorer for not having you, but they will be governed. The choice is yours. I am not going to threaten you. I love you too much to threaten you. Theon had looked up. His eyes were wet. Jon had not expected that. You called me brother. I have always called you brother. To others I have not, because the Iron Islanders are touchy, but in my own head I have always called you brother. You and Robb and I and you, 3 of us. We are the 3 of us, Theon. We have been since you came up to Winterfell. I am not asking you to abandon Pike. I am asking you to take Pike. I am asking you to be what Pike has needed for 9 years. I am asking you to come home in a way that takes you home in a saddle, not in a sack. Theon had stood up. Theon had crossed the floor of the byre. Theon had put his hand against Visnya's flank. Visnya, who liked to be touched on the lower flank below the wing, made a small sound that was not a growl and was not a purr, but was a thing she did when she was satisfied with a touch. And Theon had stood for a long moment with his hand on the dragon and his face turned away, and then he had said, I'm in. I'm with you. I'll go to Pike after. I'll govern. I'll do it well. I'll do it because I want to, not because you asked. I want to. I have always wanted to. I never knew how. Snow, Stark, Aegon, whatever your name is now, give me 10 years and I'll have an iron fleet that will fight for you against any enemy you choose. Give me 20 and I'll have an iron people who do not reave. Give me 30 and I'll have an iron kingdom that loves its king. That's the deal. Deal, Jon had said. Theon, I love you. I'll see you on Pike when it's done. Theon had nodded. Theon had embraced him briefly, the awkward embrace of 2 young men who had not in their lives much embraced one another, and then Theon had gone back to his blindfold and back to Winterfell. That had been 6 weeks before the flight. Now Jon was on the headland at Bear Island with Visnya, sleeping, having broken his flight for the night, with Midge Mormont sitting beside him by the fire. Boy King, Lady Mormont, I'm to give you a sword. What sword? Longclaw. She held it out. It was a bastard sword, hand-and-a-half hilt, dark Valyrian steel that drank the firelight the way thirsty earth drinks rain. The pommel had been carved recently in the shape of a wolf's head with eyes that had been set with 2 small gray-blue stones. Jon recognized the wolf at once. It was a Stark wolf in the new northern style, the same style Mikken had used on Jon's own sword Snow. Snow had been a steel imitation. This was the original Valyrian thing. Lady, this is your son Jorah's sword. It is the Mormont sword. It was. My son Jorah is dead to me and dead to the north. He sold men into slavery in this very harbor 6 years ago. He fled to Essos. He is, by report, sworn as a sellsword in some squalid free city. He will not return. His sword has been at the bottom of my hall in a wrapped cloth for 6 years. I have not used it. I have a sword. The Mormonts will have a new ancestral sword in time. I will not pretend Longclaw is not Mormont steel. It is, and Jorah's name will be on the page of the Mormont histories, but Longclaw is now a king's sword. You are a king. The North is going to fight a long night. The North needs its Valyrian steel in the king's hand. The king's hand is your hand. Take it. I do not ask anything in exchange. I have already sworn to you. The sword is the gift of the north by way of the Mormonts to the king in the south. Don't argue, take it. He had taken it. He had taken it and pressed the flat of the blade to his forehead in the old northern way of accepting a gift sword, and Midge Mormont had nodded once, satisfied, and had then poured him a cup of mulled wine. Lady Mormont, I have a question. Ask. You agreed to swear to me at Winterfell. The first oath after the Great Jon's was Mormont's by your hand, and I will not forget that. But I want to know, why did you swear? You did not have to. You could have asked for a year to think. I would have given it. Midge Mormont laughed, a deep dry laugh, and stirred the fire with the toe of her boot. Boy, you walked into a hall with 3 dragons in your saddlebag, with the sword of the morning on your resume, with the prophecy of Maester Aemon at your back, and with a Stark on your left. You did not threaten us. You did not bribe us. You promised your brother a crown larger than any Stark has worn in 300 years. You set up a pact in which the North is not under the South but beside the South. You did the one thing no Targaryen has ever done in 300 years. You showed the North respect. The North is starved for respect. The North bends a knee easily when the kneeling is honest. I bent my knee because the kneeling was honest. So did the Great Jon. So did everyone in that hall. Boy, if you ride south and do this for every kingdom, if you show them all the same respect you showed the North, you'll be sitting the throne by your 16th Nameday with not 100 dead. You won't burn but 2 cities. You'll do it. Have a drink, sleep, fly at dawn, burn pike. Bring me a charred crab claw for my mantle. He had laughed. He had not laughed often in the months of preparation, but he had laughed at that, because Midge Mormont was the kind of woman whose laughter you joined, because her laughter was the laughter of a woman who had seen the worst the world could do and had thrown rocks at it. He had slept. He had risen at the hour of the wolf. He had mounted Visenya. He had risen above Bear Island in the dawn dark and turned south. The flight the Iron Islands lay at a distance of 240 leagues south by southwest of Bear Island, across the Sunset Sea, and Visenya, at the age of 3.5, in her first full year of riding flight, covered the distance in 9 hours of steady flying. Jon flew her at an altitude of about 1,000 feet for most of it, low enough to see the small fishing boats that dotted the sea, high enough that the boats took her for a great cormorant or a strange southern hawk and not for the thing she was. He had taken pains to fly only at the very gray of dawn and the very gray of dusk, in flights over the past year, in case the fishing fleets had any sharp-eyed lookouts. He did not fly at gray today. He flew in full mid-morning sun. He wanted to be seen. The first fishing boat that saw him, a Lordsport carrack out of the Tawny Cat dock, hauling cod 3 leagues off the coast of Saltcliffe, saw him at the 3rd hour of the morning, and the captain stared up at the great black shape against the sun and crossed himself in the drowned god's way, and then dropped to his knees on the deck and prayed in a tongue that had not been heard at Lordsport for 200 years. His crew, 3 men, did the same. They sailed back into Lordsport at speed and shouted at every dockrat they passed, and the news ran through Lordsport in 20 minutes, and from Lordsport to Pike in another 20 by way of a fast galloper, and Balon Greyjoy was told before noon that a dragon of the old type of the books, was flying down the Iron Coast toward Pike. Balon Greyjoy did not believe it. Balon Greyjoy was sitting in his seastone chair at the time, hearing a dispute between 2 captains over a captured ship from the Reach, and when his Maester ran in with the news he stopped the dispute and said only, "Damp Eskrid, are you drunk?" My lord, 3 of the lookouts on the Tawny Cat saw it, and 4 men from another boat, and the gallopers from Lordsport, they are certain. Dragons are extinct, my lord, dragons are extinct. My lord, the Targaryen who hatched these dragons is not extinct. He is the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark, born in secret, raised at Winterfell. He has been seen in Winterfell by ravens. Lord Stark held an assembly at noon last week, and the realm is told. The realm is told. The boy is 14. He has 3 dragons. He has the north. He is coming, my lord. He is coming here today. He will be at Pike by dusk. Balon Greyjoy stood up. His eyes, which were the color of old slate, and which had been called by his men the cold of the seabed, went cold even by his standards. He drew breath. Sound the horns. Call the captains. Tell my brothers. Tell Damfair. Tell every Ironborn within shouting distance of Pike. If a dragon means to come to my rock, I will give it a welcome. I have not bent the knee to Robert Baratheon. I have not bent the knee to the Iron Throne. I will not bend the knee to a green boy on a winged worm. We are Ironborn. We do not kneel. We do not kneel. Where is my axe? He found his axe. He went to his battlements. He stared south-southeast over the sea, and through the mid-morning haze he saw, eventually, a shape that did not at first move like a bird and then did not move like any bird, and that grew, the longer he stared at it, into a shape that was not a bird at all. His maester beside him said, "My lord, be silent." The dragon came. It came low. Visenya at 3.5 was not yet the size she would be at 6, but she was. Jon had measured her in the byre with a charcoal mark on the wall, 40 feet from nose to tail tip, and her wingspan was a little under 50. She flew with the casual unhurry of an animal that has been bred for war, and that knows this is what war is for. Jon sat in the saddle in plain black leathers with the wolf's head pommel of snow at his hip and Longclaw across his back and the Targaryen sigil ring on his middle finger and nothing else of any decoration about him. He was 14, lean, dark-haired, and he had the look of a young man who had not slept much in 3 days. He circled Pike once slowly at the height of the 3rd tower. He let them see him. He let them see her. He let them count the dragon claws. Then he hovered. He had not been sure Visenya would hover. Hovering was a thing he and she had practiced only in the last month, only in the Wolfswood, only over the broad meadow at Greybarrow. But she did. She hovered above the courtyard of Pike at a height of perhaps 70 feet, high enough that Balon's axe was not a threat, low enough that Balon's face was readable, and Jon, in a voice he had practiced for 6 months to make carry from a dragon saddle, called down, "Balongreyjoy, Lord of Pyk. I am Aegon, 6th of my name. I am the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. I have come for your knee. Bend it and Pike is yours. Bend it and the Iron Islands continue. Bend it and you sit in your seastone chair until you die of age, and your son inherits, and your daughter inherits after him. And the Greyjoys are a great house of the realm for another 1,000 years. I will not promise you that you will love me. I will only promise you that I will love the Iron Islands enough to leave them to Ironborn rule. Bend the knee, my lord. Bend it today. Bend it now. I will land in the courtyard if you give me the word. We will share a cup. We will write the pact. I will be on my way by dusk, and you will have lost nothing but your sky." Balon Greyjoy raised his axe. He shouted, "We do not sow. We do not kneel. Go back to your northern hole, boy, before I—" He did not finish the sentence. He had not finished many sentences in his life. Jon had been listening with the patience of a man who had expected this answer for 4 years. Jon spoke a word in Valyrian. It was the word Dracarys. Visenya breathed. The breath of a young dragon at 3.5 years was not the breath of an Aegon the First dragon at full grown. It was not Balerion the Black Dread's breath. It was not a breath that could reduce a kingdom in an hour, but it was a breath. The breath came out of Visenya's mouth as a cone of fire about 30 feet long and 15 feet wide at the tip, and the fire was the color of a banked forge, not the orange of a campfire, not the yellow of a torch, but the deeper color, the color of iron when it is about to be steel. The fire fell across the courtyard of Pike in a single wash, and across the lower battlements, and across the eastern tower, and across the kitchens. And the stone of Pike, which was old, saltine, brittle, went gray-white where the fire touched it, the way bones go gray-white in a hot fire. Balon Greyjoy did not have time to lower his axe. The axe was in his hand, and then the axe was a memory, and Balon Greyjoy was a memory, and the 7 men on the battlement around him were memories, and the eastern tower of Pike gave a slow groan and listed, and 10 minutes later fell into the sea. Jon banked Visenya away. He came around. He hovered again, this time over the inner courtyard. The Maester Windhammer was alive. The Maester had run inside the keep at the first sight of the dragon and was therefore not on the battlement when it burned. The Maester now ran out into the inner courtyard with his hands held up empty, and he shouted up at Jon Snow at the top of his voice. Your Grace, Balon is dead. The Lord of Pyke is dead. Who does your Grace wish to treat with? Jon called down. Who is left? Aegon Greyjoy Dampfair, the Lord's brother. Victarion Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Fleet, the Lord's other brother. Both are on the rock. Both are alive. Both will come to you. Bring them. He waited. Visenya hovered. She was sweating from the breath. She would need to land and rest within the hour, or her wing muscles would seize. Jon knew it. He had not announced it to anyone. He hovered as if he could hover all day. The Iron Islands would learn the dragon's limits in time. The Iron Islands would not learn them today. Aegon Greyjoy, the Dampfair, the drowned priest, gaunt as a heron and damp even in the sun, came into the courtyard with Victarion behind him. Victarion was a great barrel of a man with a battle-axe in his belt and a face like a fist. The Dampfair shouted up, We will treat, King. We will treat. Land. We give you guest right. We give you salt and bread. We give you our word. Jon called back, Guest right is a southern matter. I will accept it, but I am also IRONBORN aware. Know this, if you break guest right today, every GREYJOY on this rock will be a charcoal drawing by dusk. I will land. You will give me salt and bread. We will treat. He landed. He landed in the inner courtyard, with Visenya settling on her haunches like a great cat, her wings folding with a sound like sails coming down, and Jon dismounted and walked across the cobbles to the Dampfair, who held out a small wooden plate on which lay a heel of black bread and a thumb of salt. Jon ate the bread. He ate the salt. He looked at the 2 surviving Greyjoy brothers, the priest and the captain, and he said, My uncle Aegon, my uncle Victarion, I am sorry for the death of your brother. I am not sorry I caused it. He would not bend the knee. I gave him every opportunity. You will perhaps want vengeance. You will perhaps find I am not vengeable. I have come with terms. The terms are these. Theon Greyjoy, the Lord's only living son, becomes Lord of Pike. He has been raised at Winterfell since he was 7. He is loyal to me. He will be loyal to you, in the small ways that allow a man to be loyal to 2 things at once. He will return to Pike within the fortnight. Until he arrives, you will hold Pike for me jointly as castellans. You will assemble the captains and the lords of the islands at Pike within the week. They will be told the terms. The terms are, the Iron Islands swear to me as Aegon, 6th of my name. The Iron Islands remain ruled by an Ironborn. The Iron Islands stop reaving on Westerosi coasts forever. The Iron Islands may build a fleet to my service. The Iron Islands fleet, when called, will fight for me in any war I declare. The Iron Islands keep their drowned god. The Iron Islands keep their longhouses. The Iron Islands keep, in short, every iron thing about themselves except the right to raid the kingdoms that I will, by year's end, also be ruling. I am asking for one thing, the cessation of reaving on my coasts, and I am giving you in exchange the right to live, the right to be ruled by your own kin, the right to keep your gods, and the right to make of your fleet a great instrument of war that will be the navy of the realm. Do you accept these terms? The Dampfair stared. Victarion stared. The Dampfair said, Boy, I am a priest of the drowned god. I will need to consult the drowned god. Consult him, he will tell you to take the terms. The drowned god is not a fool. Boy, take care. I will not take care. I have not the time to take care. I will say to a priest what a priest's God has been telling him. Your God is the God of reaving, and your God has been told for 9 years that he is the wrong God, and your God has watched his islands shrink and his people starve and his sons drown for 9 years, because Balon Greyjoy gave him no other prayer. I will give him a different prayer. I will give him the prayer of a strong fleet that fights great wars and earns great glory, and brings great spoils back to the islands from far-off places. The drowned god can have the stepstones. The drowned god can have the basilisk coast. The drowned god can have, in time, Lies and Tyrosh. The drowned god can be the god of an iron fleet that crosses the world. He cannot be the god of pirates who burn fishing villages in the Stormlands. He has chosen the smaller. I am offering him the larger. Tell him so. He will listen. The Damphair stared a long while. Then the Damphair did a thing Aegon Greyjoy had not done in 12 years. He laughed. Boy, you are a strange Targaryen. I am a Stark Targaryen. We are a new sort. My God will hear me. I will go to the sea. I will hear him. I will return at dusk. Go. Victarion was harder. Victarion had loved Balon in the way a brother loves a brother. Victarion stood for a long time with his hand on his axe and his face entirely unreadable. Then Victarion said, in a voice that was thicker than the Damphair's, Boy, Lord Victarion, you killed my brother. I killed your brother because he chose to be killed. I would have left him alive. He chose otherwise. I am sorry. You apologize for him. I apologize for his death. I apologize for the manner of it. I do not apologize for the necessity. I am offering you, Lord Victarion, the command of the Iron Fleet under my reign. I am offering you, after the conquest is complete, the command of all the king's ships, with a title to be determined, Master of Ships perhaps, or Grand Admiral. I am offering you the stepstones in due course to subdue and govern as a march of the realm under your house. I am offering you, in short, the largest naval command in the history of Westeros. In exchange, I am asking you to govern the islands jointly with your nephew until your nephew comes of full age, and to give me your axe and your oath. Will you give them? Victarion stared. Boy, you are asking me to forget my brother. I am asking you to remember him in the only way men should remember their brothers. I am asking you to remember him by living past him. I am asking you to remember him by being his replacement. I am asking you to wield his axe and to run his fleet and to do on his rock the things he could not do because he was too small a man to do them. You loved your brother. Honor him, live. Victarion stood for a long, long moment. Then Victarion did a thing he had not done in his life. He dropped to one knee. He laid his axe across his palms. He said, My king. Jon took the axe. He laid the flat of it on Victarion's shoulder. He gave it back. Rise, Lord Victarion, hold your axe. Hold your rock, hold my fleet when it comes. We will speak again before midsummer. He stood up. He looked at the burning eastern tower of Pike, the smoking battlement, the 7 dead men whose names he did not know but whom he would, in his ledger that night, list and mourn, and he turned away. He had been on Pike for 2 hours. He had killed 8 men. He had won the Second Kingdom. The aftermath, he flew back to Bear Island at dusk. Visenya was exhausted. He landed her in the long meadow on the south coast, and he slept on her flank under her wing for 6 hours before he could move himself. He flew home to Winterfell over 3 days, stopping at Bear Island once more and at the Wolf's Den once for the night. Theon Greyjoy left Winterfell within the fortnight. Theon took ship from White Harbor. Theon arrived at Pike 24 days after the burning. Theon was met at the dock at Lordsport by Aegon Damphair, who looked at him for a long moment and said, Salt and bread, nephew. Theon ate the salt and bread. Theon walked up to Pike. Theon was crowned, or more accurately, raised, since the Ironborn did not crown. They raised by acclamation of the captains. Lord of Pike a week after that, with the captains of 50 longships in attendance, with his sister Asha standing at his right hand. She had returned from a raid in the Stepstones a fortnight before, having been informed of the situation by a coded raven Jon had sent to a friend at Saltcliffe, and with his uncles flanking him at acceptable distances of grave courtesy. Theon governed well. Theon did, in fact, govern as well as Jon had hoped he would. He stopped the reaving on the Stormland coast within his first month and on the Reach coast within his third, and he turned the Iron Fleet, Victarion grumbling but obedient, to the slow building of the great navy that would, a year hence, be the means by which Jon Snow brought 12,000 men of the Reach down to the Stormlands without a single horse needing to travel by road. The cessation of reaving cost Theon, the first year, the goodwill of 7 of his captains, 3 of whom plotted against him, and 1 of whom led a small mutiny that Theon put down in person with 2 strokes of an axe. The cessation of reaving earned him, in the same year, the goodwill of every coastal lord of the 6 kingdoms that he had previously been raiding, which was a goodwill worth a great deal more than the loss of 7 captains. The Iron Islands swore in 30 days, as Jon had planned. The Iron Islands held in the years that followed. Theon's lordship was contested twice in his first 3 years, and not at all after that. The drowned god, by Aaron Damfair's report, accepted the larger prayer with a remarkable grace and began, in time, to be invoked at the launching of any fleet that left the islands on the king's business, no matter how far the fleet sailed. The Second Kingdom was won. Jon Snow returned to Winterfell on the 18th day after his flight south, set Snow and Longclaw on his writing table side by side, sat down with a cup of mulled wine that Catelyn had brought him. Catelyn brought him mulled wine now, and he drank it, and they did not yet speak of the things that needed to be spoken of between an aunt and a nephew, but they did sit, sometimes in the evening, drinking wine in the same room, and he opened the ledger and he wrote. In the column called Men Killed Who Did Not Deserve to Die, 8 men of pike whose names I will learn from Windammer the Maester. They were on the battlement with Balon. They were carrying out their lord's orders. I gave them no warning. I will fund their families through the new lordship of Theon Greyjoy. I will not forget that I killed them. He did not forget. The ledger by the end of the conquest would have a list of 104 names in the column called Men Killed Who Did Not Deserve to Die, and Jon Snow would have learned every one of them, and the names would haunt him until the night his own son was born, 11 years later, when the haunting did not stop but learned, at last, to share his bed. The Iron Islands swore in 30 days as the plan had specified. The Stormlands were next. Chapter 5. The Stag bends easily mid-298 AC. Robert Baratheon had died in the autumn of 297 AC, a year and a month before Aegon, 6th of his name, came south on 3 dragons to take his hall. The dying had been a foolish dying. Robert had been hunting a boar in the Kingswood, drunk on Dornish red, and the boar had been hunting Robert in the way that boars in the Kingswood are not properly hunted by drunk men, and the boar had won. The story was that Lancel Lannister, Robert's squire, had been ordered by the Queen to give the king strong wine and not weak, and that the king had taken a tusk to the belly because the strong wine had made him slow. The story was probably true. The story was not, in any case, the story Aegon Targaryen had to manage. The story Aegon Targaryen had to manage was Robert dead, Joffrey on the Iron Throne, 12 years old, vicious, almost certainly not Robert's, sitting on the throne by the will of Cersei Lannister and the silence of Eddard Stark, who had ridden south briefly in the spring of 297 as a witness to the funeral, and had returned north with his lips pressed thin and his eyes troubled, having heard things in the small council chamber that he had spent half a year not telling Jon, and then, in the autumn of 297, telling him in full. Renly Baratheon at 18 ruling Storm's End in his own right, Stannis Baratheon at 38 ruling Dragonstone in name, but mostly sulking on the floor of his solar, and the kingdom south of the Trident in a state of careful suspicion of King's Landing that fell well short of rebellion but well short, also, of trust. Renly Baratheon was, in Aegon's careful judgment, the easiest lord south of the Trident. Renly was 18, golden-haired, charming, and in love with Laura's Tyrell of Highgarden. This last fact was known to the entire realm, known in the way most courts know everything and pretend to know nothing, and was a fact Aegon had been given by Aemon in a letter as the central lever of the Stormlands campaign. Renly does not want a war. Renly does not want a throne. Renly wants Laura's. Renly wants Storm's End. Renly wants a country house in the Reach and a lover who hawks well. Renly's brother Robert beat the kingship into him with a kind of contempt for 14 years, and Renly grew up understanding the kingship as a thing that makes a man bitter. He will not fight for it. He will fight briefly for his pride. You will allow him the brief pride. You will then allow him the love and the country house and the hawking. He will swear in a fortnight. Aegon, who was still in the council of his own head, Jon, but who used the name Aegon now in his letters to lords because Aemon had said the name is the throne, write the name, had spent 2 months arranging the visit. He had sent a letter at midsummer. The letter had been delivered to Storm's End by an officer of the Vale. Aegon did not trust the message to a raven, and the officer had been a 15-year-old squire to a small Vale lord named Lyn Corbray, and the squire had handed the letter to Renly Baratheon in the great hall of Storm's End at noon on a Saturday in the month of the Bear, and Renly Baratheon had read it, and Renly Baratheon had laughed. He had laughed because the letter was not what he had expected. The letter said, "Lord Renly, I am Aegon Targaryen, 6th of my name. I will not waste your time disputing my lineage. You will hear from sources you trust before the end of the month that I am the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, born in secret at the Tower of Joy, raised at Winterfell by my uncle Eddard Stark, kept secret these 14 years. You will hear from the same sources that I have hatched 3 dragon eggs in the crypts of Winterfell, that the dragons are now of riding age, and that I have, this past spring, taken the oaths of the North, and this past month taken the oath of the Iron Islands after a brief engagement in which Lord Balon was killed in his refusal to bend the knee, and Lord Theon, my friend since boyhood, was raised to the seat of Pike. You will not, when you hear these things, be entirely surprised, because the realm has been whispering of them for a season already. I am writing to you, my lord, because I would prefer not to fly over Storm's End on a dragon. Storm's End is the most beautiful castle in the 7 kingdoms. I would prefer to keep it. I would prefer to call upon you, at the time of your convenience in the early autumn, with a small honor guard and 1 dragon, the smallest, the cream, and to be received as a guest, to sit at your table, to drink your wine, to discuss the terms by which your house and mine may bind themselves in the new realm I am building. I will not ask you to do a thing you do not wish to do. I will only ask you to hear me. The terms I will offer, which I tell you now so that you may consider them at leisure before I arrive, are these. You bend the knee to me as Aegon, 6th of my name. I confirm you in the lordship of Storm's End in perpetuity, and I make House Baratheon the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, with all the prerogatives that title has historically carried and several additional prerogatives that we may negotiate. The Crownlands claim on certain disputed lands in the Kingswood will, by my hand, be resolved in your favor. I confirm Stannis Baratheon in the lordship of Dragonstone, on the condition that he swears to me as I am sure he will not wish to do. If he will not, I will require an alternative arrangement for Dragonstone which we will negotiate. Stannis is your brother, not mine. The management of him is, in part, your task as much as it is mine. I will be patient with him. I formally recognize House Tyrell as having an alliance with House Baratheon of a particular and notable kind, and I confirm that any private arrangement between yourself and Sir Loras Tyrell of Highgarden is not a thing I will inquire into. I do not require you to marry. I do not require you to produce an heir of your body. The Baratheon line may continue through a designated successor, a cousin, a storm, a fostered nephew without prejudice. This is, I understand, a matter of some importance to you. You contribute the swords of the Stormlands to my campaign against the Long Night when the Long Night comes. You contribute them on the same footing as every other Lord Paramount of the realm. I will not ask you to contribute swords to the campaigns of the next 2 years. I do not need them, and I would not have your men spilled in the conquering of the Reach, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, or the Crownlands. The Stormlands' role in the conquest is to bend the knee and to keep its harvest steady. That is all. I will arrive at Storm's End on the 1st day of the 7th month, attended by a small honor guard of 12 riders and 1 dragon. I will give you a fortnight's notice of my exact arrival hour by Raven. I will request guest right. I will not abuse it. Yours in the new realm we will build together. Aegon, 6th of his name, Renly Baratheon, having read the letter, had laughed because the letter was the kindest letter he had ever received from a man who was about to ask him for his castle. The letter had taken him seriously. The letter had named, by allusion, the thing that the realm whispered about him without ever directly saying it, and had said, I do not require you to marry, I do not inquire. The letter had offered him, in plain terms, the Lord Paramountcy his brother Robert had held only in a half-hearted way. Robert had given the day-to-day governance of the Stormlands to a string of stewards, and the Stormlands had never been governed with the seriousness that a great house deserved. And the letter had offered, by way of an aside, the Kingswood lands that the Baratheons had been arguing about with the Crownlands for 150 years. Renly read the letter twice. Renly poured himself a cup of arbor gold. Renly read the letter a 3rd time. Renly summoned his master of horse and his maester and his castellan to his solar. He said, Gentlemen, I have a question. My lord, how does one welcome a Targaryen who has 3 dragons, 2 armies, and the patience of an old man at 14 years of age? The Maester, an old, very thoughtful man called Cresson, on loan from Dragonstone, said, My lord, one welcomes him as one would welcome any king of the realm. One bends the knee. One puts him in the Lord's guest chambers. One serves the second-best wine on the first night because the best wine is for the night the oaths are sworn. One has the cooks prepare the marsh duck pie. One has the singers sing the stag and the stallion because the song is about the Targaryens and Baratheons being old kin and is a piece of polite flattery that the boy may recognize but cannot decently decline. One does, in short, everything one would do for an honored guest. Then on the morning of the 2nd day, one bends the knee. You do not advise resistance. My lord, you have 10,000 swords. The boy has 3 dragons. 2 of his dragons are of riding age. The 3rd is, by the report we have, only just so. He has Casterly Rock to deal with after you. He has Highgarden to deal with after that. He will not waste his fire on you if you bend the knee. He has stated in writing, which I have read 4 times, that he would prefer not to fly over Storm's End. He has offered you the Kingswood lands. He has offered Loras a kind of recognition no Targaryen has ever offered a Tyrell. He has, my lord, taken the trouble of being polite. Returning the politeness costs you a knee. Refusing the politeness costs you a castle. I have advised resistance to lords for 45 years. I do not advise it here. I advise the knee. I advise the knee and the wine and the marsh duck pie. Renly had thought. Renly had drunk his arbor gold. Renly had said, Send a raven to Highgarden. Loras must be here when the boy arrives. I will not bend my knee without my Tyrell in the hall. Tell the cooks the marsh duck pie. Tell the singers the stag and the stallion, and tell them to learn the black dragon's daughter as a courteous nod to his Targaryen heritage. Send a second raven to Stannis on Dragonstone telling him what has happened. Stannis will sulk. Let Stannis sulk. The dragon rider is not coming here to ask Stannis for his knee yet, and we will not invite Stannis to the negotiation. Stannis will hear of it after. The instructions had been carried out. Loras Tyrell had ridden from Highgarden to Storm's End in the second week of the 7th month, accompanied by a small honor guard and a great deal of fashionable luggage. Loras was 20 years old then. Loras was the most beautiful young man at any court in Westeros. Loras had the long-fingered competence of a knight who had been winning tourneys since he was 16, and the slightly distracted air of a young man who has won so many tourneys that they have lost some of their savor. He arrived at Storm's End at sunset. He embraced Renly in the inner courtyard with a kind of unembarrassed warmth that the castellan studiously did not see. He took his accustomed chambers in the east wing. The dragon rider, King Aegon, as Renly had instructed the household to refer to him in advance, although the household was still adjusting to the title, arrived 2 days later. The arrival he came at dawn. This was, Renly thought afterwards, a piece of careful theatrical engineering. Aegon could have come at noon with the sun behind him, the dragon backlit in a glory. Aegon had not come at noon. Aegon had come at dawn in the grey light, when the grey rain was still on the cliffs of Cape Wrath, and the grey sea was still on the rocks below the castle, and everything in the world was the color of slate. Rhaenys, the cream dragon, the smallest of his three, appeared out of the cloudbank above the cliffs in a slow descending spiral, and landed in the cliff meadow east of the castle, the same cliff meadow where Stormlanders had held their summer tournaments for 200 years, and Aegon dismounted, and Aegon walked down the path toward the castle on foot. He walked toward the castle on foot. That was the second piece of theatrical engineering. Aegon could have flown the dragon to the gatehouse. Aegon could have landed in the courtyard. Aegon had instead landed at a respectful distance and was walking up to the gate, the way an honored guest walks up to the gate of his host, with 12 riders behind him on northern Garrons, all in plain dark cloaks with the Stark wolf and the Targaryen dragon both embroidered small on the shoulder. The dragon stayed in the meadow. The dragon settled herself like a great cream cat. The dragon was visible from the battlements of Storm's End, and was therefore not forgotten, but was not at the gate. Renly had not seen a dragon in his life. Renly stood on the battlement at sunrise and watched the dragon settle on her haunches in the meadow and curl her tail around her feet and lower her head onto her forelegs, and Renly thought, I would like to ride one of those. I would not want to be him, but I would like, very much, to ride one. He went down to the gate. He went down to the gate to meet his king. He greeted Aegon at the threshold, where the drawbridge met the cobble of the gatehouse, and he greeted him with the words he had been taught by Cresson to use, the old formal greeting of a lord to a king on first meeting at a lord's gate. Be welcome at my hall, your grace, by salt and bread, and the 7 walls of Storm's End. The hall is yours while you stand in it, and the table is yours, and the gods of the place are with you for as long as you abide. I am Renly of House Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End. May we speak? Aegon had bowed a small, very correct bow and had said, I am Aegon of House Targaryen, 6th of my name, raised by Stark on the old god's bone, taught by Aemon on the wall, blooded in the north. I accept the salt and bread and the 7 walls. I accept the table and the gods. We may speak. They went inside. They went up to the Lord Solar. Loras Tyrell was already there. Loras had been told by Renly to be there. Loras was leaning against the window jamb in a doublet of green velvet with golden roses worked into the seams, and Loras stood up straight when Aegon entered the room. Renly said, "Your Grace, my friend Sir Loras Tyrell of Highgarden." Aegon said, "Sir Loras, I have wished to meet you. Your 2 tourney wins at the Penetree last summer were the talk of the North as far as last Hearth, and the great Jon Umber, who is not given to flattery, said your tilting against the Hound was the prettiest thing he had ever seen done with a horse." Loras smiled. It was the smile he gave at tournaments when handing favors to the wives of lords he was politely declining. He said, "Your Grace flatters me. I had thought the great Jon Umber would care more for my mace work than my lance work. He cares for both. He cares most for the fact that you finished a tourney 3 days running on the same horse. He has not in his life finished any tourney on the same horse. He believes it a sign of unusual virtue." Loras laughed. It was a real laugh. Renly relaxed. He had been afraid Aegon would be cold. He had been afraid Aegon would be the cold sort of Targaryen, Aerys's sort, meager sort, and that the meeting would be a piece of bared steel in a velvet glove. Aegon was not cold. Aegon was, in fact, charming in a particular way that was unlike any charm Renly had seen. He was not the charm of Robert, which had been the charm of a man's man who needed to win the room. He was not the charm of Tywin Lannister, which had been a charm by absence, the careful absence of any charm at all. Aegon's charm was the charm of a young man who had been planning this conversation for 2 years, and had decided that the way to win it was to have arrived already knowing the things about Loras Tyrell that would make Loras Tyrell smile. They sat. The wine was brought. The wine was the second best Arbor Gold, exactly as Crescent had specified. Renly drank. Aegon drank. Loras drank. Aegon set down his cup. He said, "My Lord Renly, may I speak directly, please? I have written you all I had to write. The terms are in the letter. I will not haggle them. I have come to ask you the question. I will ask it once. I will not ask it twice. I will not have the conversation we are about to have go for an hour. The conversation either ends in a knee or it does not, and if it does not, I will rise from this chair and walk to the meadow and mount my dragon and fly home, and the next thing you will see from me will be a dragon over your castle. I do not wish to fly the dragon over your castle. Storm's End is the most beautiful castle in the 7 kingdoms. I would like to keep it. Will you bend the knee?" Renly Baratheon looked at his cup. Renly Baratheon looked at Loras. Loras met Renly's eyes. Loras gave him the smallest nod. Renly Baratheon, who had spent most of his life avoiding any decision that could not be undone, made a decision that could not be undone. He stood. He crossed the floor. He knelt. "I, Renly of House Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, kneel to Aegon of House Targaryen, 6th of his name, and swear by salt and bread and the 7 walls and the gods of my house, that I am his liege man for so long as he is my king. He is my king. I am his man. May the 7 witness." Aegon rose. He laid Snow's flat blade on Renly's left shoulder, then his right, then his left. "Rise, Renly of House Baratheon, Lord Paramount of the Stormlands." Renly rose. He was smiling. The smiling was not quite a smile of relief. It was something more complicated. It was the smile of a man who has just made the largest decision of his life and discovered, against his expectation, that he is glad of it. "Your Grace, will you stay the week?" "I will stay 3 days. I have a guest right and I will not abuse it. We will sign the formal documents this afternoon. We will hold the public ceremony tomorrow in the hall with the bannermen of the Stormlands. We will have a feast tomorrow night. I will fly out at dawn on the 3rd morning. Is that acceptable?" "It is. There is one thing, Your Grace." "Ask." "Loras." Aegon turned. He looked at Loras Tyrell, who had not moved from the window. He said, "Sir Loras, may I speak with you in private before I leave?" "Of course, Your Grace. Tomorrow evening, after the feast, the 2 of us. I want to know what Highgarden is thinking. I want to know it from a Tyrell who is not Olenna. Mace Tyrell will not tell me. Olenna will tell me only what she wishes me to hear. You are the third-born son. You have the run of Highgarden in a way Mace does not. You see your grandmother every day. You will tell me what she is plotting. I will not abuse the information. I will pay for it if you wish payment in any coin you name." Loras Tyrell smiled. He said, "Your Grace, I will tell you. I do not want a coin. I will tell you because Renly has just sworn to you, and what is good for my king is good for my king's Lord Paramount, and what is good for my king's Lord Paramount is good for me. I will also tell you because Olenna is going to bend the knee to you in the autumn no matter what I say, and there is no betrayal in giving you a map of a journey she has already booked. I will tell you, come and find me after the feast." Aegon inclined his head. He drained his wine. He stood up. "My Lord Renly, may I see the meadow before I rest? My dragon will want to know I am within hailing distance. She frets if I am too long indoors." "Of course, Your Grace, I will walk you down." They walked down to the meadow. They walked side by side with 12 guards behind them and Loras Tyrell behind them all, watching the boy on the foot beside his lord with a thoughtful, considering, slightly amused expression. Rhaenys lifted her head as they approached. She made a small sound, a cream sound, a dragon's welcome home, and Renly Baratheon stopped at a distance of perhaps 30 feet and stared. He had seen the dragon from the battlement at dawn. He had not seen the dragon close. She was the size of 3 war horses standing on top of each other. She was the color of new butter on the underside and the color of old vellum on the back, and her wings were the color of dawn light through paper. Her eyes were the color of polished amber. She turned her head, a long, slow, considering turn, and she looked at Renly Baratheon, and Renly Baratheon felt a thing he had not expected to feel. He felt small. He felt small not the way a man feels small standing under a tall tower or a tall man, but the way a man feels small standing in front of a thing that knows he is small. The dragon was looking at him, the way an old falconer looks at a new hawk. The dragon was measuring him. Aegon walked over to the dragon. He put his hand on her muzzle. He spoke in a low voice in Old Valyrian. The dragon lowered her head. The dragon allowed him to scratch the soft scales below her jaw. The dragon made the cream sound again. Aegon said in the common tongue, "Renly, come here. She has been told you are not to be feared. She will not eat you. Come and put your hand on her shoulder. She likes that." Renly stood for a moment. Then Renly, because he was Renly, and Renly was the kind of man who would never have refused such an invitation, walked forward. He put his hand on Rhaenys' shoulder. Her hide was warm, warmer than warm. The hide pulsed faintly with the slow pulse of a dragon at rest. He stood with his hand on the dragon for a long moment. He said, "Your Grace, I am glad I knelt. I know you are, most lords are after. I have a question, may I ask it?" "Yes." "Could I someday ride one?" Aegon turned. He looked at Renly. He looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "There are 4 people in this realm I trust to ride a dragon. You are not yet one of them. You could become one. There is a process. You have to be near them for some time. You have to be unafraid. You have to be in some way like me, which is to say, you have to have some piece of Targaryen blood or some piece of soul that the dragon recognizes. I do not know what the recognition is. Aemon says it is not entirely blood. Aemon says it is partly want. If you want it, Renly, you may come to me in some year and we will see. I do not promise, but I will not refuse the asking." Renly nodded. He took his hand off the dragon. He turned and walked back to the castle, with Aegon at his side, and Renly thought, "I have a king who is 14. I have a king who is going to give me Storm's End for life, and the Kingswood lands and a chance, perhaps, to ride a dragon. I knelt to a stranger this morning, and I have, since then, drunk his wine and pet his dragon and signed his treaty. I do not understand how he has done it. I do not understand how a boy of 14 has, in a single morning, made me a Baratheon who is more pleased to be a Baratheon than I have been in 18 years. but he was pleased. He was pleased the rest of the day. He was pleased through the formal signing in the Lord's Solar, and through the night's feast, and through the next morning's public ceremony in the great hall, where Aegon stood on the dais and Renly knelt before him and the bannermen of the Stormlands, Brienne of Tarth among them, a quiet woman of 19 whom Renly had only just begun to keep in his service, knelt after. Brienne knelt for Renly. Brienne knelt for Aegon. Brienne, when she rose, was looking at Aegon with an expression that was not Renly's expression, and not Laura's expression, but a third expression. It was the expression of a woman who had seen a king for the first time in her life, and had realized that the kingship she had been brought up to believe in, Robert's kingship, the kingship of strong men and big tables and great hunts, had not been kingship at all. The kingship she had been looking at all her life had been the loud version. Aegon was the quiet version. Brienne, who was a quiet woman, made the silent decision in the great hall at Storm's End that she would, when her duty to Renly was done, ask her king if she could swear to him directly. She did not say so that day. She said so 2 years later. He accepted. The night after the feast. After the feast, Aegon went out to the cliff meadow with Loras Tyrell to walk. There was a long stone bench at the edge of the cliff where the Stormlanders had for 200 years gone to watch the great storms come in off Cape Wrath, and Aegon and Loras sat there. The night was clear. Rhaenys was sleeping on the far side of the meadow, a great cream mound under a thin moon. Loras said, "My grandmother, yes. We'll see you at Highgarden in the autumn. Yes. She has been told already by my cousin Garland that you are coming. She has been planning for 3 months. She has made a list of 3 things she wants. Tell me the 3 things. First, the Lord Paramountcy of the Reach in perpetuity, with a stricter wording than Renly received. She will want it written that the Lord Paramountcy passes by primogeniture and may not be revoked except for treason proven by 3 Lord Paramounts and the king. She wants the wording belt and braces. She is old enough not to trust treaties without redundancy. I can give her that. Second, the marriage of my sister Margaery to you. I cannot give her that. I knew you couldn't. She knows you can't also. She knows because we have been writing letters with the Cranogman Howland Reed, who is, may I say, your grace, a great pen friend of my grandmother S., and is the chief reason she will kneel, and she has been told that you have something like a half-promise to a Daenerys Targaryen in Essos that you intend to keep. I have, in fact, no promise. I have a plan. Daenerys is my aunt by half-blood. She is in Volantes, in the household of a magister called Illyrio Mapates, after a journey out of Pentos that I have been tracking by letter for 2 years. I will go to Essos at 15 and bring her home. I intend to marry her. I intend it because I love her by letter, and because she is my blood, and because the Targaryens have a tradition of brother-sister marriage, and aunt-nephew is closer to that than to mere cousin, which would be too far away. I will marry her when she is 18 and I am 19. Until then, your sister Margaery, who I am sure is a wonderful woman, will be a great noblewoman of the realm, and her grandmother will arrange a marriage for her that is at least as politically advantageous as a queenship in the 7 kingdoms. I will offer to find her a husband myself, if Olenna wishes my help. I would suggest, if you want my early thoughts, a young man named Edmure Tully who will be Lord Paramount of the Riverlands within the year and who will be a kind husband, a moderately competent administrator and easy to manage. Margaery, the granddaughter of Olenna, would make him a great lord without his knowing. The Reach and the Riverlands would be bound. That is my offer to Olenna. Tell her so when you next write. Loras stared. Then Loras laughed. Your Grace, you have thought of everything. I have had 2 years to think. Most kings would have had 2 months. The 2 years matter. What is the 3rd thing my grandmother wants? Tell me. 3. The remains of Mace Tyrell. She wants you to take her foolish son into the king's service in some way that gets him out of Highgarden so that she can run Highgarden in peace. She has tried to manage him into uselessness in his own hall, and she has failed. She wants him made master of something at court, master of grain, perhaps, master of laws, anything. She wants him at King's Landing busy, far from Highgarden where she may rule undisturbed. Aegon laughed. It was the first full laugh Loras had heard from him. Tell your grandmother she has my word. When I sit the Iron Throne, your father will be master of laws of the 7 kingdoms. I will require him to live in King's Landing year-round. I will give him a tower in the Red Keep that he may call his own. I will give him a small council seat. I will, in fact, give him a great deal of the actual machinery of the realm, because the realm needs administrators, and your father will, for all his foolishness, do a passable job of it under the supervision of the maesters and the senior clerks. Your grandmother may have the reach to herself. That is my gift to her. The third thing is given. She will be pleased. I want her pleased. I want her pleased when I arrive at Highgarden. I will not have to draw a sword in the Reach if your grandmother is pleased. You will not, I promise it. The Reach will swear in the autumn. Good. Then tell me, Loras, and this is the last thing, tell me what you want. What I want. You, personally, not Renly, not Margaery, not your grandmother. Loras Tyrell, you are 20 years old. You are the most beautiful knight in the 7 kingdoms. You are in love with a man who has just become Lord Paramount of the Stormlands at my hand. You have a future you have not chosen. What do you want? Loras Tyrell sat for a moment. Then he said, Your Grace, I want to be Renly's. I want to be Renly's openly. I want to live at Storm's End or at Highgarden, whichever Renly prefers, and to hunt and to tourney and to grow old beside the man I love, and to be remembered in the histories as Sir Loras the Knight of Flowers, who was the closest friend and chief companion of Renly Baratheon of Storm's End. I want a tomb beside Renly's at Storm's End when we are very old men. I want, in short, the love I already have in a country that will allow me to have it without lying about it. That is what I want. I do not want a wife. I do not want children of my body. I do not want a fief of my own. I want only what I have and to be allowed to have it. Aegon nodded slowly. He said, Loras Tyrell, when I sit the Iron Throne, I will issue a writ. The writ will name a new order of knighthood called the Order of the Dawn. The Order of the Dawn will be the order of the king's personal knights, separate from the Kingsguard. The Order of the Dawn will be 12 men. The Order of the Dawn will be allowed to marry and unmarry and to love whom they love and to designate heirs of any kind they choose and to live openly. You will be the first member. You will be the captain. You will hold Storm's End as Renly's consort under whatever terms you and Renly arrange between you, and the realm will treat you both as the great couple you already are. That is what I will do. That is what I will do because the realm has been small about these things, and the realm need not be. That is also, by the way, my coin to you in exchange for the information about your grandmother. Loras Tyrell, who was 20 years old and who had spent most of his life, understanding that the great love of his life was a thing the realm would force him to lie about for the rest of his days, sat for a long moment on the stone bench above the cliff at Storm's End. He did not weep. Loras was not a man who wept much, but his eyes were bright. He said, Your Grace, I do not have words. I will tell Renly tonight. He will not have words either. Tell him. He will know what to do with them. He is a good man, Loras, better than he knows. You are good for him. Keep being good for him. I will, Your Grace. And tell your grandmother when you next write, tell her also that I am bringing the long night with me when I come to Highgarden. I will need the Reach's grain. The realm has perhaps 4 years of stored grain. We will need 10. The Reach is the breadbasket. The Reach will, under your grandmother's eye, treble its sowing in the next 3 years. She will know how. She has been waiting all her life for a king who would ask it of her. I am asking, tell her. I will tell her. They sat in silence for a while. The sea was very loud below them. The dragon on the far side of the meadow breathed in her sleep, a slow, low huff of warm air that the wind carried over to them as a faint hot wave, scented with old smoke. Laura said finally, "Your Grace, I have a last question. Ask, will you win truly? Will you take all 7 by your 16th Nameday?" Aegon Targaryen looked out at the dark sea for a long time. Then he said, "Yes, I will. I will because I have planned for 4 years. I will because I have 3 dragons and a brother in the north, and a Cranogman in the marsh, and a Mormont sword on my back, and the sword of the morning in my history. I will because the prophecy will not let me fail without ending the world, and I am not willing to end the world. I will because I have in the past year learned to manage fear, and a king who has learned to manage fear is a king who can do in his 16th year what older men cannot do in their 40th. I will. Tell your grandmother. Tell Renly. Tell Brienne, who I think will swear to me herself in some years. Tell your sister. Tell everyone you write to. The realm is going to be united in 2 years. The long night is going to come a year after that. We are going to survive. That is the story. We are all in the story. We will all play our parts." Laura's nodded. They walked back to the castle. The 3rd dawn Aegon flew out at dawn on the 3rd morning as promised. The Stormlands swore in 22 days, by formal acclamation of the assembled bannermen at the Great Hall in Storm's End under Renly's hand and seal. There was no rebellion. There was no resistance. There was no burning. Brienne of Tarth, quiet, large, courteous, sent a private raven to Winterfell within the month, asking if she might come and serve in the king's personal guard when the king was ready to receive guards. The answer came back that she might in the spring of 300 AC, after the conquest was complete. She made plans accordingly. Renly and Loras, for their part, sat together in the Lord Solar on the night after Aegon left, and they drank Arbor Gold by the cup, and they talked until dawn about the Order of the Dawn and about Storm's End, and about a country they had not, until that week, believed they could be openly happy in. Stannis Baratheon, on Dragonstone, received Renly's letter informing him of the kneeling on the 7th day after the kneeling. Stannis read the letter in his solar with his fist clenched on the table. Stannis swore at length. Stannis did not kneel. Stannis sent no reply. Stannis was, Jon had told Aemon by letter, a problem for later. The Dragonstone problem would, in the end, resolve itself in a way Jon had not expected. Stannis would, in the autumn of 299, walk out of his solar one morning and disappear into the sea fog around the island and never be seen again. And his daughter Shireen would be brought to court at Aegon's invitation and raised at the Red Keep as the king's ward and would, eventually, marry well. But that was later, and it was not yet Jon's problem in the summer of 298. He flew north, he flew home. He landed Rhaenys in the meadow at Greyborough at twilight, and Visenya and Balerion came out of the byre to greet her, and the 3 dragons made a great noise of dragon greeting that made the foresters of the Wolfswood, half a league away, sign whatever ward against bad luck their grandmothers had taught them and go to bed early. Jon ate a cold supper at Greyborough with Halder Long. He slept under Rhaenys' wing. He rose at dawn and rode back to Winterfell, and that night in the Lord Solar he opened his ledger and he wrote, in the column called Men Killed Who Did Not Deserve to Die, no new entries. He had killed no one in the Stormlands. He wrote in the column called Friends 3 new names, Renly Baratheon, Loras Tyrell, Brienne of Tarth pending. He wrote in the column called Things I Must Arrange, the Order of the Dawn, 12 seats, charter to be drafted by Aemon, to be promulgated upon accession, Mace Tyrell to be made Master of Laws, Margaery Tyrell to be offered to Edmure Tully, Daenerys Targaryen to be collected from Volantes in the autumn of 299 or the spring of 300, date to be fixed. The Reach's harvest to be trebled by 300. Aemon to be brought to King's Landing as soon as practicable. He will not survive the journey, but he will wish to die on the road, not at the wall. The Stormlands were sworn. The Iron Islands were sworn. The North was sworn. 3 kingdoms in 8 months. The Reach was next. He picked up his pen and began drafting his letter to Olenna Tyrell. Chapter 6. The Queen of Thorns in the Rose Garden. Late 298 AC. Highgarden in the autumn was, by every account Aegon had read, the most beautiful place in the 7 kingdoms, more beautiful than Storm's End, which had the wild beauty of cliffs, and more beautiful than Sunspear, which had the carved beauty of an ancient palace, and more beautiful than the Eyrie, which had only the beauty of impossibility. Highgarden had cultivated beauty, the beauty of 3 centuries of careful planting, the beauty of a great house that had loved its grounds the way other great houses loved their war banners. There were arbors and orchards and topiaries shaped like ships and like roses and like, in one famous instance near the gatehouse, a sleeping bear. There were 3,000 acres of curated park between the inner keep and the outer wall. There were 11 artificial lakes. There were 19 named rose gardens, each tended by its own gardener, each themed by color and scent and season. The gardens were called the Garden of the Dawn Roses, and the Garden of the Sunset Roses, and the Garden of the White Roses, and so on. And the most famous, the Garden of the Thorns, had been planted in the year 273 AC by the Lady Olenna Redwine, now Olenna Tyrell, Queen of Thorns, on the occasion of her arrival as a bride at Highgarden, and it was in this garden, by her summons, that Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, would be received. He had been told of the arrangement 2 months before by Loras Tyrell, who had been told by his grandmother. Olenna would not receive him at the gatehouse. Olenna would not receive him in the great hall. Olenna would not, in fact, receive him in any place where there might be more than 2 people at the conversation. Olenna would meet him alone, the letter to Loras had specified, with one of his guards at 30 paces and one of mine at 30 paces, and the wind in our faces and the bees on the roses and nobody else, in the Garden of the Thorns, on the 2nd day of his visit to Highgarden, at the 3rd hour after noon. She would bring a small wicker basket containing white wine, 2 cups, a small loaf of bread, 3 slices of yellow cheese, and 4 ripe figs. She would expect him to bring nothing. Aegon, when Loras' letter had reached him at Grayborough in the 8th month, had laughed. She has the rules of the negotiation written out 2 months in advance, Loras. 3 months, your grace. She wrote them in the month after I returned home. What do you make of it? I make of it that my grandmother has decided the outcome of the negotiation and is now planning the ceremony. She will be pleasant. She will be witty. She will say one thing that is meant to upset you, in order to see how you handle being upset. She will then propose her terms, which will be approximately the terms I described at Storm's End. She will give you a fig. She will not eat the figs herself. She dislikes the seeds. She will expect you to eat at least 2 of the figs, because eating her figs is a form of accepting her hospitality that the rule of guest right does not, technically, mandate, but that she has decided to count. You will be in the garden for 45 minutes. By the end of the 45 minutes you will have the Reach. You will walk back to the keep with my grandmother on your arm. The realm will see her on your arm and will know the Reach is yours. That is the arrangement, your grace. I trust you will arrive prepared. He had arrived prepared. He had landed Visenya on the broad south meadow at Highgarden in the morning of the 1st day. He had brought Visenya, not Rhaenys, because Olenna was old and Olenna had requested the largest you have, on the theory that the largest she could see in advance was the largest she would not be surprised by later. He had walked up to the gate of Highgarden alone, with 12 riders behind him as at Storm's End, all in plain dark cloaks with the Stark wolf and Targaryen dragon worked small on the shoulder. He had been received in the courtyard by Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden, Warden of the South, Lord Paramount of the Reach by his current title, head of House Tyrell, who had given a long, well-rehearsed greeting that Mace himself appeared not entirely sure of, and who had then said, in a tone that was meant to be gracious and that came out flustered, "My mother, that is, my mother will receive you tomorrow afternoon in the Garden of the Thorns. She has, that is, she has asked that. Until then, you should consider yourself a guest of the house at large. I will of course be at your disposal, and my lady wife Alarai will be your hostess for the formal dinners, and my son Willas will accompany you on any ride or hawking party you might wish to undertake. But I confess my mother has been most particular about the manner of the actual treaty conversation, and I have learned over the years not to argue with her on matters of particularity." Aegon had bowed, with the careful courtesy he had been practicing for 2 years, and had said, "Lord Mace, I am honored to be received in Highgarden, and I would not dream of altering the arrangements your lady mother has been generous enough to design. I will look forward to her conversation tomorrow." He had spent the first day at Highgarden being, in the precise sense, a tourist. He had walked the gardens with Willas Tyrell, Mace's eldest son, a thoughtful man of 28 who limped on his right leg from a bad fall in a tourney 10 years earlier, and who had, in the years since, become a quiet and very capable manager of the estate. Willas was the brother Loras and Margery and Garland all turned to, when they needed counsel that their father could not be relied upon to provide. Willas had been told by his grandmother that the king who was visiting was to be observed with interest, and Willas had observed, and Willas had liked what he had observed. They had walked the rose gardens. They had ridden out to the Mander River bend and watched the river ducks coming up off the reeds. They had ridden back and had a quiet supper in a small dining room that overlooked the Garden of the Dawn Roses, with Alarai Tyrell, Mace's wife, a Hightower of Oldtown by birth, serving as a kind hostess who, the more Aegon listened to her, was clearly an intelligent woman who had spent 25 years pretending to be ornamental in order to make her husband feel that he was the smart one in the marriage. Aegon had liked Alarai. Aegon had also liked Willas. Aegon had liked, very much, the Reach. He had slept well in the guest chambers in the West Tower, in a bed hung with green silk and embroidered roses. He had risen early. He had walked in the Dawn Gardens alone, with his guards at the conventional 30 paces. He had eaten a small breakfast, bread, honey, a slice of melon, in a small room off the gardens where the household women took their breakfasts on warm autumn mornings, and he had spoken pleasantly with 3 of the young noblewomen of the Reach who happened to be there. He had been polite and brief, and had not flirted. He had been, in the absorbing of the day's intelligence by the Reach's many ears, exactly the king he wished to be perceived as: courteous, modest, quietly serious, and not interested in any noblewoman of the Reach, not because of any lack of charm in the noblewomen, but because his attentions were already directed elsewhere. At the 2nd hour after noon, a servant came to his chambers and announced that the Lady Olenna would be ready in the Garden of the Thorns in 1 hour. He went down at the 3rd hour after noon, dressed in a black wool tunic worked with very small Targaryen sigils in red silk at the cuffs and the high collar, with snow on his hip and Longclaw across his back. Longclaw, he had decided, would be worn at every formal court occasion in the conquest, as a quiet message to the realm that the Valyrian steel of the king was being kept where the king could reach it, and with the ring of his mother on his middle finger. He walked alone through the inner gardens to the gate of the Garden of the Thorns. The garden was bordered by a tall, dense hedge of thorn roses, pale pink, white-tanned blood-streaked deep red, and the gate was a small wrought iron gate carved in the shape of a wolf and a rose intertwined, which someone had thought to install 10 years ago when the Tyrells were trying to make a marriage with the Starks, and which had been kept up afterwards out of a kind of stubborn aesthetic optimism. His guard stopped at 30 paces. He opened the gate. He walked in. The garden Olenna Tyrell was sitting on a stone bench in the center of the garden, under a small wooden trellis hung with white roses. She was 85 years old. She was the size of a large child. She had hair the color of pewter and a face like an old apple that had been left on a windowsill all winter, and a pair of very sharp eyes the color of wet slate. She was wearing a dress of soft green wool with a high collar and a long shawl of cream cashmere over her shoulders. There was a wicker basket beside her on the bench. The wicker basket contained, as Loras had promised, white wine, 2 cups, a small loaf of bread, 3 slices of yellow cheese, and 4 ripe figs. Her own guard, a small, thin, elderly man with a small, thin, elderly sword, was standing at 30 paces on the other side of the garden, against the far hedge, with his arms folded. The bees were on the roses. The wind was in their faces. The light through the trellis fell in a pattern of white and shadow across the stone path between them. Olenna said in a voice like old leather, "Sit, boy. The bench is large enough for the 2 of us. Take a fig. The figs are the best of the season. The cheese is from a small dairy near Golden Grove that has been making cheese for my family for 60 years. The bread is yesterday's. The wine is good. Sit." He sat. He took a fig. He ate the fig in 2 careful bites. He took a slice of cheese. He took a piece of bread. He poured himself a cup of wine. He poured Olenna a cup of wine and handed it to her. He sat and waited. Olenna sipped her wine. She watched him over the rim of the cup. She said, "You have your mother's eyes. I am told this. By Eddard Stark. By Eddard Stark, by Catelyn Stark, by Howland Reed, by Sir Arthur Dane, by Maester Aemon by letter. Aemon is still alive. Aemon is 103 years old, and he is alive, and he is at the wall, and he writes me a letter every week through his apprentice. He is the cleverest man in the 7 kingdoms. He will not be alive much longer. I intend to bring him to King's Landing on a soft cart in the spring of next year, if I have taken the city by then, so that he may die in a warm room with a fire and a good wine. And not at the wall, and not at the wall. You will outrage the watch. The watch will be paid. The watch will, in fact, be greatly enriched. I am sending men and money to the watch this year and every year of my reign, in exchange for the small irregularity of releasing a single man who is too old to take the knight's vows seriously, and who never properly took them in the first place, because he was sent to the wall as a political exile rather than a criminal. The watch and I have an understanding. Lord Commander Mormont is a Mormont, as you know. The Mormonts swore at Winterfell in the spring. He will not stand on ceremony. You have thought about this. I have thought about everything. That is what the past 2 years have been for. Yes, I have noticed. Loras tells me you have thought about my granddaughter. I have thought about your granddaughter. I have decided that I cannot marry her, and I have prepared in compensation an alternative arrangement that will, I hope, satisfy you. Edmure Tully. Edmure Tully. Loras has told me. I have been considering it for 2 months. And it will do. Edmure will be Lord Paramount of the Riverlands by your hand within a year. Edmure is a fool, but a kind fool, and Margaery is not a fool, and she will manage him in the way Alarai manages Mace, which is to say, with the patient assistance of a great deal of grain. The Riverlands and the Reach will be bound by her. The Reach grain will flow to the Riverlands. The Riverlands cavalry will be available to the Reach in any war the Reach happens not to want to fight on its own, and the realm will see the 2 great granaries of the South bound by a marriage. It will do. I accept. You accept the marriage. I accept the marriage. And the rest, boy, is in the letter Loras gave you. You know it as well as I do. We will not waste an hour rehearsing it. I want the Lord Paramountcy in perpetuity with the language belt embraces. I want Mace at court. I want the Reach to itself. You want the kneeling and the grain. We will trade. Done. Done just like that. Just like that. I have prepared the document. Willas has prepared the document. We will sign it tonight. The bannermen of the Reach will assemble in the Great Hall tomorrow, and the kneeling will be done formally. I will fly home the morning after. Boy, you do not bargain. I do not bargain when I do not need to. I do not need to. You and I want the same thing. The same thing is the Reach swearing to me. The price you have set is a price I am happy to pay. We have not haggled because we are not foolish enough to haggle over what we both want. Lady Olenna, I have a question. Ask, why are you doing this? She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, because you are not Robert Baratheon. Explain. Robert Baratheon, gods rest him, the drunken pig, sat on the Iron Throne for 15 years and treated it as a chair he would have rather not sat in. He gave the realm no government. He gave the realm no plan. He gave the realm nothing but a steadily increasing debt and a steadily increasing collection of bastards and a steadily increasing sense, in every great house, that the small folk under it were being squeezed harder every year because the crown was not paying its bills. I sat in this garden for 15 years and watched the realm rot. I am old, boy. I have seen 4 kings. Aerys was mad. Robert was a drunk. Joffrey is a vicious child. Stannis is, well, you have not met Stannis yet, but Stannis is what you get when a man marries his sense of duty and forgets that duty has to be wedded to a person. None of them have been kings. I have not seen a king in my life. I am 85 years old. I would like before I die to see a king. You may be a king. You walk like one. You write like one. You think like one. You have eaten the figs in the right order and you have not interrupted me once. I am willing to bend my knee to a king. I have not been willing to bend it to anyone for a long while. Sit and eat. We will discuss the harvest now. He sat, he ate. They discussed the harvest. The harvest. The discussion of the harvest took longer than the discussion of the terms had taken, because the harvest was complicated, and Olenna Tyrell was not a woman who would discuss it in less than its full complication. The Reach in the autumn of 298 was sowing 18 million bushels of wheat per annum, 12 million bushels of barley, 6 million bushels of rye, 4 million bushels of oats. It was harvesting roughly 3 million pounds of cheese per annum from its dairies, 2 million sacks of dried fruit, 6 million amphorae of wine. It was, in short, the breadbasket of Westeros, and it had been so for 300 years, and Olenna Tyrell had been the chief economic planner of the Reach for 43 of those years, since her marriage at 21. She knew every silo. She knew every dairy. She knew the names of the 87 largest landowners after her own family and the average annual rainfall of each of their districts. She knew, to within a few percentage points, how much harvest could be tripled within 3 years if she gave the order. She gave the order in the garden. She gave it in the form of a small piece of paper she pulled out of her wicker basket. She had it written out in advance, that listed the 7 measures she would take to triple the harvest by the year 300 AC. The measures were, in summary, conversion of pasture lands in the Honeywine Valley to grain, 1 million additional acres, a project she had been holding back for 10 years out of a stubborn loyalty to the cattle barons who would lose. Mandatory winter wheat planting across all Tyrell-controlled estates, 2 million additional bushels per year. A thing she had been holding back because winter wheat exhausted the soil and required a careful rotation that Mace was too lazy to enforce. A massive expansion of granary construction at Golden Grove, Brightwater, Cider Hall, Old Oak, 3 Towers, and Longtable, an additional 50 granaries of the largest type, capable of holding 200,000 bushels each. A rerouting of the river barges on the Mander to give priority to grain transport over wine transport for the next 3 years. Olenna had noted, in passing, that the wine merchants would scream. Olenna had also noted, in passing, that she did not care. The granting of a small honorific, the Order of the Sheaf, to any landowner of the Reach who tripled his own grain output by 300 AC, with a stipend of 50 gold dragons per year for life attached to the honorific. The stipend would, Olenna estimated, cost the crown about 800,000 gold dragons over 20 years. She had calculated that the additional grain produced would be worth 8 times that to the realm in the long night and 3 times that to the realm in the recovery after. So the stipend was, by any reasonable accounting, very cheap. A series of subsidies to the small farmers below the threshold of great landowner, who would not be eligible for the order of the sheaf but who, in aggregate, owned about 40% of the arable land of the Reach. The subsidies would take the form of seed grain distributed at no cost, with the condition that the farmer plant the additional acreage and report his harvest to the meisters of the local septry. A reorganization of the salting and curing trades in the Reach, with a view to producing 500,000 additional barrels of cured meat per year by 300 AC, primarily pork and mutton, on the theory that the long night would be longer than any single harvest of grain could last and that cured meat would, eventually, be the limiting factor. Aegon read the paper twice. He folded it. He put it in the breast of his tunic. He said, "Lady Olenna, the order of the sheaf is a stroke of genius. I will fund the stipend personally out of the crown treasury, but I want the honorific itself to be in your name. You will sign the writs of the order. The order will be the order of Olenna's sheaf. The honorific will, in fact, be presented in this garden to the eligible landowners in the autumn of 300 by your hand. You will make the speeches. You will give the awards. You will be the one the Reach remembers as the woman who tripled the harvest. That is my offer. Boy, that is more than I asked. You did not ask for it because you would not ask for it from a king you did not trust. You trust me. I trust you. The realm will need to know that the woman who tripled the harvest is the woman who saved the realm. The realm will sing of you for 200 years. Let it. You have earned the song." Olenna Tyrell, who had been the most ironic and the least sentimental woman at any court in Westeros for 65 years, took a long sip of her wine and looked at the white roses on the trellis and did not, for a moment, speak. Then she said in her dry old voice, "Boy, you are very dangerous. I am aware. You give people what they have wanted all their lives, and they do not realize until afterwards that the cost was their kingdom. I have not asked for the Reach. The Reach is what you are offering. I am taking it because I need it. I am giving the singing in return because I think you have earned the singing. I am not, in fact, trying to be dangerous to you. I am trying to be honest to you. I am trying to be honest to everyone, in fact, because honesty turns out to be the cheapest currency in a conquest. Lying is expensive. I cannot afford to lie. I have 3 years. I am being honest with every lord I meet. I am offering each one the truest version of the deal I can offer. Most of them are accepting. Renly accepted. Theon accepted. You are accepting. The ones who are not accepting because they have a private reason to refuse, and I am, in those cases, regretfully burning them. That is the strategy. There is no trick. You think you can win the 7 kingdoms with honesty. I think I can win 6 of them with honesty. The 7th, the Iron Throne, I will have to take by force, because Cersei will not bend the knee and Joffrey is not capable of bending the knee. Tywin Lannister will not bend the knee. Walder Frey will not bend the knee. There are 3 places where I will have to burn. There are 4 places where I will not. I am content with the ratio. It is a better ratio than Aegon I achieved. He had to burn at Harrenhal and the Field of Fire and 3 lesser places. I will burn at Pike, which is done, and the Twins and Casterly Rock, which will all be in the next year. That is the math. Honest math. The only kind, boy, lady. I will kneel to you in the great hall tomorrow with all the bannermen present. I will kneel with grace. I will require Mace to kneel first. He will be flustered. He will get the words wrong. You will be patient. He will eventually get the words right. You will give him a kind smile. Then I will kneel. Then I will rise and take your arm and walk you to the high table, and the bannermen will see, and they will know, and the reach will be yours. The wine will be poured. The feast will be served. 3 of my granddaughters' marriages will be discussed in side conversations among the bannermen. You will offer one of the marriages to the Vale, by the way, because the Vale has been excluded from my list, and the Vale is the only kingdom you have not addressed in your conquest plan, and the Vale will sit it out unless you are courteous to them. And the courteous thing is a Tyrell granddaughter for Robert Arryn, the small heir of the Eyrie. I have a niece of about the right age. We will speak of it tomorrow. You have thought of everything. I have had 3 months. You had 2 years. We have neither of us had as long as we deserved. Lady Olenna, boy, why is the Vale not on my list? The Vale is not on your list because Lord Jon Arryn is dead. You have heard this, and his widow Lysa is mad. Lysa Tully Arryn has been keeping the Vale in seclusion since Jon Arryn's death 3 years ago. She has the small boy Robert as her hostage. She has no relations with any other great house. She will not bend the knee to you because she is afraid of everything that comes in through her gate. She will, in fact, refuse to receive your raven, and your raven will return unopened. The Vale is, accordingly, an exception. You will have to address the Vale by some other route. The route I would recommend is through the niece I mentioned. We marry her to Robert Arryn in the autumn of 299. She is 12. He is 7. The marriage is a betrothal until he is old enough. She moves to the Eyrie. She brings a Tyrell household. Lysa is, within 6 months of the betrothal, gently retired to the Fingers under the supervision of her brother-in-law's relations, who are easily managed because they are Tully gentry without a coin to their names. The Vale is taken without a sword. The marriage is the conquest. We arrange it now. You sign the document tonight. Aegon looked at her. He laughed briefly in a kind of dazzled admiration. You are extraordinary. I am 85. I have not been allowed to be extraordinary for the last 40 years because my son will not let me. You have given me in this garden in this single hour permission to be extraordinary. I am taking it. I will be extraordinary for the next year. Then I will die. I would like to die having been extraordinary. Will you give me the year? I give you the year. Lady Olenna, I would give you 10 if I had them. I do not need 10. 1 will do. The long night will come. I want to live to see it. I want to live to see you stand against it. I want to live to see the realm united by your hand. I want to die in this garden in the autumn of 300 with the smell of roses in my nose and a cup of arbor gold in my hand, having tripled the harvest and signed the betrothals and made my granddaughter the lady of the Riverlands. I have, in short, a list. Help me complete it. I will help you complete it. Done. Done. She raised her cup. He raised his. They drank. The bees were on the roses. The wind was in their faces. The light through the trellis fell in a pattern of white and shadow across the stone path between them. They sat and ate the rest of the figs and discussed. For another half hour, the river barges on the Mander. When they had finished, Olenna Tyrell rose from the bench and Aegon Targaryen rose with her. And Olenna took his arm, the way Loras had said she would, and they walked together through the gate of the Garden of the Thorns and across the inner gardens to the keep. And the bannermen of the Reach, who had been positioning themselves around the gate of the keep all afternoon on 1,000 pretexts, to be there when she came out, saw her on his arm and saw her smiling and saw him smiling. And the bannermen of the Reach understood, in that single moment, that they were now sworn to a Targaryen king, and the understanding was a thing they accepted without distress, because their Queen of Thorns had accepted it first. The Great Hall, the kneeling in the Great Hall the next day went exactly as Olenna had predicted. Mace Tyrell knelt first. Mace got the words slightly wrong on his first attempt, and Aegon corrected him with a kind smile, and Mace got the words right on the second attempt, and Mace rose flustered and a little flushed and was greeted with applause that was, in fact, mostly for his wife Alurai, who was standing behind him and who had drilled him in the words for an hour the night before. Olenna knelt second. Olenna got the words exactly right. She had written them. She rose. She took Aegon's arm again. The bannermen of the Reach knelt in waves, first the closest, the Rowans and the Tarleys and the Florent and the Redwynes, then the further, the Crane and the Kai and the Footley, then the furthest, the small lords of the Upper Mander and the Honeywine and the Southern Marches. Randyll Tarly was the last to kneel. Randyll Tarly was a hard, lean, dangerous man who had been the only Reach commander to win a battle in Robert's rebellion, the battle at Ashford against Robert himself. And Randyll Tarly was the kind of man who would normally have spent a fortnight thinking about whether to kneel, and a fortnight after that brooding about having done it. Randyll Tarly knelt because Olenna had told him to kneel. Randyll Tarly rose and looked at Aegon Targaryen with the cold, considering eye of a soldier evaluating a new commander. Randyll said, "Your Grace, I have a question. Ask my lord. You go to Casterly Rock next. In the new year, you burn it. Tywin will not kneel. I will give him the chance. He will not take it. We will see what burning is required. I would like to be in the field with you for that one." "You would not be in the field, my lord. I do not engage on the ground when I burn a great house. I burn the supplies, the tents, the horses, the army melts. I do not require infantry. Then I would like to be on a hilltop with you watching." "You may be on a hilltop with me watching." "Good. I will bring my son Dickon. He is 12. He should see how a kingdom is unmade. It is a thing soldiers ought to see at 12. Aegon inclined his head. "Bring him. He will be welcome." Randyll Tarly bowed and stepped back into the assembly. Olenna, on Aegon's arm, murmured very quietly, "That man's son is the best soldier the Reach has produced in a generation. Cultivate him. He will lead your armies in the long night." Noted. The feast was excellent. The wine was the best the Reach could produce, which is to say the wine was the best wine in the 7 kingdoms. The cooks of Highgarden, there were 60 of them, working in a kitchen the size of the Great Hall at Winterfell, had been working for 3 days. There were 11 courses. There was, between the 5th and the 6th, a small interlude in which a young woman with a very fine voice sang, "The Black Dragon's Daughter," which was a song Aegon had never heard before but which appeared to have been written specifically about a black dragon ridden by a half-Stark boy, and which someone, Olenna, probably, or one of her ladies, had commissioned in the past 2 months. The young woman had a fine voice. The song was a long one. The bannermen of the Reach listened with the polite attention of bannermen who have been told by their Queen of Thorns that listening politely is part of the day's work. The marriages were discussed. 3 of them. Margaery Tyrell to Edmure Tully, formal betrothal, to be sealed when Aegon took the Riverlands the next summer. A Tyrell niece, a girl called Mina Tyrell, 12 years old, to Robert Arryn of the Eyrie, formal betrothal, to be sealed within the year, with the wedding to take place when Robert came of age. A Tyrell cousin, a young man called Lambert Tyrell, 20, to Winifred Manderly of White Harbor, in formal discussion, to be sealed in the spring if everyone agreed, intended as a Reach North bond to strengthen the new realm's economic spine. All 3 were announced before the 7th course. All 3 were accepted in principle by their counterparties. Olenna had been writing letters all autumn, and the assembled bannermen drank to the matches, and a great deal of bragging was done in side conversations about who would be the first to send a load of Reach wine to the Eyrie now that there would be a Tyrell living there. Aegon left Highgarden the morning after, as he had said he would. The Reach was sworn within 15 days, by formal acclamation at Highgarden under Mace's seal and Olenna's signature both. The document was signed twice, once by Lord and once by Queen, in a piece of ceremonial doubling that Olenna had insisted upon and that the Maesters would, in time, study as the founding instance of the principle that the great houses of the Reach were governed by 2 heads, one ornamental and one effective. The grain plan went into immediate effect. By the end of the year, 200 new granaries had been put under construction. He flew home with Visenya. He landed at Grayborough at dusk on the 4th day. He found a letter from Aemon waiting for him, brought south by Sam Tarly on the courier horse. The letter said, "Nephew, I have heard by Raven of Fast Wing that the Reach is sworn. 4 kingdoms, you are on schedule. You are in fact slightly ahead. I commend you. I have, however, a piece of news that you will not commend me for. Tywin Lannister has been informed by his spies. He has very good spies that the Reach has bent the knee and Tywin has called his banners. He is marshalling at Casterly Rock. He will have 50,000 men in the field by the new year. He intends to march on King's Landing in the spring of 299, take Joffrey under his protection, and use Joffrey as his shield against you. He will then offer you Joffrey's submission and his own neutrality in exchange for his confirmation as Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West for life, with Jaime to inherit, and with the matter of the Iron Throne to be discussed later. He intends to make you take a year to negotiate. He intends to use the year to grow his own faction. He intends to stretch you. He has read your timetable better than I had hoped. He knows about the 16th Nameday. He has guessed about the prophecy. He has, in short, become an opponent who has measured you and who has decided that the way to beat you is to bend, but bend slowly in a way that costs you the time you do not have. Do not let him bend slowly. Go to Casterly Rock in the new year. Go in person. Go with all 3 dragons. Burn nothing of value. Burn the supply train. Burn the tents at midnight. Burn the Lord's horse at noon. Do all 3 within 3 days. Tywin will send Jaime to negotiate. Jaime will recognize you. Jaime, I believe, will kneel personally, because Jaime knew your father and Jaime carried his armor as a boy, and Jaime has been waiting 14 years for a Targaryen worth the Kingsguard cloak he was so unwisely given as a boy. Tywin will then attempt a flank assault. Tywin is not a man who accepts being outmaneuvered. He will, at the last moment, attempt to charge your camp with his household guard. He will fail. Your cream dragon, Rhaenys, the fast one, will kill him in the charge. This is the plan. This is the plan I have written out in 3 pages of notes, which I have included in this packet. The plan is the cleanest plan I have been able to construct. There are uncertainties. Jaime's recognition is the largest uncertainty. If Jaime does not recognize you, the plan becomes much harder. I have, however, 4 reasons to believe he will. I have written them out also. Go in the new year, nephew. Go in the new year, and the Westerlands will be yours by spring. Aemon, your great-great-uncle, at the wall. Aegon read the letter twice. He folded it. He put it in the breast of his tunic alongside the harvest plan from Olenna. He went to Winterfell that night. He sat down with Ned in the Lord Solar. He showed him the harvest plan. He showed him the letter. He showed him the ledger, which was now 8 sheets of vellum and which lived, by Ned's order, in the Lord's iron chest in the muniments room. Ned read the letter. Ned set it down. Ned said, "Westerlands in the new year. Yes. All 3 dragons, all 3. Tywin will burn. Tywin will choose to burn. I will give him every chance not to. He will not take any of them. Aemon thinks Jaime will kneel. Aemon thinks Jaime will recognize me. Aemon thinks Jaime is the loneliest member of the Lannister family. Aemon thinks Jaime has been looking for a Targaryen to redeem him since the day he killed Aerys. Aemon may be right. Aemon has been right about every other thing." Ned looked at his nephew. Ned said after a moment, "Jon, if Jaime kneels, you will name him your hand." "Aemon recommends it. I am inclined to it. The realm will require swallowing, a Kingslayer at the right hand of a Targaryen king, but the realm will swallow it in time if I make Jaime the kind of hand a realm cannot help respecting. I think I can. Jaime is a clever man. He is not a kind man. He is also not the man the realm believes him to be. He carried Rhaegar's armor as a boy, and he killed Aerys for cause. Aerys had ordered the wildfire. and he has been called Kingslayer for 15 years because the realm has not asked the right questions. He will, I believe, be a great hand. He will be the public face of my reign in the small ways the king cannot afford to be the face of. He will also kill, in the realm's name, a number of men who need killing, and he will do it well, and he will not let me be the king who personally signs the death warrants. Tywin used him as a sun-shaped object. I will use him as a hand. The using will be a different shape. It will fit him better. Ned said, and Tywin. Tywin will be dead by spring. By Rhaenys' fire. I have written the timing. I have, in fact, written every minute of the Casterly Rock campaign. It is on the second sheet of the new ledger. Ned poured them both a cup of wine. Ned looked at his nephew. Ned said, Jon, you are 14 and a half. You are going to fly south in the new year and burn down a great house. You are going to kill the most powerful man in the 7 kingdoms. You are going to do it on a plan. You are going to come home in the spring with the Westerlands sworn and a Lannister at your right hand. I do not know whether to be proud of you or afraid of you. You can be both, father. I am both. Good. They drank. Outside the Lord Solar in the Godswood, the autumn wind moved the leaves of the heart tree, and the heart tree's red leaves fell, slowly, 3 or 4 at a time, to the dark stone of the pool below it. Somewhere very far south, in a great hall in the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister was, at that same hour, sitting at his writing table making his own list. The list was, in the careful, narrow hand of the wealthiest man in the realm, a list of all the things he intended to do in the next year to prevent a 14-year-old boy from sitting on a throne the Lannisters had been waiting 15 years to claim. The 2 lists, when laid end to end, would meet in the snow outside Lannisport in the 3rd week of the 2nd month of 299 AC, and one of them would be erased. Chapter 7. The Burning of the Lion, early 299 AC. The Westerlands in the 3rd week of the 2nd month of 299 AC were under snow. Not the deep snow of the north, the gray powder snow that swallowed legs, but the slow, heavy white snow of the west, wet, almost slushy at the lower elevations, lying in great patches across the rolling country between the inland hills and the coast. The supply train of Lord Tywin Lannister's mustered host stretched 7 miles along the Kingsroad south of Casterly Rock, from a meadow camp at a place called Crackhall Heath down to the outer pickets at Lannisport. The host itself, encamped in 3 great squared rectangles below the rock, numbered just under 50,000 men. Tywin had called the banners in the 2nd week of the 11th month of 298, the day after his fastest spy from Highgarden had reached him with the news of Olenna's kneeling. The banners had answered. Tywin had been calling banners his entire adult life, and the answering of his banners had become, in the Westerlands, a thing as automatic as the rising of the sun. 43 named lords had sent troops. 6 knights of the Kingsguard's old generation had come out of retirement to ride at his side. 3,000 cavalry, 12,000 heavy infantry, 18,000 light infantry, 6,000 crossbowmen. The remaining 11,000 were levies, servants, camp followers, smiths, and the small army of clerks and quartermasters that any host of this size required to function for more than 72 hours. The supply train was the longest single such train ever assembled in the Westerlands. It had 3,000 wagons. It had cattle on the hoof, and salted pork in barrels and dried fish in stacked crates and grain in sacks and wine in casks, and oil in sealed amphorae and saddles in stacks and bowstrings. By the 1,000 and arrowheads in barrels and horseshoes in piled boxes and physic stores and mending stores and bandage stores, and the small portable forges, and the small portable kitchens, and the small portable courts and the carpenters, tools and the masons, tools and the lord's personal pavilion with its bed and its writing table and its strongbox. Tywin Lannister, 56 years old, was sitting at the writing table in his personal pavilion at the 18th hour of a cold, dark afternoon when the first of the 3 dragons came over the supply train. He did not see it. He was inside the pavilion. He heard it. He heard first a distant cry from one of the supply officers, a high cry that did not at first register as a cry of alarm, because the sound a man makes when he sees a dragon for the first time is not, exactly, a cry of alarm. It is closer to the sound a man makes when he is told a piece of news he was not prepared to hear. The cry was followed, about 3 seconds later, by a sound Tywin had never heard before but which, in his bones, he recognized. The long, low, gathering rush of a great wind that was not a wind, the suck of air being pulled inward, and then the deep round crack and roar of the fire coming out. He was on his feet before the second roar. He was at the flap of the pavilion before the third. He was looking up. The dragon was very high. It was about 1,000 feet up. It was not the largest of the 3. The largest of the 3 was visible, much further to the north, hovering at perhaps 3,000 feet over a dark spot on the King's Road that Tywin understood, after looking at it for 1 second, was the 7-mile length of his supply train. The dragon over Tywin's head was the smallest, the cream one. He had heard of the cream one from his spies. The dragon further north was the black one. The dragon further south, hovering over what Tywin could only assume and would shortly confirm, was the second supply camp at Crackhall Heath, was the green and bronze one. 3 dragons, all 3. Tywin Lannister, who had been called the Lord of Casterly Rock by his vassals, and the Old Lion by his army, and the Hand of the King by the realm and the most dangerous man in Westeros by his enemies, stood at the flap of his pavilion, and watched the cream dragon descend in a long, graceful spiral over the 3rd quarter of the supply train, opening her mouth and breathing. The breath of a 4.5-year-old dragon was, in the spring of 299, considerably hotter than the breath of the same dragon at 3.5 had been in the previous spring. The dragons had grown. The fire fell. It fell across 900 yards of supply wagons in a single sustained stream. The wagons were close-backed. The wagons were canvas-topped. The wagons contained, in the section that the cream dragon happened to burn first, the larger part of the host's grain. The grain went up in a single explosive bloom of orange and yellow, the heat rolling outward in waves that scorched the eyebrows off the men nearest. And then the fire spread from wagon to wagon along the line, leaping the gaps in the way fire does when fire has been encouraged, and within 10 minutes a 2-mile section of the supply train was a single rolling column of black and orange. The cream dragon banked, gained altitude, and was gone northward. Tywin stood at his pavilion. He stood watching. He did not move for a full minute. Then he said, in a voice that was as level as a mill pond, "Where is Kevan?" Kevan Lannister was inside the pavilion. He had been standing inside the pavilion for 30 seconds because Kevan was the kind of brother who came running when there was a dragon overhead. "Here, brother. Kevan, take the cavalry. Take the 7,000 horse and the 6,000 crossbow. Send them out in 3 echelons. I want every man of mine moved out of the supply camps within 4 hours. I want the host reformed on the high ground east of Lannisport. I want the high ground because the dragons will not be able to use the slope against us. I want the men dispersed in companies of 200. I want no concentration larger than 200 anywhere in the Westerlands by dawn. The dragons cannot burn a host that is not in a host. Move. Brother, the supplies. The supplies are gone. I have seen the dragon. I have seen what its breath does. The supplies were lost the moment the first dragon was sighted. We will live on what the host can carry on its own back, and on what the country can give us, and on what we can take from the small farms between here and the inland passes. If we live 4 days, we can still march on King's Landing. If we live a week, we can still negotiate. Move, brother, move now. Kevin moved. Kevin was not Tywin, but Kevin had been Tywin's second for 40 years, and Kevin's understanding of an order was the understanding of a man who had practiced taking Tywin's orders since boyhood. The host moved. The host moved as fast as a host of 50,000 men can move when most of them have just been informed that a dragon is in their sky. Most of it was moving by the second hour after the first burning. The burning was not the second hour's only news. At the 18th hour, when the first dragon, the cream one, had burned the central supply train and gone north, the dragon further south had burned the meadow camp at Craycall Heath. The dragon further north had hovered over the section of the supply train that was about 3 miles past the central section, where the remaining grain and the larger part of the oilamphory were stored, and had, in a single 8-minute sweep, incinerated the entire second portion. The dragon further north was Visenya, the black one. Visenya's breath was now, at 4.5 years, a thing that could burn an acre of dry grass in 5 seconds and 100 feet of wagon line in 15. She burned 1/3 of a mile of the train. She gained altitude. She moved on. By the 22nd hour, the supply train was a single 7-mile-long burning thing along the King's Road. The fires would not be out for 2 days. The grain in the train was gone. The oil was gone. The salted pork was salvageable in places. Pork burns reluctantly, but the salvaging would require the host to come back to the train, and the host would not, in fact, come back because the host had been moved. Tywin Lannister, at the 3rd hour past midnight, was on the high ground east of Lannisport. He had set his pavilion on a low rise where his maesters had drilled wells in the previous summer. The rise was defensible against cavalry from any side, and the small ridge a 1/4 mile to the west provided some cover from the air. The trees on the western slope of the ridge would make a low overhead canopy that, while no defense against a dragon's full breath, would at least force a dragon to descend below treetop height to burn the camp. And a dragon descending below treetop height was a dragon a longbow could conceivably loose at. The host, in companies of 200, was dispersed across the high country in a wide loose net. The fires from the supply train were visible to the south, a horizon of low orange. The smell of the smoke was on the wind. Kevin came up to the pavilion at the 4th hour. Kevin had ridden a horse hard for 6 hours, and Kevin was, for the first time in his career, slightly shaken. Kevin said, "Brother, speak." "The Targaryen is in the field with all 3 dragons. He is camped in a meadow about 4 leagues to the south, in the lee of the small ridge above Mountain Path. He has perhaps 200 men with him on the ground, mostly Northmen by their cloaks. He is not advancing. He is waiting. He is waiting for us to come to him. He has burned the supply train, has burned the meadow camp. He has burned in the last hour the Lord's pavilion at Craycall Heath, that is, the larger pavilion, the one for the secondary command. He has not yet burned this pavilion. He could have. He has not. He is, brother, demonstrating restraint. He is demonstrating it deliberately. He wants to negotiate. He wants to negotiate. What is his message? He has sent no message. That is his message. Yes, brother. Tywin sat down at his writing table. He thought for a long while. Then he said, "Kevin, send a man under truce flag to his camp at dawn. Send Sir Adam Marbrand. Adam is courteous and clever, and is the right age to be taken seriously by a young king. Tell Adam to say this and only this. My Lord Tywin Lannister offers to receive a herald of King Aegon at the high camp east of Lannisport at the 3rd hour past noon on the same day. Bring a small honor guard. The truce will hold until sunset. The herald will be received with all proper courtesy. My Lord Tywin gives his word on the old lion's head that no harm will come to the herald or his guard for the duration of the truce. That is the message. Have Adam memorize it and ride at dawn. Yes, brother, Kevin, yes. I have a question for you. Ask. Is Jaime with the host? Yes, brother. He is in the third company, the one furthest north. He has been with the Kingsguard contingent. He arrived 2 weeks ago from King's Landing on Cersei's instruction. He is, I believe, still under Cersei's instruction, that is, she sent him to be at your hand during the campaign as an observer for the Queen Mother and as your own son both. He has been quiet. He has been quiet because he has been thinking. Yes. He has been quiet because he has been hearing things. Yes. Hearing things about the boy. Yes, Kevin, tell Jaime to come to me, tonight, now. I do not want to receive a herald at noon tomorrow without having first spoken to my son. Send him in. Kevin went out. Tywin sat at his writing table. He poured himself a cup of unwatered Arbor Red. He drank it slowly. He waited. Jaime came in at the 6th hour. Jaime Lannister at 28 was a tall, golden-haired man with the eyes of a man who had been beautiful all his life and who had begun, in the past 2 years, to suspect that beauty had been the smallest of the gifts the gods had given him. He had been a Kingsguard for 13 years. He had killed Aerys for cause and never been thanked for it, and had spent the 13 years since being called Kingslayer in the small ways men can be called Kingslayer, by junior squires who needed to prove themselves, by drunk bannermen at feasts, by women who wanted to see if they could make him angry, by old maesters in their cups, by Robert Baratheon at every public occasion until Robert had died. He had carried the name. He had stopped trying at about 25 to deny it. He had carried also for 13 years his sister, who was his lover, and his 3 children by his sister, who were his children but who lived in the world under another man's name. He had carried these things because they were what he had. They were not what he had wanted to have. He had wanted, at 14, to be a knight of the Kingsguard, and he had become one in the cheap way, and the cheapness had been one of Cersei's contrivances, and Cersei's contrivance had taken from him the inheritance of Casterly Rock, and the inheritance had been the one thing his father had ever loved him for, and he had spent 13 years in a white cloak in a city he hated, near a sister he loved with a love that he had begun to understand was not quite love. He was, at 28, the unhappiest member of his family, and the 3rd most dangerous swordsman in the 7 kingdoms. He came into Tywin's pavilion without any apparent expression. He stood with his hands at his sides. Father, Jaime, you sent for me. Sit. I prefer to stand. Sit, son, we will not have this conversation standing. Sit, I will not have you defy me on a posture. Jaime sat. Tywin looked at him. Tywin looked at him a long while. Then Tywin said, Jaime, tomorrow I will receive a herald of the Targaryen boy. I will offer the boy terms. The terms will be the slow surrender I have been planning since the autumn, my confirmation as Lord of Casterly Rock, your inheritance after me, the matter of the Iron Throne to be discussed later. He will refuse. He will refuse because he has, by his own admission and by his own actions in the past year, no interest in slow negotiations. He has come here with all 3 dragons. He has burned a 7-mile supply train. He has, in the next 3 days, the option of burning everything in the Westerlands except the high ground I have moved the host to, and he is, at this moment, sleeping in a meadow 4 leagues south while I sit here writing his refusal in my head. Yes, father. Jaime. He will demand my submission. He will not get it. I will not bend the knee to a boy who has murdered my supply train. I have never bent my knee to anyone except my father and my king is dead, and my father is dead, and I am the Lion of the Rock. I will not bend, I will fight. With what, father? With what I have 49,000 men, I have my pride, I have the 7 hells before I have a Targaryen in Casterly Rock's hall. Father, yes, you will not win. Tywin looked at his son, he said, I am aware. Father, I have a thing to tell you. Tell me. Jaime drew a slow breath. He had been preparing this speech for 10 days. He had not been certain until he walked into the pavilion that he would deliver it. He delivered it now. "Father, I have heard from a source I trust that the boy who is in the meadow south of us is, in fact, the son of Aegon Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. I have heard he was raised by Ned Stark. I have heard he has been tutored for the last 6 years by Maester Aemon of the Wall, who is, as you know, Rhaegar's great-great-uncle. I have heard he has been instructed in swordsmanship by Sir Arthur Dayne, who did not in fact die at the Tower of Joy." Tywin's face did not change. Tywin's face had not changed at any piece of news in 20 years. Continue. "Father, I knew Rhaegar. I was 13 when he died. I rode at his side for 2 seasons. I cleaned his armor. I carried his harp. I was, in the unimportant way a boy can be, fond of him. He was kind to me. He spoke to me. He treated me as a person. He was not Ares. He was the opposite of Ares. He was, in fact, the only Targaryen I have ever known well, and he was a good man. He died on the Trident with a tabard full of rubies and a song unfinished. I have, for 15 years, mourned him in a small private way that I have not spoken of to anyone, including my sister, because my sister would not understand it. Father, the boy in the meadow is, I have heard, Rhaegar's son. I have heard also that he looks like Lyanna in the eyes and like Rhaegar in the jaw, and that the resemblance is, to any man who knew either of them, unmistakable. Father, I would like to ride out tomorrow. I would like to ride out to his camp under truce flag and to look at him. I would like to look at him because I have been waiting 15 years to see Rhaegar's son alive. I had thought all of Rhaegar's children were dead, including this one I did not know existed, and I would like once to see him. After I have looked at him, I will return to you. I will tell you what I have seen. I will not lie. If the boy is a pretender, I will tell you, and you will fight him, and I will fight at your side, and we will be killed together because 49,000 men cannot win against 3 dragons in the open country. If the boy is Rhaegar's son, I will tell you, and you will, Father. I am asking you this. I am asking you to consider that. I am asking you to consider what it means that the Targaryen line did not die at the Trident. I am asking you to consider that we Lannisters are, on this point alone, perhaps not the only great house with a claim on the realm's future. He stopped. Tywin Lannister sat for a long time. Then Tywin said, "Go, Father, go. Ride out at dawn under truce flag with Sir Adam. Look at the boy. Return to me by noon. I will receive his herald at the 3rd hour past noon. If you tell me at noon that the boy is Rhaegar's son, I will consider whether to bend the knee. I will consider it because you have asked me to, and because you have not asked me a thing in 15 years that you did not need, and because if my own son believes the boy is Rhaegar's son, my son's belief is, for me, evidence. I will consider. I will not promise. I will in any case not bend the knee if the bending costs me Casterly Rock. The rock is the price. The rock for our lordship in perpetuity, with confirmation of your inheritance. If the boy gives me the rock, I will consider. Go." Jaime stood up. Jaime said, "Father, thank you. Do not thank me, Jaime. I am sending you to look at a dragon. I am not sending you out of love." "I know, Father. Go." He went. The meadow Sir Adam Marbrand and Jaime Lannister rode out at dawn under a white truce flag with a small honor guard of 8 men. They rode 4 leagues south at the trot. They came over the small ridge above Mountain Path at the 3rd hour after dawn and saw, in the meadow below, a small encampment. The encampment was 60 tents arranged in 3 concentric circles around a low rise. The rise was a small natural mound. On the rise, 3 dragons were curled in a triangle around a banked fire. The dragons were enormous. Jaime, who had read every book in the Casterly Rock Library on dragons in the past 2 months, had been prepared by reading. He had not been prepared by sight. The black one, Visenya by the report, was the size of a small barn. The green bronze one, Balerion, was the size of a medium barn. The cream one, Rhaenys, was the size of a slightly smaller barn, although she was lithe in the way the others were not, and she had a long neck that she was, at the moment, curled around the back of her own head to scratch with her tail. There was a single small green canvas tent at the top of the rise between the dragons and the banked fire. The tent was open. There was a small folding table set up in front of the tent. There was a young man at the table in a black wool tunic with a wolf's head sword hilt visible at his hip and a longer, paler hilted sword in a scabbard across his back. He was eating bread and cheese off a wooden plate. He looked up as Jaime and Adam approached. He set down the bread. He stood. He stood, and Jaime Lannister, who had thought he was prepared, was not. The boy was 15. The boy was Rhaegar in the jaw and Lyanna in the eyes and Rhaegar in the line of the shoulders, and Lyanna in the way he stood. A particular slight forward lean from the hips that Lyanna had had at the tourney of Harrenhal, that Jaime had seen there as a 15-year-old himself, and that he had thought of since as the lean of a wolf woman about to spring. The boy had Lyanna's eyes. The boy had Rhaegar's mouth. The boy was Rhaegar's son. Jaime had no doubt. He had no doubt before the boy had spoken a word. He had no doubt before he had dismounted. He dismounted. He walked up to the table. Adam walked behind him. The 8 guards remained at the bottom of the rise. The boy said, "Sir Jaime, your grace." "You may sit, sir. Have you broken your fast?" "I have not." "Then break it with me. There is bread and cheese and 3 apples. The cheese is from Highgarden. The apples are from White Harbor. The bread is from a small bakery in Lannisport that I have been told you patronized as a boy." Jaime sat. Adam stood behind him. Jaime ate a piece of bread. The bread was, in fact, from the bakery in Lannisport. He said, "Your Grace, I have come to look at you. I have been told you are Rhaegar's son. I have come to confirm. I have confirmed. You are. I am. I rode at your father's side as a boy. I know. He was kind to me. He was kind, sir. I have been told that of him by everyone who knew him. You did not know him." "No, sir, I never met him. I was unborn when he died. He played the harp. I know. I have his harp. Lord Stark recovered it at the Trident and kept it for me. It is at Winterfell." Jaime stared at the table. He said, "Your Grace, why have you sent me back?" "I did not send you back, sir. You sent yourself back. I was not aware you were coming." "Yes, your Grace knows what I mean." "Yes, sir, I do." The boy looked at him. The boy's eyes were Lyanna's eyes exactly, gray, very large, with a small line at the corner that did not yet, at 15, look like a wrinkle, but that would, in 20 years, settle into the same line Lyanna had had at 15, and that Lyanna would have had at 30 if she had lived to 30. The boy said, "Sir Jaime, I want you to kneel. I want you to kneel here in this meadow this morning before Sir Adam and your 8 men and the 3 of my dragons. I want it because I will need you in the years ahead, and the kneeling has to be public, even if the public is small. I want it because your father is going to die in 3 days. I have arranged it. My green dragon, Balerion, will burn him in his last charge, and I do not want a Lannister inheritance to pass into the hands of any other man than you. I want it because you have not been served well by your life, sir, and I have been thinking about what to offer you, and the offer I have is this: kneel to me, and I will make you my hand. I will make you lord of Casterly Rock when your father is dead. I will release you, by my hand and by the new High Septons after I have appointed one, from your Kingsguard vows on the grounds that I am restoring the Targaryen line, and that your vows to Aerys are therefore null. I will give you the Lord Paramountcy of the West. I will, in time, give you a marriage to a great lady of any house in the realm that you wish, or no marriage if you prefer no marriage. I am not particular. I will, lastly, give you the use of my Valyrian sword Longclaw for any single combat you choose to fight in the next 20 years, in exchange for the loan of your own Valyrian sword to the throne when it is needed. I am offering you, sir, in summary, everything you were promised at 14 and everything that has been taken from you since. James stared. He said, "Your Grace, you have not asked me anything yet. I have not asked you anything yet because I have not yet finished offering. There is more. There is one more thing. I will, by writ, in front of the small council and the high septon and the assembled lords of the realm at my coronation, formally acknowledge that the mad King Ares had ordered the burning of King's Landing by wildfire, and that you, in killing him, prevented the death of 500,000 small folk. And I will, by the same writ, formally rescind the title of Kingslayer from your name and replace it with the title of Savior of the city. I will require the Meisters to use the new title in all written records going forward. I will require the singers to sing of the new title. I will, in short, do the thing that ought to have been done 15 years ago and ought to have been done by Robert Baratheon at his coronation. Robert did not have the courage. I will do it. That is what I am offering you, sir. Now I will ask." He paused. He took a sip of water. He set the cup down. He said, "Sir Jaime Lannister, will you kneel to me here in this meadow this morning before my dragons and your men and the gods of your line and accept the hand of the king? Take your time." "I will wait. The bread is good. Have another piece." Jaime Lannister, at 28, did not need to take his time. He stood up. He pushed back the chair. He walked around the table. He drew his sword slowly, with both hands on the hilt to show that he was not drawing in earnest, and he laid the sword across his palms, and he knelt on the wet grass of the meadow east of Lannisport in the early morning of the 3rd day of the 2nd month of 299 AC, and he said, "My king, I am yours. I have been waiting for a king worth my cloak for 15 years. I have found you. I am yours." Aegon Targaryen took the sword. He laid the flat of it across Jaime's left shoulder, then his right, then his left. He gave it back. "Rise, Sir Jaime, Lord of Casterly Rock, Lord Paramount of the West, Hand of the King. Rise and ride back to your father. Tell him what has happened. Tell him I will receive his herald at the 3rd hour past noon. Tell him I have given him until sunset to consider whether to follow you in your kneeling. Tell him that if he does, I will confirm him as Lord of Casterly Rock for the rest of his natural life, and you will inherit upon his death, which will be of old age many years from now, and not in this meadow. Tell him that if he does not, I will burn him, and that the burning is regrettable but cannot be avoided. Go, sir, tell him." Jaime rose, he bowed, he turned, he walked down the rise to his horse, he mounted. He rode back to his father with Sir Adam at his side, and Sir Adam, who had watched the entire conversation from a distance of perhaps 3 paces, in absolute silence, with his hand on his sword in case he needed to die for his lord, rode without speaking. They rode for an hour. When they were halfway back, Adam said, "Sir." "Yes, Adam. You knelt. I knelt. You are the hand of the king. I am. Your father will be furious. My father will be furious. My father will then either accept it or die. I am not yet sure which. Sir, I will follow you. Whatever your father chooses, I follow you. I followed you into the Kingsguard. I will follow you into a kneeling. Thank you, Adam. He is very young. He is very young. He is also, sir, he is the king. I knew it watching him. So did I. They rode the rest of the way in silence. The refusal Tywin Lannister received them in his pavilion at the 7th hour after dawn. Jaime told him everything. Jaime did not soften it. Jaime told him the offer. Jaime told him he had knelt. Jaime told him he was the hand of the king. Tywin Lannister sat at his writing table. Tywin Lannister did not for a long moment speak. His face did not change. His face had not changed in 20 years. Then Tywin said, "Get out. Father, you are no longer my son. Get out of my pavilion. Get off the high ground east of Lannisport. Get out of the Westerlands. You are dead to me. Casterly Rock will pass to your sister's son. The Lord Paramountcy will pass to your sister's son. The Lannister name will pass to your sister's son. You are no longer a Lannister. Get out." Jaime stood. He said, "Father, I am sorry." "You are not sorry. You are pleased. Go, be pleased somewhere I cannot see you." Jaime bowed, he turned. He walked out of his father's pavilion for the last time in his life. He rode south back to the meadow. He arrived at the 3rd hour past noon, the same hour at which Aegon had said he would receive the herald. He arrived at the meadow with Sir Adam at his side and with no escort behind him. He had ridden through his father's host alone, and the captains of his father's host had watched him pass, and not one of them had drawn a sword on him, because they had been told by the maesters that whatever happened at the high camp that morning was not to be interfered with on pain of summary execution by the Lord Commander Kevin. He arrived at the meadow. He dismounted. He walked up to the tent. The king was sitting at the table again, eating an apple this time. The king looked up. The king said, "Has he refused? He has refused. Has he disowned you? He has. I am sorry, Jaime. I am not, your grace. You are. You will be sorry tonight. You are not sorry now because you have been a Lannister all your life and you have just made yourself a Targaryen man, and the new shape is exhilarating, and the new shape will, by sundown tomorrow, be a shape that requires you to watch your father burn. I am sorry. I will be sorry with you. Your grace. Yes, thank you. Sit down, eat. We have a great deal of work to do this afternoon. I will receive the herald my father sent at the 3rd hour past noon. That is in a few minutes, and I will give your father the refusal he is expecting. Then we will plan tonight's burning. The Lannister tents, Lord's Pavilion specifically. The Lord's Pavilion will be a target. The Lord will not be in it. The Lord knows by now that I know where it is. But the burning of the pavilion will move him into the small captain's tent. Tomorrow at noon we burn the Lord's horse. The Lord will not, until the 3rd day, attempt his flank assault. The flank assault is the desperate move. I have written it. I have it on the 2nd sheet of the campaign ledger. Sit, Jaime, eat. We have a great deal of work. Jaime sat. He ate. The herald arrived. The refusal was delivered. The herald returned. That night Visenya burned the Lord's pavilion. The next noon, Balerion, the green and bronze, the fierce one, the most willing to scorch, burned the Lord's horse where it was tethered behind the captain's tent. The horse was a great destrier called Pride, which Tywin had ridden for 11 years. The horse was burned in a single concentrated lance of fire that did not touch the captain's tent 30 feet away, and Tywin Lannister, who had been writing at his writing table inside the captain's tent at the time, came out and stood and looked at the burned thing that had been his horse and said only, "Send a raven to Casterly Rock. Tell my daughter Cersei what has occurred. Tell her to expect news in 3 days. Tell her I love her. Tell her to be careful." The raven went. On the 3rd day at sunset, Tywin Lannister called his household guard. He called his cavalry. He gathered 3,000 horsemen on the western ridge of the high ground. He drew his ancestral sword, Brightroar's replacement, a non-Valyrian Lannister blade, and he raised it, and he said, "We charge. We charge in 3 columns. We charge the meadow camp where the dragon rider sleeps. We charge because if we charge under cover of dusk, and if the dragon rider is asleep when we arrive, we may take the boy before the dragons wake. The dragons cannot fly without a saddle. The dragons cannot fly without their rider. The boy is one boy. Leaps, we charge." They charged. Aegon Targaryen was not asleep. Aegon Targaryen had been waiting for the charge for 2 days. Aegon Targaryen had set Rhaenys, the cream one, the fast one, on a low knoll a quarter-mile west of the meadow camp with a clear line of sight to the western ridge. He had instructed her in Old Valyrian to burn the charge when it came. He had been very specific. He had told her, the central column of horse. Burn the central column at 50 yards. Leave the wings. The wings will scatter on their own. She did exactly that. When the central column of horse came over the rise at 300 yards, Rhaenys was on her hind legs. When the central column came to 100 yards, Rhaenys was airborne. When the central column came to 50 yards, Rhaenys breathed. The breath of Rhaenys at 4.5 years was a cone of fire about 90 feet long and 40 feet wide at the tip. The central column of horse was 25 wide and 40 deep. The fire took the front 15 ranks in a single wash. The horses behind the front 15 panicked, reared, threw their riders, and ran in every direction except forward. The two wings, Tywin had ordered them to charge separately in the standard tripartite cavalry charge, saw the central column become a single rolling sheet of orange and yellow, and the wings did, as Aegon had predicted, scatter. Tywin Lannister was at the head of the central column. Tywin Lannister was in the second rank. Tywin Lannister had time before the fire reached him to see the dragon. He saw her clearly. He saw the cream of her belly and the long curve of her neck, and the way she banked slightly, to put her breath exactly along the line of the column. He saw, perhaps in his last second, that his son had been right and that the boy who had taken his son was the boy who would take the realm. He did not bend the knee even then. He died on his horse. The Westerlands were sworn in 11 days. Kevan Lannister, who had not been at the head of the charge, Tywin had not let him, went down to Lannisport on the second day after the burning and called the surviving banners. The surviving banners came. Kevan made the speech. The speech said that Tywin had fallen in the field, that Jaime had been received as the new lord of Casterly Rock, that the Westerlands would swear to Aegon Targaryen VI as the new lord paramountcy, that the Lannister inheritance would pass in the proper order, and that the realm would, by the crown's writ, formally recognize that the man who had killed Aerys had been the savior of King's Landing. The bannermen knelt. Kevan knelt. Jaime Lannister on the dais beside his king, with the wolf's head sword Snow at his hip and the new title, Hand of the King, fresh on his shoulders, watched his uncle Kevan kneel to a boy of 15. And Jaime did not exactly weep. He had wept the night his father died on the floor of the king's pavilion at the Meadow Camp, with the king sitting beside him in silence the whole time. He had wept then. He did not weep now. He stood. He nodded once to his uncle. He said only, "Welcome, uncle, we have work to do." The Westerlands were sworn, 5 kingdoms. Aegon Targaryen flew home with 2 of his dragons. Rhaenys he left at the Meadow Camp for 3 days. She had thrown a wing on the burning of the central column, and she would not be airworthy until the wing healed. She flew home on the 4th day. She landed at Greyborough at dusk on the 7th day. Jaime Lannister did not fly home with him. Jaime Lannister rode to Casterly Rock to begin his lordship. Jaime took his sister's letters. Cersei had been writing to him every day, and the letters had not been kind. And the letters had become, in the last 3 days, threatening, and burned them, all of them, in the great hearth of the Lord Solar of Casterly Rock, without reading any of them past the first 3 sentences. He sat on the floor of the Solar that night and stared into the fire and wondered for a long while what it was to be a man with no sister, no father, no king he was sworn to except by his own free will. He had no answer that night. The answer would come, slowly, in the months after, in the small ways. The answer would come, in part, in the careful Hand of the King work he would do in the next year. The answer would come, in larger part, in the way Brienne of Tarth would look at him 3 years after that and not see Kingslayer in his face. The answer would come, in the longest part, in the eventual marriage he would make, to no Lannister cousin, to no Tyrell granddaughter, but to a younger sister of Sam Tarly, of all unlikely people, a quiet bookish woman of his own age called Tala Tarly, whom he had not yet met as of the burning at Lannisport, but whom he would meet in the autumn of 300 at the king's coronation feast in King's Landing, and who would, by the spring of 302, be his wife. That was later. In the early spring of 299, Jaime Lannister was the Hand of the King, and the Westerlands were sworn, and the realm had bent 5 of its 7 knees, and Aegon Targaryen was 15, and the conquest was on schedule. The Riverlands were next. Chapter 8. The Twins in Ash. Mid-299 AC, the Riverlands had been at the center of every great war fought in Westeros since Aegon the Conqueror. And the Riverlands had paid more for every war than any other kingdom, because the Riverlands sat at the road junction of the realm. The road from the north to King's Landing crossed the Riverlands. The road from the Westerlands to King's Landing crossed the Riverlands. The road from the Vale to King's Landing crossed the Riverlands. The road from the Reach to the Westerlands crossed the Riverlands. Every army that had ever marched anywhere in 300 years had marched through the Riverlands, eaten the Riverlands' grain, drunk the Riverlands' wells dry, raped the Riverlands' women, and gone on. The Riverlands had a phrase for this, the kingdom in the middle. It was not exactly a phrase of pride. In the spring of 299, the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands was Hoster Tully of Riverrun, who was 65 years old and dying. He had been dying for a year. He had been declining for 2. The Meisters had been bleeding him weekly for 6 months. The bleeding had not been effective. Hoster had stopped speaking in full sentences in the 3rd month of the year. He drifted in and out, called for his daughter Lysa, who was not coming, called for his daughter Catelyn, who would not come south while the conquest was in progress, called for his brother Brynden, who was sitting beside him at most hours of the day. Brynden, the Blackfish, was 60 years old, lean, hard, and the only Tully in the Riverlands who was not in some way compromised. He had quarreled with Hoster 40 years ago over an arranged marriage Hoster had wanted him to make. The quarrel had never been resolved. The Blackfish had been living at Runestone in the Vale until Lysa Arryn had begun her decline, at which point he had ridden west and taken up the de facto castellanship of Riverrun in his brother's name. Edmure Tully, Hoster's son and heir, was 26, well-meaning, charming in a slightly damp way, and not by the universal agreement of every man who had served under him in the field, a soldier. The Blackfish ran the Riverlands. Edmure signed the documents. Aegon had been corresponding with the Blackfish for a year. The Blackfish had sworn no oaths and made no commitments. The Blackfish had been, by his nature, a man who refused to commit himself in writing to a thing he had not yet seen with his own eyes. But the Blackfish had also, by his nature, been a man who would not refuse a meeting. They had met once, in the autumn of 298, in a small farmhouse near Seaguard, with 2 of Aegon's guards outside and 2 of the Blackfish outside and a small carafe of bad red wine between them. The Blackfish had looked at Aegon for a long time. The Blackfish had said, "Boy, you will burn the twins. Yes, you will burn the twins because Walder Frey will not kneel. Yes, Walder Frey will not kneel because Walder Frey has spent 90 years not kneeling to anyone he could prevent from making him kneel. Yes, Walder has 92 children, 63 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Yes, you will not burn all of them. Number, you will burn the ones in the twins. Yes, you will burn the twins to the foundation. Yes, or near enough, there will be very little stone left to anyone. And then the Tullys will inherit. The Lord Paramountcy of the Riverlands will pass to House Tully. Edmure will hold the seat. Edmure will marry Margaery Tyrell. The betrothal was sealed last autumn, and the Reach and the Riverlands will be bound. The Tullys will absorb the lesser Frey holdings that survive, those of the junior branches not at the twins on the day of the burning. The Frey name will not be extinguished. It will be confined to 2 or 3 minor branches scattered through the Riverlands. The twins will be rebuilt over time, by Tully hand, as a Tully castle. The old name of the place will be retained, but the seat will be the Tullys. That is the plan. You have thought about this. I have been thinking about Walder Frey for 2 years. Walder Frey is the only lord of the Riverlands who will not bend. The rest will bend if Edmure tells them to, and Edmure will tell them to if I tell him to, and Edmure will tell me to tell him to if you tell him to. The conquest of the Riverlands is, in fact, a conversation between you and me with a single act of fire as the punctuation. Walder is the punctuation. I am sorry it has to be him. I would prefer to negotiate. He will not negotiate. He has been told 3 times by Raven that I am coming, and that the terms are the same as for every other lord, and he has burnt all 3 ravens unread, on the principle that he does not read messages from Targaryens or bastards or boys. I have heard from a serving woman of his 4th wife that he has called me a Stark bastard cunt on 6 separate occasions in the Great Hall of the Twins in the past 2 months. I would not ordinarily hold this against him. I am, however, holding it against him. He has had his chance. The Blackfish had drunk his wine. The Blackfish had said, "Boy, I will not love you for what you do to the twins. I will, however, accept it. I will accept it because the twins has been, a wound in the side of the Riverlands for 90 years. Walder Frey has used his bridge as a bludgeon. He has charged tolls that no other lord in the 7 kingdoms would dare to charge. He has refused to call his banners on every occasion when a Tully has called them. He has, in the past 9 months, 3 times refused to send his men to support the wardens of the Riverlands against banditrades near Stony September. He has been, in his quiet, sour, vindictive way, the worst lord the Riverlands has had to suffer in a generation. I will not weep for the twins. I will not weep for Walder. I will weep for the Frey grandchildren at the twins. There will be some, and I will require you to set up a fund in your own purse to support the surviving Frey junior branch widows who lose their husbands in the burning. I will require also that after the burning you commission a memorial, a small one, a plaque, to remind every man of the Riverlands that the burning was a thing required by Walder and not by you. I will require these things in exchange for the formal kneeling of the Tullys. The kneeling will be done at Riverrun within the fortnight after the burning. Edmure will sign, I will sign, the lesser bannermen will sign, the Riverlands will be yours. Done, boy, Lord Brynden. You are doing this very well. You are doing this better than any conqueror has ever done it. I have been a soldier my whole life. I have not seen a campaign of this kind. You are conquering by mathematics. You are conquering by careful conversation. You are burning the absolute minimum that you can burn, and you are leaving everyone alive who can be left alive, and you are making each kingdom feel at the end that it has chosen you rather than been taken. It is not anything I have a name for. I am not a young man, and I have spent my life watching old men try to be conquerors and fail, and you at 14 are doing what they could not do at 50. I am, in spite of myself, slightly in love with you. It is the love of an old soldier for a young one who has made him remember why he became a soldier in the first place. I will follow you. I will follow you to the burning of the twins, and I will follow you to King's Landing, and I will follow you to wherever you take the realm after. You should know it. I am sworn to you in private today. The formal kneeling will be at Riverrun. The actual swearing was today, boy. Aegon had set down his cup of bad red wine. He had reached across the small farmhouse table and clasped the Blackfish's hand. He had said, "Lord Brynden, I do not deserve that yet. I will try to." You will. Now go home and plan the burning. He had gone home. He had planned the burning. The planning had taken 6 months. The burning would take 3 hours. The twins were not actually one castle. The twins were 2 castles joined by a fortified bridge across the green fork of the Trident. The West Castle was the older, built in 480 BC, in the time of the first Frey, who had been a small lord granted the bridge toll by the Tully of Riverrun, and who had built the original castle around the toll house. The East Castle was the newer, built in 220 BC, by a more ambitious Frey who had decided the bridge needed defending from both sides. The 2 castles had been linked by the fortified bridge in 178 AC. The bridge had been widened and refortified twice. The current bridge was a thing of stone 300 yards long, 20 yards wide, fortified at every 50 yards with a low tower, and crowned at its center by the water tower, a tall thin spike that rose 90 feet above the river and that served, in the modern Frey administration, as the Lord's audience chamber. Walder Frey lived in the water tower. Walder Frey had not slept in a bed below the water tower's 3rd floor in 23 years. Walder Frey ate his meals in the water tower. Walder Frey received guests in the water tower. Walder Frey, in his 92nd year, conducted what business he could still conduct on the water tower's 5th floor, in a room with an audience seat that was, the singer said, modeled on the Iron Throne, although the model was somewhat smaller and somewhat shabbier than the original. The twins were not a small target. The twins had 800 household guards. The twins had 2,000 Frey men-at-arms quartered in the Bailey of the East and West castles together. The twins had, on the bridge itself, defensive arrangements that included 6 ballistae, 12 scorpions, and a system of fire arrow positions that could put a wall of flame across the bridge in either direction. The twins were, on paper, one of the better defended lordly seats in the Riverlands. The twins did not have anything that could defend against 3 dragons at altitude. The plan was simple. It was the simplest plan Aegon had drawn up in his ledger. He had written it on a single sheet of vellum in his careful, sharp hand, and the sheet had a diagram of the twins as seen from above and 3 small annotations. Vysnia. West Castle, full burning, single pass east to west at 600 feet. Balerion. East Castle, full burning, single pass west to east at 600 feet. Rhaenys. Water tower focused burning from above, hover at 300 feet over the south face of the tower, 2-minute sustained flame. The plan accounted for the small Lord's Tower in the East Castle, Balerion's Pass would cover it. The granary in the West Castle, Vysnia's Pass would cover it. The bridge defenses, the burning of the castles, would silence them by killing the men in the towers. And the river itself, no harm intended, the river would be unaffected. The plan did not account for the Frey grandchildren in either castle. The plan, in fact, deliberately did not account for them. Aegon had spent 4 nights writing and rewriting the plan, and on the 4th night he had set down his pen and stared at the page for an hour, and had then opened the ledger to the column called Men Killed Who Did Not Deserve to Die, and had written, in advance of the burning, the words, "The grandchildren of Walder Frey at the twins, number unknown, between 12 and 20 by report, boys and girls. I will not learn their names because I do not wish to learn them while their grandfather lives. I will learn them after, when the Meister of the twins is dead, when the records are mine. I will fund their families. I am sorry. I cannot avoid it. There is no surgical burning of the twins. The Lord lives in the water tower. The water tower is the target. The children share the castle. I am sorry." He had closed the ledger. He had not slept. He had risen and ridden to Winterfell and asked Ned what he should do. Ned had said, "Jon, you do the thing you have planned. You do it because the alternative is not burning the twins. And the alternative to burning is a Walder Frey who survives. And a Walder Frey who survives is a Walder Frey who will, at some point in the next 5 years, betray you in exactly the way Walder Frey has betrayed every man he has been sworn to in the last 70 years. I have been told the story of the Red Wedding by Howland's wife, who is a green dreamer of some power, and who has seen it as a thing that did not happen in this world but might. The Red Wedding, Jon, it would have been the Tully Wedding in another year, in another timeline. Walder would have killed Robb and Catelyn and the better part of the northern host at a wedding feast. We have been spared this only because in this timeline you have made a different conquest, and the better part of the northern host has not had to ride south. Walder is the kind of man who would have done this thing. He is not Aerys. Aerys was mad. He is colder. He has been planning some such betrayal for years and has been waiting for the right one. You will not let him wait for it. You will burn him before he commits it. The grandchildren are a cost. The cost is on Walder, not on you. Walder built his castle around himself. Walder ensured that his castle could not be burned without burning his children. That was Walder's choice. You did not choose it for him. Do the thing, Jon. Do not unwrite the plan. Add the names to the ledger after. Mourn them. Fund the survivors. Build the memorial. Do not let mourning prevent doing. Mourning that prevents doing is, Jon, mourning that prevents doing is the rope a king hangs his kingdom on. Do the thing. Aegon had ridden back to Greyborough that same day. He had not unwritten the plan. He had written one additional line in the ledger. Father said, do the thing. I will do it. I will mourn. I will not stop. He flew on the 8th day of the 5th month of 299 AC. He flew at the hour of the wolf. He flew alone, that is, with all 3 dragons but with no men on the ground, because the burning of the twins did not require any men on the ground. The twins were a single contained target. The dragons could do it without infantry. He came over the twins at dawn. He came over them at 3,000 feet, the height at which dragons were small in the sky and at which the small folk of the riverlands looking up would say cormorants, not dragons. He held them at 3,000 feet for one full circuit of the twins while he confirmed the geography. The geography was as the diagrams had shown. The west castle on the west bank, the east castle on the east bank, the bridge in between, the water tower at the center of the bridge. He descended. Visenya descended west of the river, then banked and came in from the east in a slow, flat dive. Balerion descended east of the river and banked and came in from the west. Rhaenys, the smallest and the most agile, climbed instead of descending. She went to 4,000 feet, then 5, then took up her hover above the water tower, 3,000 feet above it, and prepared to drop. Aegon was on Visenya. He spoke the word. The 3 dragons burned the twins in 3 hours, and in the same 3 hours they were silent. And in those 3 hours nothing in the world worth speaking of changed, except that 2 castles became 2 heaps of melted stone. A bridge became a charred line of soot across a river that ran black for a day and clear again on the 2nd day. And 92 children of Walder Frey, ranging in age from a few months to 38, ceased to exist along with their grandfather and his 6th wife and his maester and his 4 cooks and his 3 captains of the household guard and his 743 men-at-arms and the entire household of 312 servants, washerwomen, scullions, smiths, grooms, blacksmiths, falconers, and stable boys. There were survivors. There were always survivors. The small folk of the village at the foot of the West Castle, the village called Wades on the lower terrace, were largely unaffected. The dragons had been told not to burn anything below the castle, and the dragons had obeyed. The bridge guard at the western end, the very western end, a small gatehouse called the Outer Gate, had 10 men in it on the morning of the burning. 9 were knocked unconscious by the heat shock but survived. The eastern Outer Gate had 8 men, 6 survived. The small Frey Jr. holding of Bridgegate, 2 miles south on the river, a different Frey branch, a poor relation called the Wades Freys, was untouched by the dragons. That branch had 18 people in it, including 5 children. The Wades Freys inherited by Aegon's writ the lesser holdings of the destroyed Frey branches. They were given a small income from the crown for their loyalty in advance. They became, by the autumn of 299, the only Frey branch of any standing in the Riverlands. The other Frey junior branches, the Dines, the Brackensford Freys, the Storm Hill Freys, were variously absorbed by marriage and by escheat into the Tully system over the next year. The Frey name did not die. The twins as a seat of power did. Rosalind Frey, age 16, was at Bridgegate on the morning of the burning. Rosalind was a niece of Walder by the junior branch. raised at the twins until age 12 and currently visiting an aunt. Rosalind would, in the autumn of 299, marry Edmure Tully, a marriage Aegon had arranged separately from the Margaery Tyrell betrothal, after he had reconsidered the original plan and concluded that a Tyrell marriage to Edmure would put too many marriages in too few hands, and that a smaller marriage, to a fray of an acceptable junior branch, would do the political work of stabilizing the Riverlands while leaving Margaery free for a more important match. Eventually, Margaery would marry Willas Tyrell's cousin Garland and become the lady of a new reach seat to be carved out of the burnt lands of Brightwater, but that, again, was later. Rosalind and Edmure were a kind match. They were both pleasant. They had 3 sons in 8 years. The Tully line continued in good order. The lesser bannermen of the Riverlands knelt at Riverrun, as the Blackfish had promised, within the fortnight after the burning. They knelt because the Blackfish told them to. They knelt because Edmure was their new Lord Paramount, and because Edmure was, for all his limitations, a Tully and a man of the river and a known quantity. They knelt because the alternative was to fight 3 dragons, and they had just seen the twins on the news of the post-couriers, and the news had been very clear that the twins were a thing that no longer existed. The Blackfish, after the kneeling at Riverrun, took Aegon aside in the Lord's Solar. The Blackfish set down a sealed packet of papers on the table. "Boy, these are the names. The Maester of the twins survived. He was visiting his brother at Stony Sept on the day of the burning. He has compiled at my order the full list of those who died at the twins, 847 names. The grandchildren of Walder are listed in the first section. 12 grandchildren, 8 boys, 4 girls. The youngest was 4 months old. Her name was Nessa. She was the daughter of Walder's son Enes by his 5th wife. She had been weaned the week before. The girl's mother died with her in the nursery on the 2nd floor of the East Castle. You will read these names. You will not read them all today. There are too many. You will not be able to. You will read them over the next year. You will write to each surviving family. You will pay each surviving family from your own purse. Your own purse, boy, not the crown. This is the thing the Blackfish requires of you, a sum that you will determine after consultation with your maesters, but that will be sufficient to maintain the family in modest comfort for the remainder of the children's lives. You will fund the memorial. The memorial will be a stone column at the foot of the bridge, the new bridge, which the Tullys will build in the next 3 years, with the 847 names carved on it in small letters. The column will not face the bridge. The column will face Riverrun. It will be the last thing every traveler sees before crossing the new bridge into Frey land, and the first thing they will see on the return journey. It will be a column of mourning. You will dedicate it personally in the autumn of 300 between the conquest of Dorne and the start of the long night. You will say a small speech. You will not lie in the speech. You will name Walder's choices and you will name your own. You will read at least 3 of the names from the column. You will be, boy, you will be very young when you do this, but you will be old enough by then. I will be with you. I have spoken with the new Septon at Stony Sept. He will officiate. We will do it together. That is the deal. You burned the twins because you had to. You will commemorate the twins because you should. The 2 together make it a thing the realm can live with. The 2 together make it a thing you can live with. Without the second, you will not live with the first. I have known soldiers, boy, who carried unburnt names in their heads for 40 years and went mad of the carrying. I will not have you go mad. I will require you to carry the names in a column instead. The column will bear it for you. The column will not free you of the names, nothing will, but the column will share them. Will you do it? Aegon Targaryen sat at the table in the Lord's Solar of Riverrun, with his palms flat on the wood the way he had sat at 14 years and 1 day of age in Ned Solar at Winterfell when his mother's letter had been put in his hand, and he said, "I will do it. Lord Brynden, I will do all of it. The fund, the memorial, the speech, the reading of the names, the dedication, I will do it personally. I will not delegate any of it. Tell the Meister to send me a copy of the list every week as he confirms it. I will read them. I will start tonight. Boy, yes, I am sorry it has to be you. It does have to be me. I am the one who burned them. The carrying is mine." Yes. They sat in silence. The Blackfish poured them both a cup of Riverrun summer wine. They drank. Edmure and Roslin, Edmure Tully was, in person, less foolish than his reputation. He was a man of 26 who had been raised in the shadow of a Lord Paramount father and a great-hand uncle and a famous Blackfish second uncle, and he had learned, somewhere in his upbringing, that the way to survive in a family of that kind was to be the pleasant one. He was pleasant. He laughed easily. He danced well. He liked his food and his wine in the moderate quantities a man of his disposition required. He was not stupid. He was, in fact, kinder than any of the men in his family, and the kindness made him underrated. Aegon, in the week he stayed at Riverrun after the formal nailing, noticed the kindness and made a small mental note about it. Edmure's father Hoster died on the 3rd night of Aegon's stay. He died quietly in his bed, with the Blackfish at his side, and his last words, by the Blackfish's report, were, "Tansy, where is Tansy?" which were the same words he had been muttering for 2 months, and which referred to a woman the Blackfish had refused to clarify, and which, the Blackfish admitted, were probably best not investigated by Edmure's biographers. Hoster was laid in the river the next day, in the old Tully manor, on a small boat with a fire in the prow, and a Tully banner laid across his chest. The Blackfish, who had not in fact reconciled with his brother before the death, stood at the bank in his old Vale colors and watched the boat go down the river without firing the arrow that traditionally set the funeral boat alight. The arrow was fired by Edmure instead, on the Blackfish's quiet refusal. Aegon stood beside the Blackfish. He said nothing. The Blackfish stared at the burning boat for a long time, and then the Blackfish wept briefly, and Aegon put his hand on the old man's shoulder, and the Blackfish let him. The Blackfish said in a low voice, "Boy, he was an unkind brother. He was a worse father. He was a passable lord. He was a man. I did not love him. I find I am in some way sorry he is dead. I did not expect to be. Yes, Lord Brynden, that is all. Yes." They walked back to the keep together. Edmure was acclaimed Lord Paramount of the Riverlands the next day. The lesser bannermen who had knelt to Aegon on the previous afternoon knelt to Edmure as their immediate liege that morning. The succession was bloodless. The realm, which had, by the post-couriers, heard already of the burning of the twins, accepted the new Lord Paramount as a thing the king had blessed, and that the Blackfish stood behind, and the Riverlands settled, for the first time in 20 years, into a kind of stable hand-on-the-tiller competence that nobody had quite been ready for. The match with Roslyn Frey was announced 2 weeks later. Roslyn came up from Bridgegate with her aunt, in a small Frey wedding procession that consisted of 3 carriages, 12 guards, and a single cart of dowry goods, mostly linen, some silver, a small Frey ancestral knife that Roslyn had been given by her aunt as a coming-of-age gift. She arrived at Riverrun on a sunny day in the 6th month. She met Edmure in the inner courtyard. They were both, Edmure 26, Roslyn 16, slightly shy. The shyness lasted 3 days. The wedding was held on the 20th day of the 6th month in the small sept at Riverrun, officiated by a septon brought up from Stony Sept for the purpose. Aegon attended. The Blackfish attended. Catelyn Stark attended. She had ridden south from Winterfell, with Ned, at Aegon's invitation. for the wedding of her last surviving sibling by marriage. Ned had ridden because Catelyn could not have managed the journey alone, and because Ned wished to be present at the kneeling of the Riverlands to confirm what every man in the realm now knew, which was that the king in the south was a Stark in blood as well as a Targaryen. Robb had ridden also in his crown, a thin circlet of bronze inlaid with iron, made by Mick into a sketch Robb himself had drawn, and Robb, as king in the north, had stood at the high table of the wedding feast and given a small toast that the singers later turned into a song called the Brother Toast, which became, in the years after, one of the standard wedding toasts of the Riverlands. The song was, in its earliest form, this: "A brother south, a brother north, a river runs between. The brother south is a Targaryen king, the brother north is a Stark. The river runs between. The bride is Tully, the groom is Tully, and the Tully's daughter brings the fray to the river, and the river is whole at last." It was a simple song. It was sung at every Riverland's wedding for 200 years. Aegon flew home 5 days after the wedding. He flew home with Visenya. He left Rhaenys and Balerion at Greybarrow under Halder Long's care. The burning of the twins had been hard work for them, and Aemon had written in advance that the dragons would need a full month of recovery between the Riverlands and the Crownlands. The month, in the conquest timetable, had been built in. The King's Landing campaign would commence on the first day of the 7th month. In the meantime, between the wedding at Riverrun and the campaign at King's Landing, Aegon Targaryen did 3 things. The first was the reading of the names. The Maester of the Twins, a small, slightly cowed man called Brennan, sent him the list in 3 packets, of 285 names each, in the 3rd week of the 5th month and the 1st and 3rd weeks of the 6th. Aegon read every name. He read them in the small hours, alone in his solar at Greybarrow, by a single tallow candle. He read each name aloud. He paused briefly between each one. He did not, for the most part, allow himself to think about each one. The thinking would have unmoored him. He simply read. He read for 3 hours each night for 9 nights. At the end of the 9th night, he had read all 847 names. He wrote in the ledger under the column called Men Killed Who Did Not Deserve to Die the words, 847 names of the twins, read in 3 nights, 3 packets, 3 hours each. Funds dispensed beginning the 7th month, memorial to be commissioned within the year. To be dedicated by my hand in the autumn of 300, between the conquest of Dorne and the long night. The second thing he did was to draft, with Aemon's help by Raven, the formal coronation document for the unified realm. The document was a long one, 6 pages, in the careful hand Aemon dictated through Sam, and contained, among its many provisions, the formal recognition of the Pact of Ice and Fire, the North as a separate kingdom under Robb, the formal establishment of the Order of the Dawn, 12 seats, charter as previously promised to Loras, the formal repudiation of the title Kingslayer in favor of Savior of the City by James' now effective hand, the formal establishment of the King's Small Council, Jaime as Hand, Mace Tyrell as Master of Laws, Davos Seaworth as Master of Ships. Davos had been recommended by Stannis' old Maester Cresson as a man of excellent saltwater competence who had served Stannis loyally, and who would now, on Stannis' disappearance, transfer easily to the king's service, and Aegon had taken the recommendation, and the formal commissioning by the king's own hand, of a great rebuilding of the wall garrisons in preparation for the long night. The document was finished by the end of the 6th month. It would be promulgated by the king's hand on the 20th day of the 8th month of 299 AC, 2 weeks after the taking of King's Landing. The third thing he did was to write to Daenerys Targaryen. He had been writing to her for 3 years. The correspondence had begun by way of Illyrio Mapates, the Pentoshi merchant prince who was Daenerys' host in the early years, and then through Daenerys' own household when she came of age. Aegon had introduced himself by letter as Aemon's apprentice, a young maester in training at the Wall, the early letters had said, who had heard of the Targaryen princess in Essos and who wished to write to her in the family's interest. Daenerys had replied. She had been 12. Her replies had been short at first, then longer, then long. She had been told by Illyrio not to write back too candidly to a stranger at the Wall, and she had not been candid in those early letters except in small bursts. But the bursts had been enough to give Aegon a sense of her, quick, intelligent, lonely, ambitious in the way a young woman is ambitious who has been told all her life that she is destined for a throne, but who has not been given any tool to obtain it. By the time she was 14 and he was 15, Aegon had revealed himself to her, that is, had revealed that he was not in fact a maester in training but was the son of Rhaegar, that he was her nephew, that he was, by the time of the letter, the conqueror of 4 kingdoms, that he intended to conquer the remaining 3 by the end of the next year, and that he intended to come for her in the autumn of 299 or the spring of 300 and to marry her, if she would have him. She had been, on receipt of this letter, 15. She had read it in the great hall of Illyrio's manse in Volantes, where Illyrio had retired 3 years before. She had taken it to her room. She had read it again. She had taken it to a small garden in Illyrio's manse and had stood under a pomegranate tree and read it a 3rd time. She had then gone back to her room and written a reply. The reply, which Aegon received in the 7th month of 299 AC at Greyborough, was as follows: Nephew, for so I will call you as you have asked. I have read your letter 4 times. I have considered each part of it. I will answer in order. Yes, I will have you. I have considered all the marriage offers I have received from the free cities, and I have refused them all. The refusal was not a courtesy, it was preference. I have preferred to remain unmarried in Volantes rather than to marry into any house here. I have done this on the advice of my own counsel, which has been chiefly my own, since I have had no counselor in Volantes I could fully trust. I had hoped since I was 11 that some Targaryen would emerge in the West. I had not believed until your first letter that anyone would. I now believe. I will have you. I will marry you. I will sit at your side on the Iron Throne when you have taken. I will ride a dragon when you have given me one. And I am told by Maester Aemon, yes, I have begun to correspond with him also since you put me in touch, that you have intended since 296 to give me Balerion, the green and bronze one, who will accept me. I will accept her in turn. We will ride together, eventually, in the campaign against the Long Night. I will not pretend I have not considered the alternative. The alternative was that I should refuse, on the principle that a Targaryen princess should not be the lesser of a Targaryen king, but his equal. I have read enough of the history of our line to know that the equal marriages have been the strongest ones, Aegon and Visenya, not Aegon and Rhaenys, and that the unequal marriages have been the weaker. I considered this for a week. I rejected it. I rejected it because you are not Aegon the First. You are not asking me to be a Rhaenys at your side. You are, in your letter, explicitly offering me a Visenya's role. My own dragon, my own command, my own seat on the small council, my own armies in the Long Night campaign, my own household in the Red Keep, my own claim on the realm. I have read this in your letter. I have noted it. I have accepted it. We will be Aegon and Visenya then in the new realm. Not Aegon and Rhaenys, not in the Rose Garden way, in the War Leader way. We will rule together, and we will fly together, and we will fight the dead together, and we will sit the throne together, and we will be, I hope, happy together. I am told by Maester Aemon, he speaks of you often in his letters, that you are a thoughtful young man and that you have, in spite of everything, kept a kind of moral measure on yourself through the conquest. I hope this is true. I have read the dispatches about the burning of the twins. I have wept for the grandchildren. I am told that you have wept also, and that you are planning a memorial. This is correct. Build it. Read the names. I will help. I will read them with you. Tell Lord Brynden the Blackfish that Daenerys of House Targaryen has read the list also, and that she shares the carrying. Come for me when you are ready. I will be ready. I am, at the moment of this letter, 17 days from my 15th Nameday. I will turn 15 in this month. I will be ready by the spring of 300, that is, in 9 months, as you have proposed, to be brought home. I have a small household here at Illyrio's. 3 handmaidens whom I trust, 2 of whom are Nathai, and 1 of whom is a Lazarine, a guard captain, a Westerosi exile called Jorah Mormont, who I am told is the disowned son of the Lady Mormont of Bear Island, and who has asked me to ask you, on his behalf, whether he might be permitted to return home in your service, with the understanding that his disgrace might be in some way forgiven. I will be in your debt if you say yes. I will also be in your debt if you say no, since I have made him no promise. Decide as you think best. He has, in any case, served me well for 3 years. He was sent to me by Lord Varys. By the way, a fact I have only recently confirmed. Varys has been a Targaryen man for some time, and you should know that he intends to make himself useful to you when you arrive at King's Landing. Be wary of him, do not refuse him. He has played a long game, and he has played it for our line, and we will need him in the years ahead. Aemon and I both believe this. We have written you a joint letter about him, which Aemon will send next week. Come, nephew. Come and find me. I will be in Valentis through the winter. Illyrio has a small ship at the harbor that he has prepared on my request. For the journey home, it is a Pentoshi yacht, the Aphrodite, 16 oars and a sail, fast enough to cross from Valentis to Dragonstone in 8 days with a fair wind. I will sail in her when you give the word. Or come on a dragon. Or come on a ship of your own, the manor is yours. I will be at the dock at Valentis on the 1st day of the 3rd month of 300 AC, every dawn with my household assembled, waiting. Whenever you arrive, I will be there. Come, your aunt, and very shortly, God's willing, your queen, Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen of Valentis. Aegon read this letter twice. He folded it. He set it in the small iron lockbox where he kept Lyanna's letter and the ledger in Aemon's first letter and the harvest plan from Olenna. He sat for a moment in his solar at Grayborough with his hand on the lid of the box. He said aloud to no one, "Visenya, not Rhaenys. We will be Aegon and Visenya." Visenya, in the byre across the courtyard, made a small, low rumble that was probably coincidence, and that Aegon chose to take as an answer. He went to bed. He slept well, for the first time in 3 months. He had been carrying the twins, and the twins had been heavy, and the letter from Daenerys was the first weight in many weeks that had pulled him toward something other than the column of names. In the morning he wrote his reply. The reply said only, "Yes, Jorah is forgiven on condition. Varys will be received. The spring of 300 at Valentis dock. I will come for you on Rhaenys. The cream one is the gentlest, and you will ride her with me on the journey home. Balerion will be yours when you set foot on Dragonstone. Aegon, he sent it by Raven. He sealed his ledger. He locked the box. He went out to the byre. He put his palm on Visenya's flank. He said, 'We have one more burning to do before the spring, old girl. King's Landing in the 7th month, the big one. I will not burn the city. I will only burn the man at the gate. I will need you with me. You will be with me.' Visenya breathed warm air at his face. He took it as a yes. 6 kingdoms. King's Landing was next. Chapter 9. The Mountain at the Gate, late 299 AC. King's Landing in the 7th month of 299 AC was a city of 500,000 people that had been governed for 14 years by a king who did not care, and for 9 months by a child king who could not. Joffrey Baratheon, Joffrey of House Baratheon, as the writ said, though no one with eyes still believed he was a Baratheon, was 12 years old in the 7th month. Vicious, paranoid, and surrounded almost exclusively by his mother and the Lannister household guard. Cersei Lannister, his mother, was 35, a queen mother by title, the de facto regent by practice. Her brother Tyrion Lannister was, in this timeline, Hand of the King. Tywin had appointed him to the post in the autumn of 298 against Cersei's wishes, on the grounds that the imp was, for all his ugliness and his drink, the cleverest member of the family, and the only one Tywin trusted to keep Joffrey from doing something irretrievable. Cersei had not forgiven this appointment. Cersei had been working, since Tywin's death in the spring, to have Tyrion removed. Tyrion had been writing increasingly desperate letters to Casterly Rock for instruction. Jaime, who was, by Aegon's writ from the spring, both Lord of Casterly Rock and Hand of the True King, had been replying to those letters in coded form, instructing Tyrion to keep his post, to keep Cersei's hand off Joffrey's neck as much as possible, to keep the small council functioning, to hold the city for the season, and to be ready in the 7th month to open the gates from inside if and when the king's dragons came. Tyrion Lannister in the 7th month was 25 years old and had been ruling King's Landing for 9 months without a single day of true sleep. He had stopped drinking for the first time in 8 years because the city required him sober. He had reorganized the city watch. He had paid off the larger of the crown's debts to the Iron Bank with money borrowed against the Lannister estate. Jaime had quietly authorized this, with a small hand seal. He had rebuilt the granaries at Flea Bottom. He had, in the spring of 299, executed 3 knights of the Kingsguard for inciting Joffrey to torture a smallfolk girl. Cersei had been furious. Cersei had threatened him with all manner of retaliation. Cersei had been unable to actually act, because Tywin's writ had given Tyrion the executive authority on small council matters, and because Tyrion had, in the spring of 299, made a quiet pact with Varys to protect his own back against any move from Cersei. Cersei had been outmaneuvered by her brother for 9 months. Cersei was, by the 7th month, an angry, frightened, dangerous woman with a single great weapon left, the Mountain. Sir Gregor Clegane, who was called the Mountain that rides, had been brought up to King's Landing in the 3rd month at Cersei's order. He had been quartered in the lower bailey of the Red Keep. He was the only knight of any seniority who was still entirely Cersei's. Tyrion had not been able to dismiss him. The Mountain's commission had been signed by Joffrey in his own hand, in a piece of small council theater Cersei had orchestrated, and the king's signature could not be undone except by another king. Tyrion had been planning the Mountain's quiet retirement for the past 3 months. He had been waiting for the right moment. The right moment had not come. The right moment came in the 3rd week of the 7th month, when the post-courier from Riverrun brought the news that the king's dragons had been seen circling above Maidenpool, on the road south from the Riverlands. The dragons were 3 days out from King's Landing. Tyrion called the small council. Cersei was not present. Cersei had locked herself in the Queen's solar with Joffrey and the Mountain, and would not come down for a council she had not called. Tyrion ran the council in her absence. He ran it with Varys at his side, with Pycelle protesting feebly, with Mace Tyrell's representative, a thin, nervous knight from the Reach who had been sent ahead by Olenna to be the eyes of the Reach in the council, listening in attentive silence, with the Master of Coin, Petter Baelish, Littlefinger in the small council whisper, a man Tyrion had been planning to remove for 6 months but had not yet had cause to shifting on his cushion. Tyrion said, "Gentlemen, the dragons are 3 days out. I will lay out the city's response and you will, by show of hands, indicate concurrence. The response is as follows. 1. The city gates will remain open. We are not, by any reading of any Meister, going to defend King's Landing against 3 dragons. The gates open. We do not fight at the walls. The city is the king's. The king is coming. 2. The mountain will be removed from the royal household by sunset today. He will be assigned to the outer wall of the city, ostensibly to coordinate the defense of the gates against any unrest. He will be told to take up a post at the Iron Gate. He will not be allowed to return to the Red Keep until the king has entered the city. I have written the order. The order is in the hand's name. The hand's seal is here. I will hand it to the captain of the city watch in this meeting. He will deliver it. 3. The Queen Mother will be confined to her solar. She will be allowed 2 of her household women, but no men, and no children except Tommen and Miachella. She will be allowed to see Joffrey only in the presence of myself and Lord Varys. She will be unhappy about this. She will likely attempt to circumvent it. We will not allow circumvention. The household guard at the Queen's Tower will be replaced by City Watch under Jon Snow's command. I have arranged this with Slynt. He is in fact a more reliable man than his reputation suggests, when the alternative is being demoted and disgraced by the new king. He has chosen, in the past week, to be reliable. 4. King Joffrey will be allowed to maintain a small household in his own chambers with my own household guard at the door. He will not be permitted to issue writs without the hand's countersign. He will not be permitted to receive visitors except the hand, the Master of Whispers, and the Grand Maester. He will not be told until the king is at the gate that the king is at the gate. He is a vicious child, and the longer he is calm the better. 5. The Iron Throne will be cleaned. The throne room will be aired. The kitchens will prepare a small feast suitable for the king's arrival, modest, not extravagant. The king who is coming is, by every report I have, not a Robert Baratheon and does not require extravagance. The throne room floor will be swept. The bloodstains from Aerys' death, there are bloodstains in a particular corner that have not been fully removed in 14 years, will be re-cleaned, with sand if necessary. The throne is the throne. The king will sit on it. We will not ask him to sit on a throne with old blood under his boot. Varys, who had been listening with the small smile of a man whose plans were being executed without him needing to lift a finger, said, "My Lord Hand, may I add one detail?" "Yes, Lord Varys." "The mountain in his new posting will be, I have arranged, under the immediate supervision of a man of mine. The man of mine is a captain of the gate watch called Hugh. Hugh has been at the Iron Gate for 11 years. Hugh is not a brave man, but he is a careful man. Hugh will, when the king's dragons appear in the sky above King's Landing, not prevent the mountain from doing whatever the mountain chooses to do. He will not, that is, prevent the mountain from riding out to challenge the king at the gate. I have a particular reason for this. The reason is that the king, by his own letters which Lord Aegon, that is, the king, has been kind enough to share with me through a number of intermediaries, intends to challenge the mountain at the gate in single combat. The king, in fact, has trained for this single combat for 2 years. He is, by his own admission and by my own confirmation, looking forward to it. The mountain is the only loose end of this conquest that the king has elected to handle personally. I would prefer not to interfere. Hugh will let the mountain ride out. The king will kill the mountain. The city will then open the gates, as you have said. The order is the same. The addition is only that the mountain's last walk will be a walk out the gate rather than a walk to a cell. I think this serves better. Tyrion considered. He said, "Lord Varys, I take your point. I will amend the order. The mountain will be reposted to the Iron Gate. When the king's dragons are sighted, he will be, by Hugh's deliberate non-interference, permitted to ride out to challenge. The king will kill him at the gate. The city will open. I assume the king's intention is to enter on dragon, then dismount and walk in." "Yes, my lord. He intends to enter on foot through the Iron Gate after the single combat. The dragons will hover. He will walk in. He will then walk to the Red Keep. He will then take the throne. He has, in his letter to me, requested that the throne room be set for the formal accession in the late afternoon of the 3rd day. That is the day after tomorrow's tomorrow. We will be ready. The council voted. The council concurred. The orders were issued. The mountain was sent to the Iron Gate at sunset. Cersei was confined to her solar at midnight. Tyrion did not sleep that night. He sat in the Hand's Tower with a small cup of water in his hand and a list of his small last-day tasks in front of him. And at the second hour after midnight, he heard the City Watch march past on the change of guard. And the City Watch was marching with the new black and red ribbons on their helmets, Targaryen colors, ordered by Tyrion the previous week, distributed quietly, and Tyrion thought, I am going to live through this. I am going to live through the end of my family's regency over this city. I am going to keep my post. I am going to be useful to a new king. I am going to be, God's help me, happy about it. He drank the water. He went to bed. He did not sleep, but he lay quiet, and that was enough. The dragons over the city, the dragons came over King's Landing at noon on the 7th day after the council. There had been 3 days of expected appearance. Then a delay. Aegon had stopped at Maidenpool for a day, then at Hayford for another, then at Rossby for a third, holding his arrival to the day his maesters had determined was the most useful by the small political calendar. The small folk of King's Landing had heard, by then, every variant of the news. The small folk had been preparing. The small folk had, in the 3 days of delay, scrubbed the worst of the gutters, swept the cobbles of the Iron Gate's approach, hung, by the order of various ward mothers, small red and black ribbons from their windows and doors. King's Landing had not had any cause for civic pride for 15 years. King's Landing had, in 3 days, remembered what civic pride looked like, and had practiced it. The dragons came in over the Blackwater Bay at the 3rd hour before noon. They were seen first by the fishing fleet outside Duskendale, who sent a courier galley to the city as fast as the oars could pull. The courier galley reached the mud gate at the 1st hour before noon. The dragons themselves reached the city walls at the 3rd hour before the dragon roar time, which is to say at noon by the 7-pointed star. They came at altitude. They held altitude for 1 full circuit of the city, while every man, woman, and child in King's Landing climbed onto the nearest rooftop, the nearest stoop, the nearest stretch of street that gave any view at all. They saw the 3 dragons. They saw Visenya black above the Red Keep, Balerion green and bronze above the Dragon Pit, and Rhaenys cream above the Mud Gate. They saw them turn. They saw them descend. Visenya descended toward the Iron Gate. Aegon Targaryen on Visenya brought her in low over the open ground outside the Iron Gate at the 2nd hour before the 3rd hour after dawn, which is to say, in a slightly more usable phrasing, at about an hour before noon, and he landed her on the broad meadow that had, for 200 years, been the practice ground of the City Watch and the tourney ground of the Kingsguard. He dismounted. He walked 20 paces from Visenya. He stopped. He had snow at his hip and loincloth across his back. He was in plain black mail with the small Targaryen sigil at the breast and a small wolf at the shoulder. He was 15 and 3 months. He was tall for 15. He had grown his hair to his shoulders in the last year and had bound it back behind his neck with a small black ribbon. He looked, at the meadow's edge, like a knight of perhaps 18, older than he was, because he had been a king for 2 years and the wearing of the kingship had aged him in the way only kingship ages a young man, by adding to his bones a weight that other young men do not yet have. He did not call across to the gate. He simply stood. He waited. The Iron Gate opened. A single horse came out. The horse was an enormous black destrier, 800 pounds of muscle and bone, the largest war horse in Westeros and the only horse in the realm that could carry the man on its back. The man was Sir Gregor Clegane. He was 7.5 feet tall. He weighed 36 stone, which is to say 500 pounds. He wore plate armor that had been made for him specially by a Cohoric smith over the course of 14 months in the autumn of 295, and that weighed, by itself, nearly 9 stone. His helm was a great closed barrel with a single horizontal slit for the eyes. He carried a greatsword that no man in the realm could lift with one hand. He lifted it with one hand. He had killed, in the years since his knighting at age 17, approximately 140 men, of whom perhaps 30 had been in single combat and the remainder in either war or summary execution. He had raped, by various reports, between 60 and 100 women. He had killed, personally, the children of Rhaegar Targaryen by Elia Martell, on Tywin Lannister's order, in the Sack of Kings landing in 283 AC. The children had been an infant and a girl of 3. He had raped Elia before he killed her, on the same day, in the same room. He was, by the universal acknowledgment of every man who had met him and survived, the worst living human in Westeros. He rode out alone in his armor on his horse. He did not announce himself. He rode out 20 paces from the gate. He stopped. He waited. Aegon Targaryen waited. The two waited a full minute. The minute felt long. Aegon Targaryen called across the meadow, "Sir Gregor, I am Aegon, 6th of my name. You killed my brother and my sister in 283. They were 3 years old and an infant. You raped my father's wife on the same day. You have, in the years since, raped and killed more women than I have years. I have come for you. I have not come for you because of the strategic considerations of the conquest. The strategic considerations would have me leave you in the cell I had arranged for you, where you would die in 3 days of Tyrion Lannister's quiet poison, which Tyrion has prepared for the purpose. I have come for you because the prophecy that brought me here also says, in a piece of small print, that the king who restores the Targaryen line will personally settle the debts of the line, and I have decided that the debt for my brother and my sister is a debt I will settle today, in this meadow, with my own hand. I will fight you on foot. I will fight you with the sword. I will give you the courtesy of single combat. I will not use my dragons. I will not use my men. I will not use my advantage. I will use only the sword I have been training with for 3 years, and the footwork I have been training with for 3 years, and the head I have been carrying around for 3 years. I will fight you, sir, in 7 exchanges or less. I will kill you. I would prefer to do it quickly. Do you have anything to say before we begin?" The mountain that rides spoke for the first time in 11 months. His voice was the voice of a man whose throat had been damaged by the heavy helm padding he had worn since boyhood, a thick, slurred, deep voice like a drunk man speaking from inside a well. He said, "Boy, I'll eat you." Aegon nodded once. He drew Longclaw from the scabbard across his back. The mountain dismounted from his horse slowly in armor with the grunt of a very large man dismounting. He drew his greatsword from the scabbard at his back. He took 3 paces forward. Aegon took 3 paces forward. They were at a distance of perhaps 15 paces. The small folk on the walls above the iron gate were watching. Tyrion Lannister was watching from the small window of the Hand's Tower 3 miles away. Varys was watching from a small lookout on the roof of the Red Keep. Olenna Tyrell was watching from a small chair Mace had set out for her on the high balcony of the Tyrell house in the city, which she had arrived at the previous evening from Highgarden, after refusing all attempts by Mace to dissuade her from making the journey. Catelyn Stark and Ned Stark were watching from a higher point on the same balcony. Robb Stark, who had been crowned king in the north in the spring at Winterfell in a public coronation, and who had ridden south at his brother's invitation to witness the king in the South succession, was watching with them. Jaime Lannister, who had ridden up from Casterly Rock for the same purpose, was beside Robb. Loras Tyrell, who had ridden up from Storm's End at Renly's behest because Renly was too sensible to attend a battle himself but wanted a Tyrell witness, was beside Jaime. Brienne of Tarth, who had ridden up because she could no longer bear to stay at Storm's End and not see the king, was beside Loras. All of them, Stark, Tyrell, Lannister, Tyrell, Tarth, stood in a single line on the high balcony, and Catelyn was crying without any sound, and Ned was holding her hand without any visible expression, and Olenna in the chair below them said only to her maid, "He has trained for this. He has trained for this. He will be all right." The combat began. The Mountain swung first. He swung with the greatsword in a great horizontal sweep at chest height, a sweep that would, on any normal opponent, take the head off the shoulders. Aegon, who had been told by Arthur Dayne that the Mountain always opened with the horizontal sweep, was not there for the sweep. He had slid 2 paces left in the instant the Mountain began the swing, slid, not stepped. The footwork that Arthur Dayne had drilled him on for 9 months at Greybarrow, and he was, by the time the sweep completed, 4 feet from where the Mountain's blade was passing through the empty air. He cut, in the same motion, at the Mountain's left thigh. L'Oncle bit through the plate at the joint. The plate at the joint was a weak point. Every plate at every joint was a weak point. Every smith knew it, and the Mountain's Cohoric smith had reinforced the joints. But reinforcement was not impenetrability, and Longclaw was Valyrian steel and bit into the muscle of the thigh and came away with a long red wound trailing from it. The Mountain did not feel pain easily. The wound did not slow him. It did, however, weaken the left leg. Aegon had been told it would. Aegon had been told to cut the left thigh first by Arthur Dayne, on the principle that the right-handed swordsman braces his cuts on the left leg, and that a left leg that cannot brace is a left leg that cannot cut. That was the first exchange. The Mountain took a second swing, a vertical chop, intended to take Aegon down the middle, and Aegon slid right this time, 3 paces, and cut at the Mountain's right knee. The cut took the Mountain in the knee plate. The plate did not break, but the strike rang through the joint and the Mountain's right leg buckled briefly. He recovered. He did not fall. He turned. That was the second exchange. The third was the Mountain's response, a hard low slash at Aegon's calf, a slash that should have hamstrung him, that would have hamstrung him if Aegon had been any taller or any slower. But Aegon had been told by Arthur Dayne to expect the third exchange to be a low slash and had been told to jump, which Aegon did. He jumped over the slash. He landed 3 feet behind the swing. He cut in the landing at the Mountain's right wrist. The wrist was, on the Mountain's armor, the second weak point. The wrist plate was reinforced but small, because the wrist needed to bend for the sword grip. Longclaw bit through the wrist plate and into the wrist. The Mountain's right hand opened, involuntarily, and the greatsword came halfway out of his grip, not all the way. The Mountain held on with the strength of a man for whom letting go was unthinkable, but enough that the sword swung loose. That was the third exchange. The fourth exchange was a riposte. The Mountain, with his right wrist bleeding, drove forward in a great close-quarters press, throwing his armored shoulder into Aegon's chest in an attempt to take Aegon to the ground. Aegon, who weighed perhaps 12 stone in his armor against the Mountain's near 40, was not going to win the press. Aegon did not try. Aegon ducked under the shoulder, rolled. Arthur Dayne had drilled the roll for 3 months and came up 6 feet behind the Mountain, with Longclaw still in his hand. He cut, at the back of the Mountain's left knee. The cut took the Mountain in the back knee plate. The plate broke. The back knee plates were the weakest of the armor. The smiths of all armor for all time had always given the back knee less attention than the front. The cut went through the plate and into the hamstring tendon, and the Mountain's left leg went out from under him, and the Mountain went down on his right knee, which had been weakened in the second exchange, and the right knee folded too, and the Mountain went all the way down. That was the fourth exchange. The Mountain was on his hands and knees. He still had the greatsword in his right hand. He was bleeding from 3 places. The fifth exchange was the Mountain's attempt to rise. He tried to push himself up with his right hand. The right wrist would not bear his weight. He tried with his left hand. The left hand had been bracing on the greatsword. He could not, in fact, brace on the greatsword and push at the same time. He attempted to switch hands. Aegon, who had been waiting for the attempt to rise, struck. He struck at the back of the helm. Longclaw was Valyrian steel, and the back of the helm was the third weak point. Every closed helm was weakest at the seam where the backplate met the neckplate, because the seam was the last weld in the smith's work and the most often hurried, and Longclaw went through the seam, 4 inches, into the soft tissue between the third and fourth cervical vertebrae. The mountain stopped moving. That was the 5th exchange. The 6th and the 7th exchanges did not happen. Aegon stood for a moment with the sword in the mountain's neck. He pulled it out. He cleaned it on the dark cloth he had brought for the purpose. He had tucked the cloth into his belt before the fight, with the small foresight of a man who knows what cleaning a Valyrian blade in mud is like and prefers not to have to do it, and he sheathed Longclaw across his back. He looked down at the body. He said quietly in a voice that did not carry to the walls but that the small folk swore later they had heard every word. "My brother, my sister, my father's wife, the small folk women whose names I do not know, the fishermen's daughters at salt pans whose mothers I will write to. You are paid. The debt is closed. Rest, brother, rest, sister, rest the rest of you. The sword that killed him is yours. The hand that swung the sword is mine. I have done it. It is done." He stood for a long moment, then he turned. He walked to the gate. He walked the 20 paces. He went in through the open gate. The captain of the gate, Hugh, by various arrangement, stepped aside and bowed. The city watch on the gate lowered their pikes and knelt in 2 ranks of 12. The small folk above the gate, who had watched the 7 exchanges from start to finish in absolute silence, broke into a sound that was not properly a cheer. It was the sound 500,000 people make when they have just watched the worst man they have ever known die at the hands of a 15-year-old boy. It was something between a gasp and a roar and a sob, and a long-held breath finally released. The sound rolled over the city for 2 minutes and then settled slowly into the steady applause of 500,000 pairs of hands, which lasted perhaps another 2 minutes after that. Aegon Targaryen walked through the city. He walked through the city on foot. He walked from the Iron Gate, up the King's Way, past the Sept of Baelor, past the small markets, past the Hill of Aegon's First, past the Hand's Tower to the gates of the Red Keep. The dragons hovered above the city the whole time. Visenya was 100 feet over the King's Way. Balerion was over the Dragon Pit. Rhaenys was over the Mud Gate. The small folk lined the King's Way 10 deep on either side. They did not cheer in the loud way. They watched in silence mostly, and they reached out, many of them, to touch the King's cloak as he passed. He let them. He did not slow. He did not stop. He walked at the steady pace of a man who has done his work and is now coming home to claim his payment. He passed Olenna Tyrell on her balcony. He bowed. She inclined her head. He passed Ned and Catelyn and Robb. He stopped briefly. He looked up at his father, his uncle, his father. He smiled. The smile was a small smile. Ned, who had not wept in front of the realm since the funeral of his brother Brandon 20 years before, wept openly in front of the assembled lords of the realm on the high balcony of the Tyrell house and made no attempt to hide it. Catelyn put her arm around her husband. Robb saluted. Aegon walked on. He came to the gate of the Red Keep. The gate was open. Tyrion Lannister was at the gate. Varys was at the gate. The captain of the household guard, who had not been a Lannister man for 2 months by Tyrion's quiet arrangement, was at the gate. Tyrion bowed. "Your Grace, Lord Tyrion, the throne is ready. Then take me to it." The throne room. They walked through the keep. The keep was clean. The throne room was clean. The Iron Throne stood as it had stood for 300 years, an ugly heap of swords welded together by the breath of Balerion the Black Dread the First, with 1,200 steel blades in its construction, and 1,000 small cuts to be had by any king who climbed it wrong. Cersei was not present. Cersei, by Tyrion's order, had been kept in her solar. She would be brought to the throne room the next day, by Tyrion's escort, to be formally arraigned by the new king. Joffrey was present. Joffrey was at the foot of the throne, in his small Lannister tabard, with his small Lannister sword at his hip, with a sneer he had been practicing for weeks, and that he had failed to abandon despite Tyrion's quiet advice that the sneer would not serve him today. Aegon walked up the great hall. The lords of the realm had gathered. Jaime Lannister, Mace Tyrell, Olenna Tyrell, carried up to the keep on her chair by 4 porters. She had refused to miss the throne room. Edmure Tully, Brynden Tully the Blackfish, Theon Grey, who had come up from Pike for the occasion, with a small Greyjoy retinue. Renly Baratheon and Loras Tyrell together, openly. Robb Stark, Ned Stark, Catelyn Stark, Howland Reed, Meege Mormont, the great Jon Umber, Brienne of Tarth, and 100 lesser lords besides. The hall was full. The lords were watching. Joffrey was at the foot of the throne. Aegon stopped 10 paces from Joffrey. He said, "Joffrey of House Baratheon, the throne is not yours. You will step away from it now. You will be taken into the custody of the city watch. You will be tried tomorrow on the charges of 1. The unlawful arrogation of the throne by a child of incest. 2. The murder of 7 smallfolk girls in your chambers over the past 2 years. 3. The torture of 3 smallfolk boys at the same time. And 4. The conspiracy with your mother to occupy the realm by fraud. The trial will be conducted by Lord Tyrion as Hand of the King, by Lord Jaime as Hand of the True King, and by myself. The trial will be at noon tomorrow in this throne room. You will have a defender. You will be permitted to speak. After the trial, which will, I am sorry to tell you, find against you, you will be sent to the wall. You will not be executed. I am not a Targaryen who burns boys for the crimes of their mothers. You will take the black. You will spend the rest of your life at the wall. You will be permitted to write to your mother. She will not, in all likelihood, write back. She will not, in all likelihood, be alive long enough, but the permission is yours. Step away from the throne." Joffrey said, "I am the king." "You are not. Step away. You are a Targaryen. Targaryens are dead. I am not dead. I will not die today. I will sit the throne in about 3 minutes. Step away from it before then. You are a bastard. I am not. I will have you. You will not. Lord Tyrion, remove him." Tyrion stepped forward. Tyrion took his nephew by the shoulder. Joffrey resisted. Tyrion was 8 inches shorter than Joffrey and was a fraction of Joffrey's weight, but Tyrion had been removing Joffrey from rooms for the past 9 months and knew which arm to twist. He twisted the arm. He led Joffrey out a side door. The household guard at the door took Joffrey from him. Joffrey was, by Tyrion's express order, not gagged. The boy continued to shriek in the corridor as he was led to the small cell that had been prepared for him in the basement of the keep. And the shrieks were the kind of small, undignified noise that 500,000 people who had been watching the throne room from outside, through the various windows of the keep, would interpret as the noise of a child who had not been a king after all. Cersei, in the Queen's solar, took poison at the 3rd hour after the 7 of the evening of the same day. Tyrion had not posted any guard who would prevent her from finding her own hidden phial of poison. He had, on the principle of dignity, allowed her the option. She took it. She died at the 7th hour. Tyrion sat with her for the last hour with his hand on her hand, and she did not look at him, and she did not speak to him, and she died not speaking. Tyrion mourned her in private. He did not mourn her in public. He returned to the small council the next morning at dawn and did his work as if his sister had not died, and only Jaime noticed the small new line at the corner of Tyrion's mouth, and only Jaime, quietly, on the way out of the council, touched his brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, I am sorry for our sister. That was later. In the throne room on the 7th day after Joffrey was removed, Joffrey was on the King's Road by then, with the City Watch escort. On his way to the wall, Aegon Targaryen walked the 12 steps of the Iron Throne. He climbed carefully. The throne was not, by the careful smithwork of his predecessors, an easy climb. The blades had been arranged by various Targaryens to make the climb a kind of test. Aegon had been told by Aemon by letter how to climb. He had been told, step lightly, the throne tests vanity. Do not place your foot in the place where a man would naturally put a foot. Place it in the next place. Do not lean on the blades for balance. Use the small stone block in the 2nd step. Use the small steel ledge in the 4th step. Sit with your back square against the back of the throne. Do not in your first sitting look at the lords, look at the floor of the hall. Look at the floor of the hall for the count of 10. Then look up. Then speak. Aegon had memorized the climb. He climbed. He did not cut himself. He sat. He sat with his back square against the back of the throne. He looked at the floor of the great hall for the count of 10. He looked up. He said, "My lords, my ladies, my people, I am Aegon, 6th of my name. The throne is mine. The realm is mine, 6 kingdoms today, 7 within the year, and the north is my brother's. The long night is coming. We will meet it together. I will not speak long. I will say only what is necessary. I will say it now. My hand is Sir James, called from this day forward Savior of the city. The writ rescinding his old title and assigning the new is signed, and sealed by my hand, and witnessed by Lord Tyrion, who is from this day forward my master of coin. Lord Mace of House Tyrell is from this day forward my master of laws. Lord Davos of House Seaworth is from this day forward my master of ships. Lord Varys remains my master of whispers. Grand Maester Pycelle is, with thanks for his long service, retired to his chambers, and Maester Aemon, when he arrives from the wall in the spring, will be my Grand Maester. Lord Brynden Tully the Blackfish is my new master of war, a post I am creating for him, and that I intend to maintain in perpetuity for the realm's long good. The Order of the Dawn is established by writ this hour. Sir Loras Tyrell is its captain. The charter is on file with the Maesters and will be promulgated within the fortnight. The pact of ice and fire between myself and my brother King Robb Stark of the North is signed, sealed, and witnessed. It will be read aloud in this throne room tomorrow at noon, and any lord of the realm who wishes to dispute it may do so then before me on the floor. There will be no disputes. The pact is the law. I will marry my Aunt Daenerys of House Targaryen in the spring at Dragonstone. She will be your queen. She will, when she has come, ride a dragon at my side and command armies in her own name. She is not my consort. She is my partner. The realm will treat her as such. There remains the matter of Dorne. I will fly to Sunspear in the autumn. I will not burn Dorne. I will not threaten Dorne. I will by my own hand kneel to Prince Doran Martell, kneel in the open court of Sunspear on behalf of my father Rhaegar, for the wrongs done to Elia Martell and her children by my father's choices and by Tywin Lannister's hand. I will apologize. I will atone. I will ask Dorne to swear to me freely on the basis of the apology. I expect Dorne will swear. If Dorne will not, I will go home. I will not conquer Dorne by fire. Dorne is the kingdom that will not be conquered. Dorne is the kingdom that will be invited. I will issue the invitation in the autumn. I will tell the realm the outcome when I return. After Dorne, the long night. After the long night, the rebuilding. That is the work. That is the work of this reign. We will do it together. Let no man here believe that the work is mine alone. The work is the realm's. I have only the throne, and the throne, my friends, is a chair. The chair has been ugly for 300 years. I will have it melted down in due course, and replaced with something a man can sit in without bleeding. The replacement will be made of the swords of the lords of the realm. Every great house will contribute one ancestral blade. The new throne will be the seat of a united realm and not, as this one is, the seat of a conqueror who would not melt down the swords of the conquered. The new throne will be melted from cooperation, not from victory. We will dedicate it on the 2nd anniversary of the end of the long night. That is what I have to say. Go in peace. Drink the king's wine in the small hall. Sleep tonight in the rooms my hand has prepared for you. We will reconvene tomorrow for the trial of Joffrey of House Baratheon and the proclamation of the Pact of Ice and Fire. He sat back. He had spoken for perhaps 6 minutes. He had not spoken loudly. He had not spoken theatrically. The Great Hall had heard him because the Great Hall had been the quietest room in the 7 kingdoms during those 6 minutes. The lords knelt. They knelt, the assembled great lords of 6 kingdoms, in a wave that started with the lords nearest the dais and rolled to the back of the hall. Jaime knelt first, then Tyrion, then Mace. Then Olenna, with help from her porters. She had remained sitting on her chair through the speech, but for the kneeling she allowed the porters to lift her briefly that she might place her knee on the floor. Then Edmure, then the Blackfish, then Theon, then Renly and Loras together. Then Robb, in his own crown, in the double gesture that the pact required, Robb knelt to Aegon as a lord of the realm. The kneeling that the kings of the north had done to the kings in the south once a year by the pact's terms, even though Robb was himself a king and would receive a counter-kneeling from Aegon at the end of the year. Then Ned, then Catelyn, then Brienne, then Howland, then the great Jon, Midge Mormont, and 100 lesser lords besides, all the way back to the doors of the great hall. Aegon, 6th of his name, sat on the Iron Throne with the swords of his predecessors at his back and the kingdoms of his realm on their knees at his feet, and he did not allow himself to feel triumph. He had been trained by Aemon not to feel triumph in moments like this. Triumph was the feeling that lost kingdoms. He felt instead 2 things. He felt tired, which was the honest feeling. And he felt the small, steady press of one of the throne's swords against his right shoulder, just below the cloak. Aemon had warned him about that particular sword, in a letter from 3 years back. The back right blade is the one that will, if you let it, draw blood from any king who sits too proudly. Do not lean. Sit square. Bleed only on your own terms. He sat square. He did not bleed. He held the kingdoms for a long, quiet moment. He let them rise. He stood. He climbed down carefully in the reverse of the climb-up with the same lightness, and he walked down the great hall to the small door at the back, and he went to his chambers. He slept that night with the chamber door open and a single guard inside the door and Visenya outside the small balcony, asleep in a coil with her head on the marble railing. He slept for 9 hours. He had not slept 9 hours in 3 years. 6 kingdoms. 6.5 if you counted the north. 1 kingdom left. He woke at dawn and began his letter to Sunspear. Chapter 10. The Sun and the Long Night 300 AC. Autumn. The flight from King's Landing to Sunspear took 2 days. Aegon Targaryen was 16 by then. His nameday had been celebrated, by the small King's Council reckoning, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month of 300 AC, at Dragonstone, where he had landed 2 days before to meet the Pentoshi yacht Aphrodite, and to receive home the aunt who would become his queen. Daenerys had come down the gangplank of the Aphrodite, in the slow gray dawn of the 1st day of the 3rd month. She had been wearing a traveling dress of dark blue Pentoshi wool with silver embroidery at the collar. Illyrio had chosen the dress, she said later, against her preference for something less ornamental. She had compromised by wearing it with a battered traveling cloak of dark brown northern wool that she had purchased for herself in the markets at Volantes the previous month, because she had wished to look, at least in part, like a woman who had been making her own choices. She had been 15.5. She was, Aegon thought when he first saw her in person on the cold stone of the Dragonstone dock, the woman in his letters made flesh. She was small. She was paler than her portraits had implied. Illyrio's painters had given her color, while in fact she was a moon-pale woman who would not, even in the sun of Volantes, brown. She had her brother Rhaegar's eyes. Aegon had seen Rhaegar's eyes in mirror since he was 10, and he saw them now in his aunt, and the seeing them in another face produced in him a small private shock that he did not show. She walked down the gangplank with 3 handmaidens behind her and Jorah Mormont at her side, and she stopped at the bottom of the gangplank, and she looked at the boy waiting for her on the dock. He was in plain dark wool with the wolf and dragon sigil at the shoulder, and the cream dragon Rhaenys was settled on the dock behind him with her wings folded, and she said, in a voice that was a little hoarse from the sea air, "Nephew, aunt, you came. I said I would. I did not until this moment believe you would. You believed in the letter. I believed in the man in the letter. I have not, until this moment, believed the man in the letter would in fact be the man on the dock. He is." She crossed the last 3 steps of the gangplank. She put her hand against his cheek, briefly, the way Catelyn had done at Winterfell 3 years before, in the small gesture of a woman of his blood acknowledging him. And she did not embrace him, because she had been raised at Pentoshi courts, and Pentoshi courts did not embrace at first meetings. But she allowed him to take her hand, and he raised it to his lips, and he held it there a moment, and she said quietly in High Valyrian, "Tejanaz hen Siri, Isadaria hen Siri." "I have come, brother king. I have waited, sister queen." He showed her Balerion. He showed her in the half-dark of the dragon pit at Dragonstone, where Balerion had been quartered for the past month. The dragon was, by then, larger than Rhaenys and slightly smaller than Visenya. She had grown into a sleek, lithe, muscular creature with the green bronze hide that gave her color, and the long, curved neck she had had since hatching. She raised her head when Daenerys came in. She raised it slowly. She extended her neck across the floor of the pit, and her long head, the size of a horse's head, came to within 3 feet of Daenerys' face. She looked at Daenerys. Daenerys did not flinch. Daenerys put her hand on the dragon's muzzle. Balerion made a low sound that was not quite a rumble and was not quite a purr. The sound went on for perhaps 30 seconds. Daenerys, with her hand on the muzzle, began, quietly, almost under her breath, to sing the same old Valyrian song that Jon had sung over the eggs at the Hearthstone 6 years earlier. She had been taught it by Aemon, by correspondence. She had been practicing it for a year. She sang it now, in a voice that the dragon pit stone took up and amplified, and Balerion folded her neck around Daenerys' shoulders the way a swan might fold a wing around a cygnet. And the bonding, which was, Aemon had said, a thing that could not be forced and could not be predicted, happened in the way these bondings sometimes did, in a single moment, without ceremony, in front of nobody but Aegon Targaryen and 3 dragons, and a young woman who had been waiting all her life for the moment. She turned, she was crying, "Nephew, she is mine, she is yours. I will ride her at your side. You will, we will in fact ride her at Sunspear in the autumn. Doran has heard of you. Doran has asked in his letter to me that I bring my queen to Sunspear when I come, and that the 2 of us together kneel before him on behalf of the wrongs of my father. He has asked it because the wrongs were done to his sister Elia and his sister's children, and his sister was a queen, and the queen-to-queen apology will balance the king-to-prince apology in a way Doran finds appropriate. We will both kneel. You will not, I hope, mind kneeling. I will not mind. I have read the histories. I have wept for Elia. I have wept for her children. I will kneel with you. I will, in fact, ask Doran for his hand in the kneeling. We will hold his hand while we kneel. He will not be permitted to look down at the floor. He will look at us as we apologize. That is the right way to apologize. Yes, nephew, yes. You are taller than I expected. You are older in the face than I expected. You have been hard at it for a long time, haven't you? 6 years. You have read more than I thought, and you have read it more carefully than I thought, and you have been better loved than I thought. I see this in you in a way I did not see in the letters. You have been loved by your Uncle Ned. You have been loved by your brother Robb. You have been loved by Aemon by letter. You have been loved by your dragons. You have been loved by Olenna Tyrell somewhere in there. You have been loved very particularly by Sir Arthur Dayne, who I have wanted to meet since I was 8 years old. He is at Greyborough this winter. He has been my permanent guest there since the autumn. He will come to King's Landing for our wedding. You will meet him. I will. We will be married in the spring, the 3rd week of the 4th month. The wedding will be held at Dragonstone, in the sept above the Great Hall, because Dragonstone is the cradle of our line, and because the sept above the Great Hall is small, and we will be married in a small ceremony in the presence of perhaps 50 people. The realm celebration will follow in King's Landing in the 5th month. I am told by Olenna that we will be required to dance through 300 lords and ladies, and that I will be required to dance with at least 80 of the noblewomen of the realm, and that you will be required to dance with 60 of the lords. We will dance. We will get through the dancing. Then we will retire. Then we will get on with the long night. Yes. Do you wish to be at Dragonstone until the wedding, or will you come to King's Landing first? King's Landing first. I have not seen King's Landing. I was born there. I would like to see it. You will see it. We will fly tomorrow on Rhaenys together. You will see the city from the air. You will see the Red Keep from the air. Then we will land, and I will show you the throne room and the small rooms where you will live until our wedding, and you will meet the lords who are still at court. The court is empty at present. Aemon has arrived from the Wall. By the way, 2 months ago, he is in the master's chambers. He has been waiting to meet you. He is 104 years old, and he will, I am told by Pycelle, not last the winter. He wishes to baptize our union before he dies. He will, in fact, marry us himself at Dragonstone in the spring. He has insisted. He has saved his last strength for it. Then we should not delay. We will not. They had flown to King's Landing the next morning. Daenerys had ridden behind Aegon on Rhaenys for the journey. She would later, after the bonding to Balerion had been formalized through a series of small training flights in the spring, fly her own dragon, but she had not yet flown her own in person, and she had elected to ride pillion for the first time, and they had landed in the meadow outside the Iron Gate at noon. They had walked into the city together. The small folk of King's Landing had lined the King's Way again, as they had done 6 months before for Aegon's first walk through the city, and they had welcomed Daenerys with the same silence and then applause they had used for Aegon, and she had, in the way only a woman who has been waiting a long time for a public welcome can do, wept a little, openly, on the walk. Aegon Targaryen had received her in the master's chambers at the Red Keep. He had been 104 years old. He had been blind for 30 years. He had been bedridden since the autumn. He had been kept alive in the last 6 months, primarily by the careful nursing of Sam Tarly, who had come south with him from the Wall, and who had refused to leave his side, and by the small daily doses of dream wine and warming tea that Sam administered. Daenerys had knelt by his bed. Aegon had knelt beside her. Aemon, who could no longer see, had put his hand on each of their cheeks in turn, first Aegon's, then Daenerys's. He had smiled. He had said in High Valyrian, "Isi si dari Iadaria, isi si nu hoso prumio, ea hahina jorlagan isi. You are the king and the queen, you are of my blood, I have loved you both." He had wept briefly. He had then said in the common tongue, "Daenerys, I have a thing to give you." "Yes, Grey Tuncle. In the small chest on the table beside my bed, open it, take what is inside." She had risen. She had opened the chest. Inside the chest was a small, faded, much-thumbed harp. It was Rhaegar's harp. Ned Stark had recovered it at the Trident and had given it to Aemon by Raven carriage the previous year on Aegon's request for the express purpose of this moment. Daenerys took it out. She held it on her lap. She did not at first speak. Aemon said, "Your brother played it. He played it badly at first and well at the end. He died with a song unfinished. You will finish the song. Daenerys, I want you to learn it. I want you to learn the song. I want you to play it at your wedding and at the birth of your first child and at the birth of every child after and at the deathbeds of your husband and your children when those come in time as the gods will it. The harp is yours. The song is yours. The unfinished part, Rhaegar wrote it down. The pages are in the chest also under the harp. Take them. Finish the song, sing it for the realm." She had taken the pages. She had wept quietly. Aemon had then closed his eyes and rested for an hour. He had married them at Dragonstone in the 4th month, as planned. He had performed the rite in the small sept above the great hall. He had performed it in both the high Valyrian rite of House Targaryen and the Andal rite of the Seven, because Daenerys had been baptized in both and Aegon had been raised in neither, and they had decided in advance that both should be honored in case either of the parties' households later required confirmation in either form. Aemon had died 3 weeks after the wedding on the 7th day of the 5th month in the master's chambers at the Red Keep, with Sam Tarly holding his hand and Aegon and Daenerys both sitting on the foot of his bed. He had been 104 years and 7 months old. His last words had been, in High Valyrian, "Now I sleep." The line is whole. The boy was right. He had been laid in the small Targaryen vault at Dragonstone 2 weeks later, alongside the bones of his brothers and his cousins. The funeral had been small. Aegon had wept openly for the first time in public since the Great Hall at Winterfell 6 years earlier. Daenerys had not wept. She had not been raised with Aemon, and her loss was the more intellectual kind. But she had stood beside her husband through the long funeral, and her hand had stayed in his, and at the end of the day they had walked back to the keep together, and the realm had seen them walking, and the realm had understood. That was all later. That was the spring and the early summer of 300 AC. The Dorne campaign was earlier, the autumn of 299, between the taking of King's Landing in the 7th month and the arrival of Daenerys in the 3rd of the next year. Sunspear, the flight to Sunspear took 2 days. Aegon flew Rhaenys. The cream dragon was the gentlest, the most diplomatic-looking, and Aegon had decided that Sunspear deserved the diplomatic dragon and not the burning ones. He brought no retinue except Howland Reed, who had been at his side for 3 years and who had, for this particular kingdom, the additional credential of having ridden with Ned at the Tower of Joy. Howland could verify, if Doran required verification, the details of Lyanna's death and the marriage at the Isle of Faces and the wounding of Arthur Dane. Doran would not, Aegon expected, require verification. Doran had been writing letters with Howland for a year. Doran had already heard most of it. They landed at the small meadow east of Sunspear at noon on the 2nd day. They were met by an honor guard of 20 Dornish spears, all in dark sand-colored cloaks, captained by a tall, lean, scarred man whom Aegon recognized at once from his ledger biographies as Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, Doran's younger brother. Oberyn Martell, age 32, walked up to the small bench at the edge of the meadow where Aegon and Howland had paused to brush off the road dust. Oberyn studied Aegon for a long moment. Oberyn said in his musical Dornish lilt, "Boy King, Prince Oberyn, you are smaller than the songs make you." "I am of average height for my age, my lord, the songs exaggerate. You killed my brother's wife's killer." "I killed the mountain. He killed your brother's wife. He raped her. He killed her children. I owed him a debt. I paid it. With Valyrian steel, with Longclaw. I have wanted to kill the mountain for 15 years. I know. You took the killing from me. I did. I am sorry. I have brought by way of part restitution a thing for you." Aegon reached into the saddle pouch at Rhaenys' side. He drew out a long parcel wrapped in dark cloth. He handed it to Oberyn. Oberyn unwrapped the cloth. Inside was a spear. It was a Dornish-style spear, the head wide and curved at the lower edge, the shaft of dark ironwood. The head, on close inspection, was Valyrian steel. The spear was, in fact, one of the smaller Valyrian artifacts of the realm, a Targaryen Kingsguard piece from the time of Aegon IV, melted down by Demon Blackfyr's apologists in the time of the First Blackfyr Rebellion, recovered from the Stepstones by a Targaryen agent in the time of Aegon V, given to the Targaryen treasury, and lost in the back rooms of the Red Keep for 100 years. Aegon had found it in the third week after taking King's Landing in a small inventory of the king's hoards, and had had it cleaned and remounted on a fresh ironwood shaft. He had brought it for Oberyn. "Prince Oberyn, the mountain is dead. I cannot give you the kill. I can give you the spear. The spear's name is Sun's Wrath. It was a Targaryen spear. It is now a Martell spear. I am told by my maesters that it is the lightest Valyrian steel spearhead in the realm, and that it will, in the hand of a Dornishman of your skill, be a thing of considerable use. It is yours. I am giving it to you for the loss of your kill. I am also giving it to you because I will need you in the years ahead, and a man who carries a king's gift is a man who, in his bones, is bound to the king who gave him. I am asking you by the giving to be bound to me in the bones." Oberyn weighed the spear. He balanced it on a single finger. He tested the give of the shaft against a small stone. He looked at Aegon for a long moment. He said, "Boy, the spear is exceptional. I have not held a Valyrian steel spear since I was 15, and Daeron Targaryen's bastard let me handle his for an hour in a tent at Lies. The grip on this is yes. Yes, yes, my lord. You wish to ask me a thing. I wish to ask you to be at your brother's side when I kneel before him this afternoon. I wish to ask you, after he has accepted the kneeling, to be the man who raises me up. I wish to ask you to do it because you are the one in your family who has been the most furious for the longest, and the realm needs to see you do it, and I will be grateful, privately and publicly, if you do. Will you?" Oberyn looked at Aegon for a long time. Then Oberyn, who had been planning for 15 years the various ways he might extract revenge against the Targaryen line for the death of his sister, laughed. It was a small bitter laugh, and then a longer rueful laugh, and then a real laugh. "Boy, you have undone 15 years of my plotting in 5 minutes with a spear and an apology. I will raise you up. I will do it because I cannot in good conscience refuse a king who has brought me Valyrian steel and a kneeling, and the corpse of the mountain, and the truth about Elia and Rhaegar. I will do it because my niece Sorella has been writing to me from Oldtown for 2 years, and Sorella has been telling me, citing her studies in mysterial history, that the conqueror who is currently flying around Westeros is in fact the boy who, by the only honest reading of the prophecies, is meant to be the one who unites the realm. Sorella has been very firm on this point. She has been writing me, in fact, a letter a week on the subject until I have surrendered. I have surrendered, boy. The Martells will swear. Doran will accept your nailing. I will raise you up. The realm will see it. We will be done. Walk with me to the keep. We will go to Doran. The audience chamber is ready." He swung the new spear in a small ceremonial arc, a Dornish flourish that the spear in his hand took to as if it had been waiting for 15 years, and he turned, and Aegon and Howland walked behind him toward Sunspear's gate. The old palace, Doran Martell, received them in the old palace, in the audience chamber that had been the seat of princes of Dorne since the unification of the desert under Nymeria of the Rhoyne. The audience chamber was a long stone room with high windows that gave onto the water gardens far below. The audience chamber's windows were the highest windows in the palace, and Doran liked to receive guests there, because the climb to the chamber was a small discomfort that allowed him to remain seated through the conversation that followed. Doran was sitting in a wheeled chair. He had been sitting in the chair for 9 years. He was 43 years old. He was, by the careful management of his maesters, in no great pain that day. He had been premedicated for the audience. He was wearing the small, dark gold circlet of the princes of Dorne. His daughter Aegon, 23 years old, dark-haired, dark-eyed, the heir of Sunspear, was standing on his right. His son Quentyn, 16, blocky, thoughtful, the second son, was on his left. His youngest son Trystane, 11, in the soft household robes of a child being trained for diplomatic marriage, was on the floor at his feet, playing quietly with a small wooden scythe set. Oberyn led Aegon and Howland into the chamber. Aegon stopped 4 paces from the wheeled chair. He did not this time speak first. He did not bow first. He did not offer Snow or Longclaw first. He had been instructed by Aemon by letter that the kneeling at Sunspear was to be a kneeling before any word was spoken, a kneeling first, the words afterward, on the principle that Dorne required the action and only then the explanation. Aegon knelt. He knelt on the cold stone of the chamber floor. He bowed his head. He said in a voice that did not carry far but that the room heard, "Prince Doran, I am Aegon Targaryen, 6th of my name. I kneel before you for the sins of my father Rhaegar against your sister Elia, who was his lawful wife at the time of his second marriage, and who was, by the manner of his second marriage to my mother, set aside without the dignity that a queen and a princess of Dorne ought to have received. I kneel for the suffering of your sister between the day she heard of the Isle of Faces and the day she died in King's Landing. I kneel for the deaths of her children, my brother Aegon V, who would have been the 6th before me but for the Mountain's hand, and my sister Rhaenys, who was 3. I kneel for every choice my father made in those last years of his life that injured you and your family. I kneel, lastly, for the long delay in this kneeling. It should have been done in 284. It is done in 299. I am sorry. I am sorry to you, prince to prince. I am sorry to your daughter, princess to princess in her own right. I am sorry to your son. I am sorry to your nephews and your nieces. I am sorry to your nieces Obara and Nymeria and Tyene and Sorella and Elia and Obella and Doria and Lorza. I have made it my business to learn their names. I am sorry. I will not name conditions on this apology. I will not require anything in exchange. If after the apology you wish to consider whether Dorne will swear to me, I will accept whatever consideration takes. I will accept also if Dorne chooses not to swear. I will not in that case burn Dorne. I will fly home with my dragons and I will fight the long night with the 6 kingdoms I have. Dorne will be free of my conquest. Dorne will be free of my coronation. Dorne will be Dorne the way Dorne has always been. I will not begrudge it. I am sorry, Prince Doran. I have come to apologize. The apology is the whole of my purpose. Whatever follows is the gift of your decision. He held the kneel. He kept his head bowed. Doran Martell sat in his wheeled chair and did not, for a long moment, speak. Arianne beside him was crying. She had not expected to cry. She had been prepared by her father's careful coaching for a much more measured reception. The kneeling had been described to her in the briefing the night before as a probable gesture by the new king. The kneeling had not been described to her as this, a kneeling without conditions, an apology by name, the naming of her cousins, the naming of Elia and her children. Arianne, in the small private way she had been raised to be a princess, wept and did not try to hide it. Quentyn was not crying, but Quentyn had his hand on his father's shoulder. Trystane on the floor had stopped playing scythes. He was looking at his father with the careful watching of an 11-year-old who has been told that something important would happen and who has been told that he should observe rather than speak. Doran spoke at last. His voice was quiet. He had not raised his voice in 9 years. He did not raise it now. Aegon Targaryen, rise. Aegon did not rise, he waited. Oberyn, Aegon had asked him to do this, stepped forward from behind Aegon. Oberyn took Aegon's right elbow. Oberyn raised him up. Aegon stood. Doran looked at him. Doran said, "I have waited 15 years to hear this. I had stopped waiting 2 years ago. I had stopped waiting because I had decided, in the small private way of a man who has been a prince for too long, that no Targaryen would ever come south to apologize, and that I would die in this chair with my anger unmet. I had begun to plan the long, slow Dornish revenge, a quiet poisoning of certain Targaryen friends in the small council, a betrothal of Aerion to a man chosen for political damage, a return to the old isolation of Dorne after a generation of close contact, the long, slow, careful unmaking of a realm. I had been planning it for 3 years. I had been ready to begin executing it last winter. Then your letters arrived. Then Howland's letters arrived. Then Oberyn began telling me about his correspondence with Sorella in Oldtown. Then I began to suspect that the Targaryen who had emerged in the north was not the kind of Targaryen I had been planning the long revenge against. I will be honest with you. I had still planned to refuse the kneeling. I had planned to listen to your apology, to thank you politely, to decline to swear, to send you home, and then to wait 3 years and quietly poison your hand. I had told my Maester this plan 2 months ago. The Maester had agreed it was a sound plan. I did not expect you, Aegon, to kneel before I had spoken. I did not expect you to name my nieces. I did not expect you to name your brother and your sister as my sister's children. I did not expect you to apologize without conditions. I had expected a king. A king does not, in my experience, kneel without conditions. A king kneels with conditions. I had prepared, in fact, to refuse the conditions you would have brought. You have not brought any conditions. The apology is, Aegon, the apology is the whole thing. I am being asked to receive an unconditional apology. I had not prepared to receive that. I have been, in the past 5 minutes, doing arithmetic in my head. The arithmetic is the arithmetic of the long Dornish revenge against your line. The arithmetic is the arithmetic of 15 years of careful planning, of 3 years of detailed counter-conquest design, of 2 months of poison acquisition. I am setting the arithmetic aside. I am setting it aside not because the arithmetic is wrong, but because the arithmetic was solved on the assumption that no Targaryen would apologize, and the assumption has been falsified. I will not poison your hand. I will not betroth Aerion against the realm's interest. I will not isolate Dorne. I will swear to you. I will swear to you here this afternoon in front of my brother and my children and my heir and your Cranogman witness, and I will require my bannermen to come to Sunspear and swear within the fortnight. Dorne is yours. Dorne is yours because you came here, and because you knelt, and because you named the dead, and because, by the small private accounting of an old man in a chair, you have been, Aegon, in the past hour, you have been the best Targaryen I have met in my life. I will swear to you. Help me up. The kneeling requires a prince to be on his feet, and I have been off my feet for 9 years. Help me up. Oberyn went to his brother's side. He helped Doran out of the chair. The Maester came forward with a small wooden staff that Doran sometimes used in the rare times he stood. Doran took the staff. Doran took a deep breath. Doran said, "Brother, brace me." Oberyn braced him. Doran Martell of House Martell, Prince of Dorne, Lord of Sunspear, Warden of the South, knelt. He knelt slowly. He knelt on his bad knee first, then his good one. He knelt with Oberyn's arm under his elbow and the Maester's staff in his hand. He went all the way down to the cold stone floor of the audience chamber. He did not, for a moment, lift his face from the floor. He said, "Aegon of House Targaryen, 6th of your name. I, Doran of House Martell, Prince of Dorne, Lord of Sunspear, Warden of the South, Swear by the old palace and by the water gardens and by the bones of Nymeria and by the bones of my sister Elia and her children that I am your liege man for so long as you are my king. Dorne is yours. My bannermen will swear within the fortnight. The realm is whole. I have lived to see it. I am Aegon, I am glad. Aegon went forward. He took Doran's right elbow with his right hand and Doran's left elbow with his left, and he and Oberyn together raised the old prince to his feet. Doran was unsteady. They held him. The Maester moved the staff into Doran's right hand. Doran said quietly to Aegon, "Now, we will sit, we will drink Dornish wine. We will discuss the harvest and the marriage of my heir and the role of Dorne in the Long Night campaign. We will draft the documents this afternoon. The kneeling is done. The work begins." They sat. The wine was brought. They worked. Arion Martell would, by the documents signed that afternoon, become heir to Dorne in the formal style. She would not marry into Aegon's line. Daenerys was the queen and the Targaryen succession was set. She would, instead, marry a Stark. Specifically, she would be betrothed within the year to Robb Stark, king in the north, who was 18 and unmarried, on the principle that the pact of ice and fire would be strengthened by a Dorne North marriage at the highest level, and on the additional principle that Arion was a clever woman who would make a great queen in the north, alongside an honorable Stark husband. Robb, when consulted by Raven about this proposal, had been initially hesitant. He had then been shown a portrait of Arion by his mother Catelyn, who had laughed at him in a kindly way, and Robb had, after a moment's consideration, written back to King's Landing that he was, in fact, very pleased by the proposal, and would be honored to meet Princess Arion at the earliest opportunity. They met at the wedding of Aegon and Daenerys at Dragonstone in the 4th month of 300, and they were married themselves in the autumn of the same year, in a small joint ceremony at Winterfell, the Godswood and the Old Gods, and the Sunspear Sept, the Seven and the Mother in particular, with Doran in attendance for the Winterfell portion in his chair, the only Dornish prince ever to travel north of the Neck in 1,000 years. He survived the journey by the careful arrangement of 7 Maesters, and lived 2 further years, dying in the small palace at Sunspear in 302 with his daughter married, and his realm whole and his anger at long last set down. Quentyn Martell would, by Aegon's offer that afternoon, take a position at the small council in King's Landing as Master of Trade, a new post Aegon had created to handle the complex commercial relations between the Dornish coasts and the free cities. Quentyn would do the job well. Quentyn would marry, in the spring of 301, a noblewoman of old Valyria's exile line in Lies, a small clever woman called Lyanna Sand, no relation to Lyanna Stark. The name was, by coincidence, a Sand name common in Lies, and the 2 of them would, in time, become the new chief commercial diplomats of the realm. Trystane Martell, age 11, would be, by the new pact, fostered at King's Landing in the household of the king and queen for 5 years, to be trained in the new realm's administration, and to be educated alongside Aegon's expected children. He would eventually become one of the great administrators of the realm. He would marry Shireen Baratheon, Stannis' daughter, raised at court since her father's disappearance in 308, and the 2 would inherit Dragonstone as a great household of the realm. The bannermen of Dorne came to Sunspear within the fortnight. The bannermen knelt. They knelt because Doran had told them to kneel. They knelt because Oberyn had stood beside the king through the formal ceremony and had said, in his musical lilt, "The Martells have sworn and Dorne will follow." Dorne was sworn. 7 kingdoms. Aegon Targaryen, 16 years and 3 months old, sat on the small high terrace of the old palace at sunset on the day of the bannermen's kneeling and looked out over the desert toward the distant golden horizon with a cup of Dornish red in his hand and Howland Reed sitting quietly beside him, and Aegon said, "Howland, your grace, I have done it. I have taken the 7 kingdoms before my 16th Nameday, or I have done it within the last month of my 16th year. The Nameday was last week. We are inside the deadline by margin of weeks. The prophecy is fulfilled. It is. What is next? The long night, your grace. Yes. When? By Aemon's reckoning in the autumn of 301, about a year from now. That gives us a year. It gives us a year. It is enough. It is enough. They sat, they drank. The long night came in the 3rd week of the 10th month of 301 AC, and it lasted, by the calendar of King's Landing, 9 days. The dead came first across the wall. There had been preparations. Aegon had spent the year between Dorne and the long night doing the work of a king in peacetime, which was, in his case, the work of a king preparing for the largest war of his life. The Reach's harvest had been tripled by Olenna's hand. The granaries were full from Sunspear to the wall. The dragons had grown another year, and were now the largest dragons that had been seen in Westeros in 200 years. The Kingsroad had been repaved, and the bridges reinforced from White Harbor to King's Landing. A standing army of 30,000 had been raised from the 7 kingdoms, and stationed in 3 great garrisons, Winterfell, Riverrun, and the new garrison at Moat Cailin, the old fortress having been rebuilt by Howland Reed's people in the previous summer, using a combination of Reach stone and northern timber. The Night's Watch had been expanded by Aegon's writ from 900 men to 9,000, with a new wave of paid volunteers from every kingdom. The Watch had received in the year the largest single influx of recruits in 3 centuries. And the wall, which had been, by Aegon's quiet assessment, dangerously undermanned for 50 years, was now, by the autumn of 301, garrisoned to the level of the early Targaryens. The new hand, Jaime, savior of the city, had been spending most of his time at Moat Cailin, coordinating the northern command with Robb. The Master of War, the Blackfish, had been at Winterfell drilling cavalry. The Master of Coin, Tyrion, had been at King's Landing, doing the long-suffering work of paying for it all. The Master of Ships, Davos, had been on the bays of Westeros, building a fleet of fast galleys that could carry the wildfire engines Tyrion's old friend Hallyne the Pyromancer had been developing in secret for 2 years. The wildfire was the realm's secret weapon. The dragons were the realm's open weapon. Together, Aemon had said in his last letter before death, they would be enough. When the dead came, they came in 3 columns. The eastern column came over the wall at Eastwatch by the sea, perhaps 80,000 whites led by 3 of the others on undead horses. The central column came over the wall at Castle Black, perhaps 60,000 whites led by 5 others. The western column came over the wall at the Shadow Tower, perhaps 40,000 whites led by 2 others. They came in the same night in a coordinated wave, the way an army comes when it has been waiting for the campaign to begin. The dragons were ready. Visenya, ridden by Aegon, took the eastern column. She came at dawn, with the wind at her back, with 1,200 Reach-archers and watch veterans waiting in the long, shallow trench Davos had dug across the Eastwatch causeway in the autumn, with 2 wild fire galleys in the bay throwing controlled jars of green at the white flanks. Visenya burned the central 20,000 whites of the eastern column in a single hour. The others, 3 of them on undead horses, at the head of the column, Aegon engaged personally on a small rise above the burnt ground, dismounting from Visenya at 50 paces, killing the 3 others in 7 minutes with Longclaw, and with the small dragonglass dagger that Howland Reed had given him 3 years earlier from the Crannog hordes. The eastern column broke. The remaining whites, without the others to coordinate them, were broken by the Reach-archers and the Watch in a slow, methodical mopping up that took 2 days but cost the realm only 600 lives. The wall at Eastwatch was held. Balerion, ridden by Daenerys, took the central column. She had been training all year for it. She had bonded with Balerion deeply in the months since the wedding. The bonding was the kind that meant they could fly at night, in the cold, over the snow, without losing each other or losing direction. Daenerys had been drilled by Aegon in the old Valyrian commands and the saddle cues and the timing of the breath. She had, in the autumn of 301, become a dragon rider of the first rank. She took Balerion over Castle Black at dawn, the same dawn Aegon was at Eastwatch, and she burned the central whites of the Castle Black column in the same hour. The 5 others at Castle Black were engaged by a combined force of the Northern Army, Robb commanding, with the Greatjon and Meege Mormont in support, and the Dragonglass armory that had been built up at Castle Black over the previous year. 8,000 spearheads and dagger blades, all made from the Dragonglass mountain Aemon had identified at Dragonstone 3 years earlier by Stannis' old records, which Aegon had mined out by a small army of Stannis' old miners after Stannis' disappearance. And the wildfire mortars Tyrion had hauled up to the wall in the previous summer. The 5 others died in 4 hours. The central column broke. Rhaenys, ridden by Sam Tarly. Yes, Sam Tarly, the bookish son of Hornhill, who had been studying with Aemon for 6 years and who had, in the spring of 301, performed the bonding ritual with Rhaenys himself, with the Maester's careful guidance, and had been accepted by her on the 3rd try, took the western column at the Shadow Tower. Sam had not been a dragon rider. Sam had been a Maester. Aegon had asked Sam in the spring of 301 whether he would consider becoming a dragon rider, on the grounds that the realm had 3 dragons and only 2 riders and the long night was coming. And Sam, who had been afraid of everything in his life, had said yes, because he had been Aemon's hand for 6 years, and Aemon had told him that fear was the thing that protected him. Sam had been trained. Sam had not been a natural rider, but Sam had been a patient one, and Rhaenys had been, of the 3 dragons, the patient one. They had matched. Sam burned the western column's central whites in 2 hours. The 2 others at the head of the column were killed by a small Vaelan northern force led by Brienne of Tarth, now a Knight of the Order of the Dawn, by Aegon's writ in the previous year, and by Bran Stark, now 10 years old, and gifted in ways the realm did not yet quite understand, and possessed of a particular insight into where each other would move next, with dragonglass weapons supplied from the same Dragonstone mine. The western column broke. The long night was, by Aemon's measurement, supposed to last for years. It had lasted for years the first time in the books. It lasted in 301, 9 days. 9 days, because the 3 dragons had been bonded to 3 riders, and the 3 riders had been at the 3 points the dead had chosen to break the wall, and the 3 points had been the entire frontage of the dead's army. The dead had had nowhere to break through, because there had been a dragon at each gate. Aemon had predicted this. Aemon had written it out in 297, on a page of careful calculations that Aegon had kept in his ledger. 3 dragons can hold a frontage of 300 leagues if the riders are competent. The wall is 300 leagues. The dead must cross the wall. The dead will cross at the 3 weakest points, which are the 3 garrisons. 3 dragons, 3 garrisons, 3 columns. The campaign is, in essence, 3 two-hour battles at 3 locations on 3 coordinated dawns. The realm will lose perhaps 3,000 men. The realm will not lose more if the wildfire is staged correctly. The long night will not last beyond the 2nd week. Aemon had been right. On the 9th day, in the early afternoon, the last other was killed at the Shadow Tower by a young knight of the Order of the Dawn whose name had been Owen Hightower, and who had been the 7th man in the Order's roster. The last white fell 10 minutes later. The dead were dead, that is, dead in the proper way, no longer animate. The cold beyond the wall, by the Meister's reading of the air temperature, began to lift within 12 hours. Within a week, the snow began to recede. Within a month, the rivers north of the neck were running clear again. The realm had survived. Aegon Targaryen, on the evening of the 9th day, sat on the small high terrace of Castle Black with Daenerys at his side and Sam Tarly across the table from him and Robb Stark next to Sam, and they drank a cup of mulled wine each. Aegon said, "Aunt, husband, we did it, we did. The realm is whole, the realm is whole. You did the central column. I did. You flew very well. I had a good teacher. You had Balerion. I had her, she did most of the work. I disagree. You may disagree all you wish." They drank. Coda Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, returned to King's Landing in the 3rd week after the end of the long night. He returned on Visenya. Daenerys returned on Balerion, 3 days behind him, having stopped at Winterfell to help her sister-in-law Arianne Martell, by then queen in the north, with the early stages of Arianne's first pregnancy. The realm received Aegon with the kind of silent gratitude a realm reserves for the king who has just saved it. There were no parades. There were no songs immediately. The songs would come later. The small folk of King's Landing met him at the Iron Gate, the same gate where he had killed the Mountain 2 years before, and they lined the king's way 10 deep as they had done before, and they were as quiet as they had been before, and the quiet, Aegon thought, walking the king's way, was the truest version of a welcome a king could be given. Loud welcomes were the welcomes of victors. Quiet welcomes were the welcomes of saviors. He walked to the Red Keep. He climbed to the throne room. He climbed the Iron Throne. He sat. The lords of the realm assembled. They had been waiting for him. Daenerys came in 3 days later, on the eve of the harvest moon, the night when, by the pact of ice and fire, the king in the south knelt to the king in the north and vice versa, and the ceremony of the kneeling was held in the great hall of the Red Keep that very night, with Robb Stark in his crown and Aegon Targaryen in his. A thin black band of obsidian inlaid with 3 small rubies, set on his brow at his coronation a year and a half before by Olenna Tyrell, who had died of old age the next spring as she had requested, in her own garden, with the smell of roses around her. The 2 kings knelt to each other in turn. The lords of the realm, Jaime, Tyrion, Mace, Edmure, Brynden, Theon, Renly, Loras, Brienne, Meege, the Greatjon, Howland, Doran carried up in his chair, Arianne, Oberyn, Quentyn, Trystane, Sam, stood in a great circle around the kneeling, and the song of the pact was sung by Sansa Stark, who had come south for the occasion and who had become, in the years since her brother's accession, the great patroness of singers of the realm. She had had the song written by a young Reach poet she had been training, and she had taught it to the singers, and the song was now sung at every harvest moon, and every new year, and every coronation feast for the next 300 years. After the ceremony, Aegon and Daenerys went out to the small balcony of the king's chambers. They stood at the railing. They looked out over the city at night with the small lights of 500,000 households below them and the dark line of the Blackwater Bay to the east, and the 3 dragons curled on the broad roof of the dragon pit, asleep, breathing slowly in the moonlight. Daenerys said quietly, "Aunt, we did it. The realm is whole." Aegon laughed. "You called me aunt. I'm the nephew. I called you what I called you. I have been thinking of you as my equal for so long that the categories are mixed up in me now. I will keep working on it. Don't work too hard on it. The categories will sort themselves over time." Yes. They were quiet for a while. Daenerys said, "Are you happy?" "I am tired." "Not the same." "Not the same, but yes, I am happy. I will be happier in time. We have a great deal to do. What do we do now? Now we govern. Now we build. Now I will, in the next 10 years, dismantle the slave trade in the Stepstones and the eastern coasts. Daenerys, you and I will work on this together. It was on your list, in your letters before we married, and it is on mine. Now I will, in the next 20 years, Build the new iron throne out of melted swords of all 7 kingdoms. Now I will, in the next 40 years, see the realm settle into the new order, and I will see my children become the next generation of the realm, and I will see Rob's children and yours and Doran's grandchildren and James' and Theon's and all the others. I will see the realm be a thing the songs are written about. I will see the slow good years. That is the work. And after the slow good years, you and I will die. We will die old in our own bed, with our children at the foot and the dragons sleeping on the broad roof, and the song of the pact being sung in the great hall on every harvest moon. That is the ending I am writing toward. It is not a heroic ending. The heroic ending is the kind that the singers write. The good ending is the kind a man writes when he has lived a great while and has the time to write quietly. I am going for the good ending. The heroic is already done. The conquest is done. The long night is done. The good ending is now. She stood for a while with her hand on his. Then she said, "Aunt, we did it. The realm is whole. I am the nephew. I know, I called you what I called you." They stood at the railing for a long time, and the city below them was quiet, and the dragons on the broad roof breathed in their sleep, and somewhere in the great hall below, on the night of the harvest moon of 301 AC, Sansa Stark's young Reach poet was teaching a singer a new verse of the pact song that had been added that very evening, in honor of the day. The verse said, 3 dragons and 1 king and 1 queen and 7 kingdoms, wolf and stag and sun and rose and fish and kraken and lion, bound by oath, bound by song, bound by the bones in the snow, 1 realm now and forever, the long night ended, the pact of ice and fire holds. The singer learned the verse. The singer sang the verse. The kingdom was whole. Epilogue, the ledger's last page, 340 AC. Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, died in his bed at Dragonstone on the 3rd day of the 2nd month of 340 AC. 57 years old, with his queen Daenerys at the foot of the bed and his eldest son Robb, named for his uncle, the late king in the north, who had died of a hunting accident 18 years before, at his right hand, and his youngest daughter Lyanna, named for the woman whose letter had begun everything, at his left, and with Visenya, old now, white-muzzled, half-blind but still the largest dragon in the realm, coiled on the broad roof above his window, snoring slowly in the late winter sun. He had ruled for 41 years. He had outlived all the lords who had knelt to him in the great hall at the throne room on the day of his accession, except Jaime, who had retired to Casterly Rock at 60 and lived another decade, and Bran Stark, who had become the 3-eyed crow of the new age and who lived past the careful counting of any Maester. The realm under his rule had been the longest stretch of peace Westeros had enjoyed in 800 years. He had not, in those 41 years, raised his hand in battle against another lord. He had broken the slave trade, as he had promised Daenerys he would. He had melted down the old Iron Throne and built the new one in the year 305. The new throne was a low, long bench of welded swords from each of the 7 kingdoms, with the smaller swords near the seat and the largest swords at the back. And it was, by every report, more comfortable than the original and easier to climb. He had sired 4 children with Daenerys, all of whom survived into adulthood, all of whom married well, and 3 of whom predeceased him by mere months of various causes. He had kept his ledger. The ledger, by the time of his death, had grown to 47 sheets of vellum, kept in a small iron lockbox at the head of his bed, transferred from Greyborough to Winterfell to King's Landing to Dragonstone over the years. The column called Men Killed Who Did Not Deserve to Die had stopped being added to in the autumn of 301. He had killed no man unjustly after the long night. The column called Friends had grown from 3 names in 298 to 143 by 340. The column called Things I Must Arrange had been quietly replaced, in the year 310, with a column called Things I Have Arranged, and the new column had grown longer than the old. On the last page of the ledger, written in his own hand in the year of his death, Aegon Targaryen had recorded a final entry. It said in the careful sharp hand his uncle Ned, his father, had taught him in the Lord Solar at Winterfell so many years before. This ledger has been the record of one boy's effort. The boy is now an old man. The old man has done what he set out to do. The conquest was completed before the 16th Nameday. The long night was ended. The realm has been governed. The slave trade has been broken. The new throne has been built. The pact of ice and fire has held. The order of the dawn has held. The reach has thrived. The north has thrived. Dorne has thrived. The Iron Islands have, against all expectation, thrived. The Westerlands have been governed by my brother-in-law Jaime and now by his son Joffrey, who is, to my relief, a kind man who has chosen his name in defiance of the old one and not in imitation of it. The Stormlands have been governed by Renly Baratheon and by the small house he raised with Loras Tyrell of the Order of the Dawn, and Renly's chosen heir, his nephew Edric Storm, by Robert's blood, legitimized by my hand in the year 301, has been a good lord. The Riverlands have been governed by Edmure Tully, who is a kinder man than the realm gave him credit for at the start, and his son Hoster Tully will be a good lord after him. The Crownlands are mine and will be my children's. The Vale was taken without a sword by way of Mina Tyrell's marriage to Robert Arryn, and Mina has been an excellent lady of the Eyrie for 38 years. I have made mistakes. I have not pretended otherwise. The twins are the worst of them, and I have read the names every year, and I have read them again this winter, and I will read them in the spring before I die. The Frey grandchildren are with me always. I have spoken of them in my prayers to the old gods and to the new. I have funded the families. The memorial column at the foot of the new bridge, Edmure's Bridge, the Tully Bridge, has the names. I have visited the column 12 times in 40 years. I will not visit it again. I am too old for the ride. My son Rob will read the names in my place from now on, and his son after him, and the realm will not forget. The dragons have outlived the men. Visenya is 46. She is old for a dragon, but not impossibly old. Balerion is 45. Rhaenys is 45. They will live another century by Aemon's reckoning if the realm protects them. The realm will protect them. The pact of ice and fire requires it. The order of the dawn requires it. My children require it. Sansa Stark, who was 12 when I told her in a small library at Winterfell that the song she had been singing was the wrong song, and who became the great patroness of singers of the realm, died at 60 in 346, that is, 6 years after my death. In a future I am writing into the ledger because I have a green dreamer in the family now, and Bran has told me when she will go. She will be mourned. She wrote in her lifetime the official version of the Song of the Conquest in 312 verses, and the song will be the version sung through the next 1,000 years. I have read the song. It is, in places, more flattering than the truth. I have not corrected it. The realm requires a song. The ledger is the truth. The two need not match. Maester Aemon has been gone for 40 years. I miss him every day. I miss him most when I am sitting at a small writing table with a difficult letter to write. He would have written it for me, and he would have made it better than I could. I write it myself. I think he would approve of how I have done it. He told me once by letter in 296 that the work of becoming what one must become would make one, in some respects, the happiest one had ever been. He was right. I have been happy. The work has been hard, and the cost has been carried, and the names have been read, but I have been happy. I have been loved by my Uncle Ned, who died at 73 in 327, of a cough caught at a pact of ice and fire ceremony in a cold autumn. He died at Winterfell in his own bed with Catelyn at his side, and Catelyn died 8 months later, of grief, and of a small, slow illness no Maester could name. I have been loved by my brother Robb, who died in a hunting accident at 35 in 322, with 2 sons living and 1 daughter. His son Eddard II is the present king in the north and a great king, and the pact holds, and Catelyn's death was as much for Robb as for Ned, I think. I have been loved by my Aunt Queen Daenerys, who is at the foot of my bed as I write this, and who has been the best companion any king ever had, and who will outlive me by perhaps 20 years by the reading of the Maesters, and who will rule the realm with our son Robb until our son is fully grown into the kingship. I have been loved by my dragons. I have been loved by the lords. I have been loved by the small folk. In the small ways the small folk love their kings, which is to say, in the form of a single line of wash hung as a banner on a sunny morning in a back alley of Flea Bottom, where I rode through once a year in disguise in the early years of my reign, and where the woman who hung the wash sang, as I passed, a small piece of the harvest moon song. I am tired. I have been tired for some years. I will rest now. The realm is whole. Daenerys will take it. Robb will succeed in due course. The dragons will sleep through it. The pact will hold. This is the last entry. The ledger is closed. Aegon, 6th of his name, in his 57th year at Dragonstone, the day before he is to die, with his thanks to all who have read this far. He set the pen down. He closed the lock box. He gave the small iron key to Daenerys. He slept. He died in his sleep in the small hours of the next morning, with the door of his chamber open and the dragons breathing on the broad roof above his window, and the Maester at the door confirmed it at dawn, and the realm, when it heard, by raven, in the days following, wept quietly and not loudly, in the way the small folk had learned to greet the events of his reign. He was laid in the small Targaryen vault at Dragonstone, beside Aemon's bones, with Lyanna's ring, the ring his uncle Ned had pressed into his hand on his 10th Nameday, on his middle finger where it had ridden for 47 years. The vault was sealed. The kingdom mourned. The pact of ice and fire held for 1,000 years. The song was sung in every great hall of every kingdom, every harvest moon, for the same 1,000 years. The ledger in its small iron box was kept by Daenerys until her death, then by their son Robb until his, then by his son after him, and so on through the generations of the line. And the ledger became, in the small private way these things become, the most carefully preserved book in the realm, and the Maesters of the Citadel were permitted to read it only once each on their final examinations, and the line of King Aegon VI held the throne for the same 1,000 years. And the realm was a kingdom worthy of the song that was sung at every harvest moon, and the long night did not come again, and the dragons in their sleep on the broad roofs of the Red Keep in Dragonstone, and the new dragon pit at Winterfell breathed slowly through the centuries. And the world was, for as long as the song was sung and the ledger was kept, a world that the boy with the letter and the cash and the 3 eggs had made. Venice.